Got my dumbass had it muted. What's going on, everyone? How you all doing today? Now, firstly, let me just say thank you to a lot of you that sent me messages yesterday asking if I was okay. I did manage to get some sleep. I got to work with 2 minutes to spare, so I was all good. I even did a little bit of a workout in my room today, so I'm feeling pretty good, even though I didn't get much sleep. As for today, Tom's going to be reacting to a video about fighting game players and why they're broke. There's also a video from Perfect Legend that is giving a contrary argument, but I don't think anybody's going to show up to debate Tom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to debate Tom. I'm going to be the opposition today because I don't agree with every single thing that Tom says. Obviously, we have minor disagreements here and there. And I think today I'll probably be Tom's opposition when it comes to this conversation. So there's going to be two videos that we watch at some point during the evening. C4 will be joining us, and he'll obviously C4 is a commentator, so he'll be able to give us some insight as well. But yeah, I'll add Tom into the call now. How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just came back. Bought me a new truck. Feels good, man.
Oh, nice. What did you get?
My second Ford Raptor R. I had it between that or the Shelby F-150, but I went with the Raptor R. Again, so I got two of them. I'm probably going to get rid of the blue one, keep the white one, and get something else. You know.
Is it just did you just want a new color, or is it an updated version?
No, so I like to do when I do a tax write-off. I like to get the vehicle part done beginning of the year so that in December, if what I want is not available, the dealer has all the advantage, right? Like, hey, if it's not here, I don't buy it in this calendar year, I lose my tax write-off. I like to do it in the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
This way, this one I had on order, and I'm going to get rid of the other one, and I'll probably get something else. Maybe like an Escalade for the family, like a new Escalade, because my girlfriend, she's got two. I've got two kids, so maybe get an Escalade. Didn't have to win Evo for that either, brother. Didn't have to win Evo. By the way, I am the first ever, I believe, first ever double 1%er in fighting game history.
What does that mean?
What that means is, so Mike, a few years ago, I sent you my bank statement showing that I was making about $30,000 a month.
Yeah.
Now it's a little over 40. I was 470 for this year, which puts me just inside the 1%, not in the world, because that's not that much, but in the US. So I'm the only one to ever be a 1%er in the FGC and a 1%er here.
Oh, well done, man. That's an accomplishment.
The first ever 1%er.
I assume being a double 1%er, your family had a really good Christmas.
They did, man. They did. I think the kids are it's stuff you don't want to spoil them because you're like, hey, work really hard for this. But when you're young, I don't think you have a concept of that.
Have you got a basketball hoop in your room?
So I have I made my own office on the third floor. So I have a little hoop there if I just want to,
Well, Happy New Year, because I haven't spoken to you since the New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you as well. I did see a lot of tweets out there like, why is this being covered again? And I reached out to you because I saw Fighting GM's video first. I did a podcast with GM. I don't know if you saw it. I did a podcast with Fighting GM.
Yeah. I watched half of it, yeah.
And then I watched the whole original video.
Yeah.
And then I said, for something that is supposedly a non-issue, it is constantly being talked about because common sense says if there's so much money that we see, this has been the year that I've seen the most money thrown around ever is 2025, right? And it's like, how can there be more money than ever? And that's why the videos keep coming up, because you have reasonable everyday people saying, wait a minute, if there's more money than ever, how come they're all broke? And if it was a non-issue And when I saw it, I said, why does this keep getting talked about? Because we constantly hear is we understand that for 99%, there's no money in fighting games. And the 99% understand there's no money in for them. You're a casual, right? You know you're not going to beat Knee or Daigo or Torquedo or someone like that, right? But I realize why there's the problem, because there's a problem because the problem doesn't exist for the majority. The 99%, the FGC dream doesn't apply to them, which is why whenever someone talks about it, they say, who believes that? Which basically means there's only a very few people that buy into that, which would be the people in the 1%, right? The very best players in the world who actually have a legitimate chance to succeed. The other 99% know they don't have a chance. They're not buying into this FGC dream. They're not dropping out of school. They're not whatevering, right? But the real truth is, the rumor, as this is presented, Mike, and you know this, it is presented, maybe I'm wrong, as there is opportunity for 1% and not the other 99. So unless you're in that 1%, you have no shot, correct? That's kind of how it's presented.
What, as in like going to tournaments?
No, as in having some type of financial success off winning in fighting games. Like if you're not in that 1% of the very best players, there's no real money in it for you. So,
well, I think that there's multiple avenues to making money. Like if you're talking specifically winning tournaments, then yeah, it would be a 1%. But if you're talking like the fighting game sphere in its entirety, I think there's multiple avenues for people to make money.
True.
Maybe not to pay rent, but
yeah,
you
but
can
here's
have
the
a
real
bit in your
truth.
pocket at the end of the month.
Here's the real truth. There's money in it for 0%. Not even the 1%. And as someone who has lived that life for a very long time, I have been a part of multiple pro leagues. I've been a commentator for MLG. I've been a commentator for ESL. I've seen the ins and outs. And I wanted to talk about it because when I was talking with GM, you know, I've been around since the beginning. So the whole video, when he talked about from the beginning, from the 90s to the 2000s to the 2010s, I've been a part of every era. And the reason why these type of videos because if it's common sense, why do people, and that video, I'm sure you've seen it, right? It was a very well video. The guy knew his history. He did his research, right? So
The one that you linked to me.
yeah.
Yeah, I watched that. We're going to watch it today as well with everybody. But there's also another video I want you to watch as well that's 4 minutes long. Before we watch that one, I want to get your thoughts on as well.
Sure. But the reason why these videos keep coming out is because if it really was a non-issue, then nobody would be talking about it. It's not like I'm the one bringing it up. I see this all the time. And then I reach out to you and I say, hey, Mike, this is sure being talked about a lot. And I think the reason why it's coming out is because if in fact, you know, we hear about how much money's in fighting games now, why are all the best players still broke? And the way it gets people is a couple of things. So what happens is it doesn't apply to the vast majority.
Just before you go on, when you say the best players, are you talking literally like Sonic Fox, Arsene Ash, Knee? Are you talking that best players, or are you talking about the really good players that are like just beneath them that are getting top pick?
So if Knee lived in the United States, I don't know that Knee would be doing very well over here with what he makes. The average home in America is $420,000. When Knee is 60 years old, would he be able to retire in America with equity where he is right now? Probably not.
But would he want to come to America?
He probably wouldn't, right? So I'm speaking more in Western culture. But the problem is the majority of stuff is held in the West. And the West gets the most amount of exposure because it's easy for people in the West to attend tournaments because they're all held here. So, and money is different elsewhere. Like over where you are is worse than it is here. Over here in the States, you know, but you're still classified as Western culture. So, which is a large part of the gaming world, you know, a massive part of the gaming world. And I'll get to Sonic Fox in a second because everyone uses Sonic Fox as an example. And, you know, I broke Sonic Fox down and on GM's video. But so for the 99% of people, they don't buy into this. The 99%, what we would dub as the casuals, they all know that they don't have they're not believing that they're going to make some good money off fighting games, right? The 99%. But where it gets you, there's a couple of ways. So first, it really applies to the 1%, the people that have the talent and have the ability. So take someone who's 18 years old, he's in fighting games, and it's very easy. It's easier now than ever to realize you have talent. Because unlike in the old days when you're playing in your local arcade, unless you were playing in SHGL, SVGL, CF over in New York, somewhere in a major area where you knew that you were primetime players, you didn't realize you had the skills to compete, or unless you were in Namco Station and you got to go up against the great Ryan Hart. So people, they wouldn't realize that they weren't good until they traveled outside of their locale. But now because of online, those that are talented find out very early they're talented and they have what it takes to compete at a very high level. So say you're 18 years old and you say, I believe I can bet on, because again, when you try to say to people, hey, betting on yourself in fighting games is a losing bet, don't do it. People then say, act like you're discouraging the younger generation from getting in and living their dreams. But the truth is there are no dreams to be lived in the FGC. So say you're 18 years old. This is just one way you can, and GM spoke about this, and you realize you get some status now, right? Status is currency in the FGC. And you realize you're good and you believe, I'm going to take a gamble on myself. I believe that I could be one of the top 3 players on the planet. And you believe that if you do so, you will be rewarded monetarily, because it's seen that if you're in that class of a knee or an Arslan Ash or someone like that, that you will be compensated for that hard work, right? But then, of course, you realize you're still paycheck to paycheck during that, and then you say, okay, well, I'm one of the top players in the world. And now you're 21 years old. You've been doing it for 2 or 3 years. You've honed your craft. You're very successful. There's always a sponsor that's going to come out of nowhere that's going to say, oh, I'll pay for your flight. I'll pay for your hotel. I'll give you a stipend, right? So now you're traveling to tournaments and you do this. And because you're able to roll one tournament into the next, okay, I got a little bit of change here. I was able to eat, survive, make it to the next tournament. And my sponsor is going to take care of me. And you'll usually hop from sponsor to sponsor over a few years, but you're always chasing that I've made it situation, right? Where now I can do this for the rest of my life. And a lot of times people will do that from 21 to 28 or 29, and your 20s are gone and they realize I was paycheck to paycheck. A large part of your life.
Can I ask you a question then? Would you discourage people on the indie wrestling scene from pursuing their dreams, or bodybuilders, or people that are getting into cage fighting, because they're very much in the same situation where they live paycheck to paycheck? Like, I know wrestlers personally that are in the WWE now, and I was with them
when a WWE stream one day.
I want to get them on here.
I'm coming for you on John Cena, man. I'm sorry, man. I thought about it. I'm coming for you, man.
I want to get them on here because one of my friends is part of the Pretty Deadly tag team, and the other one is Stevie Turner, and she's no longer with WWE now, so I think she's probably doing some other things. So I'll try and get them on here, and then we can have the conversation. Sure. But what I'm saying is,
discourage an indie wrestler, you mean?
Yeah, like I came up with, I think obviously I wasn't wrestling, but I refereed some of her matches, and I was there with her when she was wrestling in little boiler rooms basically, and she wrestled in the church once, and she was basically living off of nothing, chasing her dreams, and eventually she made it to the WWE. So how is her situation any different from the guy that wants to go and win either?
Because when you achieve your dreams and you make it in professional wrestling, and you go from Mark Calloway to Ole Anderson saying, hey, kid, you're okay, but no one's ever going to pay to watch Mark Calloway wrestle. And then you go from that to the call from Vince McMahon. Is this the Undertaker, right? And he was over. Big difference between Mark Calloway in Houston wrestling when he was down there with Bruce Pritchard and Ted DiBiase. And I even know all of wrestling history, man. I love wrestling, man. And The Undertaker. If you look at their paychecks, there's a big difference. There's a big difference in John Cena when he was the prototype. There's a big difference in John Cena when he was first in WWE as the rookie John Cena. There's a difference in his paycheck when he was the doctor of thugonomics to when he thought he was a Marine, which he forgot that he played a Marine. He was not actually a Marine. But that started the whole hustle, loyalty, respect, etc. There's a big difference as he rose from that to there, right? In the fighting games, I would say you could go from, and we could pick a young player coming up, right, trying to make a name for himself. I guess most people would point at Sonic Fox.
Forget Sonic Fox for a second because he was born in America. Let's take someone like Arslan Ash, who was born in Pakistan, probably didn't have much. There was loads of Pakistani players all playing, because I think in that documentary they showed that they just left Tekken there in like a very small arcade. So they're all fighting for that one spot. So you went from Arslan Ash, who was basically didn't have much, to being probably one of the most profitable fighting game players in the world now, one of the most successful. So his jump is also massive, but it doesn't necessarily. There's loads of Arslan Ashes in Pakistan apparently, but they didn't all make it. Just like there was probably a lot of prototypes that could have become a John Cena that never made it.
But my point is, how does it differ? It's same thing in pro sports, right? It is a gamble, and there's a lot that injuries can happen. A lot can go wrong trying to become that, right? The difference is, even if you are, and people watching will know who this is, Brian Scalabrine, you're, the white mamba who was considered the worst player in the NBA, you're making a living, right? You're not struggling. You're not going paycheck to paycheck, right? You don't need to have the mansions like LeBron James. You could have a nice $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 house, your wife, your children, and make a very good living for yourself without struggling as quote unquote the worst player in the NBA. When it's WWE, also the gamble, the payout is there. As my point is that when you take a risk, it's always a risk, because like gaming, wrestling is entertainment. Your skill in gaming most of the time isn't what gets you paid. It's the Ultimate Warrior is living proof that your entertainment factor more so than your in-ring ability, right? Very few people are like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, or Kurt Hennig, where they have the entertainment personality, you know what I'm saying? Or very few. Hulk Hogan, not the best in the ring, great entertainer. You see my point? So,
but the WWE roster is very small in comparison to how many people are wrestling. And so, the pay increase is insane when you go from the indies to the WWE. But because of how many people are trying to wrestle, aren't the numbers comparable to what people are also doing in other places like the FGC, where there's 100 people going for that spot in FCW or OVW, wherever they were, but only 5 got into that class. And those other 95 are now back on the indies. They're living paycheck to paycheck. You saw that film that went over Paige's life, and her brother never made it. They went back to fighting in the indies, and they were making basically nothing. All of those hundreds of thousands of wrestlers around the world will never make it. They won't be able to make ends meet. A lot of them say they sleep in their cars. How is it any different than that?
Because even when you become John Cena in the FGC, you still can't survive.
You don't think Arslan can survive?
Bring him over here in the States.
But why would he want to come here to the States?
That's my point. So I'm speaking.
The States is like irrelevant.
I'm speaking primarily in Western culture, and the fact that you have to. I believe in there are areas where the cost of living is lower than in the West, possibly. But I mean, again, is he making enough so that when he's 50 years old, he can live from 50 until death comfortably and not have to worry when he's older? No. The FGC doesn't set you up for retirement. The FGC, younger players,
WWE did it for a long time.
Huh?
WWE didn't for a long time. A lot of wrestlers, they'd finish in the WWE, they'd be broke. Some lost their legs, they had
Yeah,
concussions.
true.
It was only very
Yeah.
recent where they looked after them now.
No, I mean, even still, like, very, yeah. Well, I mean, again, you're not going to make money like Hulk Hogan in the 80s either, especially with the payouts were back then,
Yeah.
But my point is, when you get to the pinnacle of pinnacle, that kind of money is that kind of money anywhere in the world. What Hulk Hogan was making in the 80s, he was living good anywhere on the planet, right? Not the case for Arslan Ash, Nee, or someone like that.
Mm.
Um, and when you're younger, and this is the problem, when you're younger, you see yourself from my youth up until 20s, 30s, and 40. It's not till you approach 50 where you say, wait a minute, my ability to win is becoming less and less as I have more obligations in my life, right?
Hmm.
What am I going to do when I'm 70 and 80 and can't win and can't go to tournaments and all that money's gone? Will I have enough money from 45 till death if I never made another cent on fighting games? If I never won again? If I never saw top 8 again? You do not.
Would
I
you?
don't care if
Okay,
you're Arslan
let me
Ash.
ask you then. In the UFC, if you never won a fight past a certain point, would you be able to pay your rent after all the
Nope.
trainer fees and
Nope.
everything? Like, I think in all competition, if you're gonna go for it, you kind of have to win.
Yeah, but when you make it to the pinnacle of fighting games, you're still broke.
And maybe in America, not everywhere though. Like if
Well, let me give you
Austin
an
takes
example.
what he wins at Evo and goes back to Pakistan, he basically lived like a king.
What does he win at Evo?
I don't know what the second prize is. What is it, like 50, 60,000 pounds? That's like, if I took that money to, if I even took that to Japan, if I went to Japan on that money, I'd live like a king. Like my money was tripled from the UK to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, if I was making what I'm making here and I went to Japan, I'm sure I'd buy a castle. But at the end of the day, I live over here in the States, so I live in the West. My point is, again, there sure in gaming it's different based on where you live. Because again, gaming is very complicated in that aspect. You know what I mean? Whereas things are different in Japan, Pakistan, Korea than they are over where you live, where I live, Canada, things like that, right? Um, so it's much different.
So are you just talking specifically to American players then?
No, I'm even speaking to those players because it's never been proven that somebody can go from age 50 till death and never win again, never make top 8 again. Why is anyone going to give you money? If your
Mm,
whole value is based around being able to win tournaments, there is no way you're making enough money to last you the rest of your natural life during the window you have to be a competitive player winning. There is no way. Things as you get older, there are going to be health issues, complications. You're going to have maybe wife, kids, family, things like that. Your parents might need your help. They get older, right? You're going to have so many things thrown at you that you don't have at 16, 18, 20, 25, 30. When you get into your mid to late, look, there's a very popular Mortal Kombat player and streamer. Again, I'm not going to say his name. And you know this, Mike. His woman started hitting me up for money. And when because she had to leave, come back to the
mm,
States, she's in a homeless shelter. And when I asked, and I said, hey, I said, well, what happened with your boyfriend? She said, well, his advice to me was to I should start streaming to make some money. That's a terrible, terrible advice to make some money. Wasn't able to stay in the country, had to leave. And I said, what, $2,000 for what you needed isn't that much money. Why couldn't he help? Well, he doesn't have any money, doesn't have any future, doesn't have any education, doesn't have any career, doesn't have a job, lives at home, and YouTube and streaming is all he has no retirement.
Just a
I
question.
mean,
Just a quick. Does this player know that like you have you two spoken?
nope, never spoke to him about it.
Does he know you know?
If he ever tries me in public, I'll make sure he does know I know.
I'm just wondering because it's pretty obvious to anyone that does know, and I don't know.
I mean,
Hopefully, there's
you've
no
seen the
fighting.
screenshots of her texting me, like asking me for money, and I'm like, hey, it's not my problem. I mean,
Yeah,
but again, the FGC gets you in so many different ways. The way it gets most people is when it was just off winning tournaments, besides a handful of situations, most people knew I was never going to get, the sponsor era. I knew of several Tekken players when Tekken 6 was at MLG that got stranded, couldn't get home. One time, Marin flew all the way out here and couldn't get home for like 2 months because back in the old days, because he had to win to get his money to go home, and he didn't win, so he was stuck out here. There's a few stories like that, but those are few and far between when people knew you had to win tournaments to make money.
do you
Um,
think players back then were less educated on the realities of being a fighting game player versus people now? Because most people now kind of they do content creation and then they have like a day job. Like everyone kind of knows that it's not sustainable to be a fighting game player.
mhm.
Do you think that
Well,
maybe it was just a time when like the internet wasn't as big as what it was? You guys were like doing everything offline. You were chasing that dream, but as we've gone online and we understand what other video games are paying out and what you can get from doing other things, do you really think people are still like, oh, I'm going to chase this dream and I'm going to put my eggs
yeah.
in one basket?
So let me just start by telling maybe from my lens how my life went. Since I've had my hat, I've been top in every era. I've been top in 3 decades: the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s. Um, exactly. If the money was truly good in the FGC, you wouldn't have to pick and choose where you live. I mean, you could be
Yeah.
a UPS driver and say, "Hey, based on the money I made of UPS." But here's the problem: if you're a UPS driver in America and you're making 100,000 a year, you still have to live here for that year. You won't have all that money to move to Japan. So, but either way,
Also,
like
just
for
before you go,
me,
Tom, I'm not disagreeing with Tom. I'm playing devil's advocate because
sure.
normally we try to get people on to debate Tom, and then whenever we get somebody, they back out last minute. So I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm only
No, sure. And
exploring
I'm
the
glad we got
ideas.
C4. C4, I love C4. I mean, he's a great commentator, he's very intelligent, and you can tell like he doesn't just throw shit in the wind. Like it's well thought out, etc.
Well, he
Uh,
lives it. He is a paid commentator.
which is why he has such great insight.
Mm,
So I started in the 90s in the arcade era. I remember that very famous match, Alex Valle versus. That's when I first heard of Valle, when he was going to have that match with Daigo. The 90s was very much, again, there was no exposure. Everything was just in that region. Um, I do want a Sub-Zero mask. No, I have one actually.
You know,
But
Tom, people have been asking since you haven't been on in the like last week or two, when's Tom Brady gonna write his book? That's the number one comment that I've
I
received
don't really
from
know,
people.
and I'll get to that in a second. Actually, what I'm talking about here, which is crazy.
Hmm.
Um,
Thanks, Deadly Tutor, for the $15. Appreciate it.
in the 90s, obviously there was, we would we loved arcades with tokens because a lot of the arcade owners would give us tokens because a
Mm.
lot of the top players would keep beating everyone else and they would keep putting their money in. So a lot of times it was worth it to give the top players tokens, things like that.
Mm.
But obviously we knew there was no money in it, etc. Really, the concept of making money was not even a thought. We went to the arcade and we played because we loved the games. We wanted to beat people. Nobody thought that we were going to make any money. In the early 2000s, when YouTube started up and people were talking about when we got exposure, is when I think the first time I ever heard money being thrown around in a fighting game. It might have been, I mean, even like when Tekken Tag 1 had regionals and things like that, and nationals, nobody did it for money. I mean, nobody did it for money. Same thing with Tekken 4. It was more our champions versus your champions, right? Our regional champions versus your regional champions, and you all come together and see who's the best. And that's really how gaming really broke open. And you saw the Daigo Umaharas, where the Tekken world for the first time, we saw like the level of Korea. And they sent their third best over here in Tekken Tag 1. And he dominated. And we've never seen any of that shit. And that's when he's like, man, the two over there, Jangik Su and Young Park, they would dominate me. And this guy crushed us. So it really opened up, the gaming world. Early money was probably, and it wasn't much. Like MLG did some Tekken 5 stuff. CGS and DOA 4 had some money. WCG and DOA 2 had a little bit of money. And then, of course, in Tekken 6, then there was Tekken Crash, MLG with Tekken 6, CGS, and then CGI first with DOA, then CGS. Then it was the MLGs with Mortal Kombat. And then Tekken Tag 2 was in it once, and then they tried to do KOF and Soul Calibur, things like that. But in the mid 2000s, like 03 or 4, is when the concept of sponsors could start coming in. Probably 2008, even before. Who'd even debate time on my nonsense again? You know what's so funny? When I mean, like, man, if it's such nonsense, you had Chris G up here speaking like, you guys are all idiots. You guys think one way and here's the truth. And even Chris G validated what I say. Chris G talks about it. Fighting GM talks about it. You had a video that I showed Mike that talks about it. You hear about it all the time. All the time. I mean, for a scene in which we all know there's no money, we sure are promoting the money that you could make if you are in it. But the way I got caught up is, obviously I knew there was no money in it, but I was playing for respect. I was playing for the status that the FGC gave you, right? That was the currency. You're a pro player, right? Fighting GM said in our podcast, I was the first top player he ever heard of. And which I take it as a compliment because GM was in New York. So for him to be someone he heard of, he was around some gods for a very long time. The sponsorship era really, really got me. That 2007 to 2010, 2009 is when sponsors just flooded the FGC. And even to 2011 in Mortal Kombat, and Tekken players were getting sponsored. Street Fighter Evil Geniuses was like a big name at that time. They were getting Ed Marn, Ricky O, Justin Wong took him from Empire, which was huge in 2011 or 2010 when Justin Wong left Empire for EG. That was massive news. Sponsors coming in, and players started thinking they were going to live like the good life. I'm sponsored, I'll do this. Even like CGS, when they gave CGI, which gave $10,000 to a winner, which we all know is rigged. It's a different story for a different day. Swoozy will come on and deny it again. But and then we had Championship Gaming Series, in which players were paid a guaranteed salary, but that was oftentimes cut short as per their contracts. And people started to see like maybe there's a future where I could start making some salary and live a normal life playing video games for good. Fighting games, that is. And I really bought into this, and I thought, I'm a top player in the DOA era when the money started getting thrown around, and an MK9, when sponsors were coming in, and I thought, there's money on the line here, so on and so forth. But really, it's just paycheck to paycheck money. But you think like, wow, it's only going to get bigger. The opportunities are just going to become guaranteed, and it just never turns out that way. And then as far as YouTubing, the other way it gets you, the main way that the FGC gets you is they'll say, no, everybody knows now there's no money in winning. The FGC has too many ways to catch you up. But let's just talk about the blueprint that's known now. As the video pointed out, you use tournaments as a springboard to get your name known. It's not so much the money you get by placing top or winning, it's the exposure, and you use that exposure to do your own platform with YouTube and Twitch. I once thought the same way. The problem is you're not in the gaming business, you're in the entertainment business when you do YouTube and Twitch. One does not build an empire by saying, look at me play this fighting game. One builds an empire by being entertaining while one plays this fighting game. YouTube is about entertainment, not about watch me play. Entertainment. And in the world, most people aren't entertaining. Otherwise, the entertainment business would be flooding with all these famous entertainers, which it is, but it's a hard act to get into, entertainment. For me, I thought, hey, maybe I'm charismatic, maybe I'm entertaining, and I had to find out the hard way. No, most people don't find me entertaining. Most people don't find me charismatic, right? Like, I'm not entertaining for most of the FGC, right?
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, I had to find that out the hard way, and thinking like, oh yeah, I have a name that I built through 20 plus years. I can do YouTube videos, I can stream, and it just didn't work out. The money I was making through YouTubing, 4,000 or 5,000 views, which 5,000 people are a lot of people, and I'm very appreciative of that, because if you put 5,000 people on the street, it's a lot of fucking people. But it's not enough to make a living on YouTube, right? So it's kind of like I'm just not a very entertaining FGC personality. So then I had to come to a point where and I kept falling for this nonsense the FGC always does. Whenever you think, and it's my fault, I took the bait. Whenever you think that you're going to move on, they hit you with the, don't be like that guy, he's washed. And to be called that as a former all-time great player, man, that really bothers you. I'm not washed. I can still compete today, but at what cost, right? And then you go back to competing, and I did this for so many years. You can't do it now. Next game, you can't do it now. Next game, you can't do it now. And you just keep doing it because I'm not washed. I could always compete if I wanted to. But as you get older and your responsibilities become greater, and to just live and survive becomes harder when you're devoting the time it takes to become one of the best players in the world from game to game, because it's not like a sport where you learn the sport and the sport gets tweaked, but it's still ultimately the sport. Fighting games change drastically from game to game to game. And it was like, I'm at a point now where I'm either going to be washed and try to become successful, or I'm going to stay being one of the top players and live in a cardboard box. And, it was like that situation I had in 2019 really made me realize, like, what am I doing? Where I need donations and streaming money and YouTubing money just to survive. It's a shitty feeling going to a tournament and I have to place here to pay my bills. Like, it's a terrible feeling. The FGC is just bricked in so many different ways. For one, the interest of the developer and the interest of the player do not align. The pro player would love the game to be catered to as many skill sets as possible so that all their skill sets can be represented. They also would like the game to be difficult so that their time invested gives them an advantage. I've been playing this every day for 2 years, and they don't want someone who's been playing for 6 months to be able to pick it up and compete. They want their time and their knowledge to obviously be meaningful. A developer wants as many people playing a game as humanly possible. So a developer, the more I make the average player feel like they're powerful, the more games I'll sell, the better it is for me. So for one, the interest of the developer and the interest of the quote unquote pro player are not aligned. There's a huge clash with that. And we hear this all the time when people say, when you have players who are top elite players say they should do this, they should do that. People say, "Oh, you don't know modern times, bro. They're trying to be more inclusive, get more people in. They're trying to sell games. Nobody cares about you. They care about the casuals." That message is constantly repeated. So for one, the developer interest and the player interest at the top level, the developer makes no money by the player being elite and winning tournaments. The developer makes money by selling games. To sell more games, you allow more people into the club. But in order to do that, you dumb down the skill ceiling, which hurts the pro player. Also, as that one video pointed out, sponsors or networks like ratings. They want Arslan Ash versus Nee at 8 p.m. Sunday night. They don't want one of them got taken out in open bracket by who the fuck is this, right? They don't want that. The predictability of fighting games is all over the place because of, again, we talk about all the mixed mechanics and comeback mechanics. And so the predictability becomes less and less the more they're like, guess my 50-50, bro. Oh, tough shit. Better luck next time. So it's harder to predict. It's also harder to gamble on because there's less predictability. Sports, while there's always that unpredictability, it's more predictable, right? It's every week this team versus this team, right? Not this team versus the field. That's all season long. But everyone's schedule all season long. The schedule doesn't deviate. You're going to play these teams throughout the season. That schedule is set in stone. And then the playoffs, you can kind of break things down. It's if basketball, for example, football is a little more difficult than the playoffs because it's first to one. But in general, people like gambling because there are more factors that are more predictable, as it is much harder to be an elite athlete than it is to be an elite fighting game player. And fighting games don't have that. Sponsors like that. They like, my brand is going to be here 8 p.m. Sunday night, Nee versus Arslan Ash. And as that video pointed out, open bracket is the opposite of that. It's Tekken Tech 2. It's sold terribly, not casual friendly, but amongst the pros, considered one of the favorites.
Tekken Tag 2, such a sad situation.
It is. It really is. And the FGC also has problems with fighting games. Other games just have a bigger audience. The reason why fighting games, it's so hard to be a pro fighting game streamer that can make a living, is because your audience is so small. Fighting games are not similar from one to the next. Let's bring up a very popular genre, ARPGs, whether it's Diablo, PoE, Last Epoch, which is pretty much dead right now, WoW, things like that, which WoW's an MMO. But they all share similar functions, right? You can go from one to the next. And if you watch one, you understand them. So you watch one and the next one and the next one. Those games will sell on average. Like WoW can release an expansion tomorrow and it will sell in one day what every fighting game combined does in multiple years. There's just so many more people ratio-wise, from those games to this game. Your audience is so much bigger. Those games are also, the audience being bigger, you have a bigger audience to transition to YouTube, to Twitch, and things like that. If Asmongold was a fighting game streamer instead of where he started, wouldn't be doing very well if he chose a fighting game. Also, because of this, entertaining personalities that maybe could go to the FGC and be entertaining and shed some light. If you have that talent, why would you go to a fighting game where you're going to be struggling? You would go to a game where there is money in it. So you would go to like an ARPG or something like League or something like that, where if you're good, there's guaranteed salary, where you're making good money. If you're entertaining, you have an audience 10 times the size of a fighting game community.
But somebody like Asmongold, isn't he an outlier? Because who else came from World of Warcraft and did what he did?
Athene for a while was very big. Kripparrian was not big in WoW per se, but Kripparrian in Diablo 3 became big. Quinn 69 in Diablo 3 became big. Alkaiser became big.
But how big are they? Are they like 100K big?
Kripparrian is huge. Anyone in your chat will tell you Kripparrian, these guys are huge. making very good money, very excellent money off what they do, off their content. A lot of people, people. I mean, you guys got to know who Rax is. I remember when I was playing Diablo 3 before Rax ever streamed, Rax Antarax, and we'd be in this. I actually talked with him a few times in Discord back when he was first starting out, and just doing the challenge videos every week, and before he became what he was, and you couldn't do that in a fighting game. It's impossible. Basically, it's nigh impossible. And for myself, like I thought, hey, I was a top player for a long time. Even when I was still an MKX, I was the number one MKX streamer. The number one MKX streamer during the era that the game was active. From 2015 to 2017, I had the most views of anybody, the most watch time. And I thought I was entertaining. And it was very difficult for me to come to the realization that I'm just not very entertaining. Like right now, if I were to do a history,
how do you figure that?
Here's why. If Ketchup and Mustard do a history of past Mortal Kombat videos and they're wrong on most stuff, they would get a gazillion views. If I did it, I would get 5,000. And the reason is credit to them. They are more entertaining. They have mastered, and I give them so much credit for how entertaining they are. I am not entertaining. I thought I was entertaining. Oh yeah, I'll do YouTube. I'll make money. I'll this. I think a lot of players fall into that, where they think, you use fighting games, tournaments to make a name for yourself, and then you'll go to Twitch and YouTube. But there's just no money there. There's just no money there. I mean, sure, if you do that along with your day job, that's okay. But again, fighting games, you really can't make a living off of them. And the model of use tournament to make name big, use name you have to make money, not in winnings, but in YouTube and Twitch and content creation. Well, you have to be entertaining to do that. And if you're not entertaining,
can I just push back slightly on your ketchup and mustard comparison? Sure. In the Mortal Kombat sphere, aren't they like top 5 in terms of like popularity and content creators?
I would say I'm top 5 in popularity, but not in content creation. I'm just not entertaining.
No, that's not true. You're definitely entertaining. I mean, my channel's not big, and some of the streams that you've been on have been some of the biggest streams on here.
I would disagree, because the numbers just don't add up. Like if I was entertaining, then my channel would be different. But
no, your channel is the way it is because of you. That's your fault. Because the YouTube algorithm, I did
content for years, nobody cared. I mean, even when I was
doing, still cared. Of course they
very
cared. They
few.
stuck around.
My point is, it's not entertaining. It's not entertaining. I mean,
hold on. It is entertaining because the content creators that you're naming, they're like at the very top of the Mortal Kombat sphere. But there's hundreds of content creators, and you sit amongst the very top percent. Even if you're not in the ketchup and mustard, you still sit at the top.
What I mean is, I refuse to be. I feel like it was almost like a gaslight. Tom, most people would say I either am or I'm one of the top 3 to 4 most entertaining Mortal Kombat personalities. One of the most popular names in Mortal Kombat. And it just doesn't resonate when it comes to that. Like, commentating wise, who can sit there and say they're a great commentator and I'm so good that nobody wants me to commentate? I'm so entertaining that most people don't want to watch the content. It's a delusion. And I was
them not wanting you to commentate
for years.
Them not wanting to commentate is not reflective of the community, because the powers that be do a lot of stupid things. We just had Shinblade on here yesterday, and we've seen how they treated him, but that's not how people generally feel about Shinblade. When people, the thing with your channel, which is really impressive to me, is that you have been at 25 or 26K. You haven't lost subscribers, you've gained, but you always remove videos. And being on YouTube for a long time, I know the algorithm punishes channels heavily for doing that. And yet when you remove videos, if you upload, you will get minimum 5K on a topic about a game that came out before most of the people watching your video were even born. So if you weren't nuking your channel constantly, you would probably have 40K by now. Easy.
I don't really think so, because there was a time when I wasn't nuking it where it just didn't really grow. It just sat at 20 for like 5 years and never grew. And
Yeah, but that happens sometimes.
I just realized, like, hey, I just don't got it. I was like, hey, when that situation happened, I had to say, hey, man, you got to get out of your delusion. You're not entertaining enough to make it. There are some that are. You are not one of them. And
But
I just had to.
don't you think having a subscriber base of 25K and constantly pulling in 10K is still really good? Like if my channel just ended here, like if I just ended at 25K and I only had like 400 to 700 viewers max between Twitter and YouTube, and that was it, that would still be a big W. That's still better than what most people do on their channels.
I'm not
That's
saying
popular.
I'm not saying it's the same as some guy that had 5,000. But also, let me just say this, just in comparison. There's a game as this channel which I've been watching for years. The guy's name is Aaron, Action RPG. I'm sure some people know who this is. He does these Last Epoch videos, etc. When he started out, his video, I remember I had 20,000 when he had like 10, 5. And he always be like, don't be sure to support smaller channels. As the RPG games he was covering came out and grew big, now he has over 100,000 subscribers. That version of a fighting game content creator has 5,000. That version of an ARPG content creator has 100,000. It's not that much in the ARPG space, right? So my point is, though, look at the difference. So he would be like my level in ARPGs as far as subscribers. That's over 100K. In the FGC, that the equivalent level, right, would be around 20 to 25K. Just showing in general the difference in the audience sizes between a fighting game and a game not a fighting game. And in general, the model of fighting games, when it's like, hey, you would go to tournaments, make yourself known, become popular, and use the tournaments where people know your socials, know where to find you. And then you use your YouTube and use your Twitch to make yourself a known name. And then you springboard that into content creation, and then you can make money. But it doesn't work. You're not living the dream off that, man. I mean, it's just not there.
But what is the dream? What is that? Because like I have my day job, I have 2 jobs, so because I live in London, I have to do that. But if I lived in a cheaper area, maybe I wouldn't. But like I wouldn't say like I dreamt of being a YouTuber, but like what I've got going on here is pretty cool. And if it never grew beyond this, I would be happy with this. If my channel just
what I mean is being able to do
it would be happy.
like what you love full time. What I mean is like, because I think the delusion is you can be a full-time fighting game player, and because I'm going to just let you guys know, over in some areas of the world, when you start hitting mid-30s, to try to be the best player or amongst the best, that becomes really tough, because real life really hits you. People always use the Sonic Fox analogy. Sonic Fox is a perfect example of what failing upwards looks like. Not as a player, but as an investment. I feel like Sonic Fox is probably one of the worst things to ever happen to fighting games. Because if you were a legit businessman looking to sink money into a player, you're going to hear about Sonic Fox. Sonic Fox. As a player, we know what his skill is. There's no denying that. So not as a player. I'm not talking as a player. I'm talking as an investment. As a player, I believe he's made a little over 850,000 over 11 to 12 years. With tax, comes to around 55, 60,000 a year, which isn't bad money. However, when you have to be the best player in the world to make that money, it's a terrible deal compared to other things where if you're the best. That would make him like a LeBron James level player. Look at LeBron James. Look at Sonic Fox. Sponsored by Echo Fox, which is where they were making real money. I think he was making somewhere between 8 and 12,000 a month. Terrible investment. So walking loser, not as a person, a human, or a player, but as an investment, was a loser. Echo Fox was just drained of money, sponsored his friends, sponsored other players in the NRS scene. I'm not
Why
saying
was
that
he?
Sonic Fox got his friends sponsored, but they sponsored like multiple players and they closed down. They weren't making money. Sonic Fox, as their flagship face and their first face, generated zero, minus sign, just a constant minus, never in the plus. Never, never,
What's that based
never,
on, though?
never in the plus. And they go under.
Oh, what
Not
is that
making any
based
money.
on?
Huh?
What's that? What is that based
They
on?
didn't turn any profits. They were not profitable. So Rick Fox is not in business of charity. He's a businessman.
Mm.
They weren't profitable. Cut it. EG was around before Sonic Fox went to EG, but I don't really think Sonic Fox brought any big money to EG, because if he was bringing big money to EG, EG'd still be around making big money off Sonic Fox. I'm not doing it. Now there's Nike. You know, I read the Nike article again, and the secondary line was about his fighting game prowess. The first line was Nike sales down, looking for a non-binary furry to get that audience. It was more important to Nike that he was a non-binary furry than a top fighting game player. That was just like a top fighting game. Now I understand he made himself known by being top, but the reason why they were going after him was because of the demographic he represents, and they wanted to get they thought there might be some sales. And I am waiting for those sales figures to come out, and I can promise you, if they paid him anything of substance, that's going to be a loss too.
But even if it's a loss, don't you think? Because there's so many gay furries in our community, don't you think it says something about Sonic Fox that they went after him? He would have to be
Yes,
successful on some level.
yes, but it also shows that it took Sonic Fox to fail up. Arguably the most successful fighting gamer of all time has earned the privilege to be a walking loss. And if you're an investor, you say, if arguably the guy everyone points to as possibly the king of kings, if he's a walking loss, who can I make money off of?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to make an assumption, because what if
That's
he
my
does
point,
turn
right?
over a big profit?
That's my point. Everyone points to Sonic. What I want is fighting games, and I just see so many people chasing money. Here, and the FGC is also fucking stupid. Take me, for example. I was a great player in the 90s, especially the late 90s, when it was more my time. I was a good player in MK1, 2, and 3, but didn't become a name, known nationwide, King of Kings, until 4. I was still very good in my area, though. I was known as a good player, just not on the level of, oh yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Thank you, Paolo, for
Shin
the
Paulo.
$5.
I love Shin Paulo. I know him. I know his brother too, man. I love Shin Paulo, man.
Just before you go on, speaking of knowing people, who is what's his name? Who is the late night Zing? Is that a friend of yours?
No, don't know.
The guy that commented on the post saying, "Why would anyone want to watch this, Tom?"
Don't know him.
You don't know him? Okay,
No.
no, because he's followed by someone. He's followed by you, and he's
No.
followed by James MK.
No, don't know him. I mean, but I want to see fighting games work. But you have to realize I see so many people more days looking at fighting games for the money. As far as like money becomes a good incentive to play a lot of times. The NRS community is the worst of this. So let me just this. The NRS community, they are the worst. All through MK11. Oh, but the money. Oh, if you're as good as Sonic. I used to hear this all the time. If you were as good as Sonic, you could win some money. If you, I would literally say, now Foxy came on here and said he only said that to take a piss, right? But Foxy's not the only one that says that, right? So Foxy's like, I was just trolling, okay. But many people, when you say I'm done, well, if you were really that good, you could be winning some money. Look at this guy, look at that guy. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, if you look at me, for example, the FGC is so dumb. I was a great player in the 90s, the 2000s, and most of the 2010s. I got out late and it cost me big, but I learned from my mistakes. And became successful in real life as well, to a point that I'm in the 1% of all earners in the United States. The FGC says, don't be like Tom or anyone like me. Doesn't have to be me. Somebody else who got out, became successful. They're washed. Don't be like that. What's the message they're saying? You're washed. The message in the FGC should be, yes, you should play. You should play because you love it. When you're 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 25, sure. But when you start hitting the other, don't do it for money. And realize you have to get out. You have to get out. There is nothing wrong with being, quote unquote, washed. Achieve great things when you have your window. But then realize when it's time to be, I think that for the FGC to survive, the people that are in the 1% of skilled players need to transition into more of a leadership role. Like I went to a bar many times, obviously, but I'm watching an NFL game when I was a quarterback in college. I'm watching an NFL game and I'm seeing this guy sitting next to me who looks like he's been eating hot dogs and hamburgers his whole life. And this guy knows second and third level analytics. People in the bar recognizing plays. And I'm going, none of these guys ever played. How do they know so much detail? Because in sports, you take a lot of times great players who know the game and you put them at a desk when their time is done, right? And they are able to elevate the game while the younger generation plays. And the older generation elevates the game by elevating the game to the audience, helping them understand the game, helping them understand their favorite players, and their favorite players play the game. In the FGC, the players that are 1%ers have got to have more of a desk job sort of role, right? Where they can. Sonic Fox has a lot of fans. How many of them could really tell you how Sonic Fox wins? Probably none of them. They have no fucking clue what they're watching. What are his habits? What does he like to do? What are his strengths? What are his weaknesses? Oh, yeah, he won that round. How did he win? People in the FGC during a big tournament, I would say 20% or more don't even know the rules of the tournament. They just turned it on because there's a lot of viewers or was on the front page of Twitch. You know, how many times do I watch in stream chat? Is so-and-so still in? They don't even know who's in the fucking bracket still. You know, like they don't even know if their favorite player is still in the tournament. You know, and you see this a lot, Mike. Is so-and-so still in? Or blah, blah, blah. You see this a lot in stream chats. The fans of fighting games don't even know much about their favorite players, don't know much about the storylines. The FGC is filled with commentators who do this. What? Right? I was watching an MK11 tournament, and one of the commentators said, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, each stage has 2 corners.
What?
Yeah, that was the okay. Like we didn't know that? The FGC, there has to be a certain point in which we all help each other. For one, the 1% need to stop fighting, and it's too combative. We're all talking about whose game sucks, whose game is trash, whose wins don't count. What do you? The FGC spends. The reality is the real world. Let me tell you the truth about the FGC. We need to be a brotherhood.
No, that ain't
The
gonna happen.
real world looks at us like the biggest losers to ever live. We deserve, and just as a gamer, we deserve nothing. And then in the FGC, we double down and say how each other deserves nothing because our games don't count. What we did doesn't count. Who plays your game? Who plays your game? Who plays all this dumb shit? There has to come a time you achieve great things and then you leave. And then you move on to what you're doing in real life, but you can become an ambassador for the game, for the community, a commentator, a more of a behind the scenes desk job sort of thing. As no longer a competitor, studios, can bring you in as a tester or a consultant, as someone who no longer has a vested interest in competing to win. So there's no unfair advantage to be gained. You can sign whatever contract or whatever waiver that leaves you, excludes you from competition. There are all kind of things that the FGC could do, but they don't. Instead, it's constant conflict. And then for those who try to move on and become successful in real life, who achieve great things, they say, don't be like that. The reality is, if you look at me, I made all the mistakes. I'm not perfect. And I'm not saying forgive me at all, but I was a person who was a great player, who stayed in too long, who bought into the fact that maybe I could make a living off of it, got out late, but still got out and became extremely successful. That should be everybody's model. Get in, use your talent during your window, make the most of it, know when to get out. If you want to stay in, become more of a community kind of role, play for fun, and become successful in real life and guide younger generations to do the same so that they can, not struggle in the real world when their time is done in the FGC. And make no mistake, everyone's time eventually comes up in the FGC as a player. It doesn't
Have
mean
you
things like
have
that.
you heard PL's take on this? Because
No.
PL has a completely opposite take to you. He actually did a video that I want you to watch. It's only 4 minutes long, so we can kind of watch the whole thing and then
Sure.
get your reaction to it. He has a different take completely to you, and I do feel like in the video, I think it was really well put together, but it sounds like he might be referencing you or some of your talking points. So maybe like we'll play it. I'll play the whole thing if you like want to like
Sure.
make mental notes and then go over points.
Good. Yeah.
I'll just read out some of the super chats that came in. Shadow Dragon, thank you for the $5. Thomas Wright, Eris went from competitor, commentator to variety streamer, not being strictly for fighting games, blew his channel up, and he's very entertaining. Yeah, I'm not against what Tom is saying at all, because like you'll see on my channel as well, every now and then I'll do other things. And my podcasts are they're not, what I stream is not normally what you would see on a fighting game channel. So I understand, I understand fighting games are a niche. And even though I'm doing this for fun, I'm having a great time doing it. I can definitely see how people would probably just tune out if all I did was stream ranked all day. I can't imagine that would be the most fun thing to watch. It works for some people, but I think those people are like super skilled at the game. Maybe like Arslan can stream Tekken all day and people wouldn't care. But I think you do have to branch out a little bit. So I don't disagree with Tom. And Deadly Rave Neo, thank you for the $5. I play because I love this shit. Yeah, I think that's the right mentality.
That is the right mentality. But where do you stand on you do hear this a lot. Somebody's washed. Shouldn't someone who achieves great things in the fighting game space and then knows when to get out and then become successful in real life, shouldn't that be the model as opposed to don't be like that?
I think people that just say washed a lot of the time that comes from Twitter. You can't really take it too seriously. It's just which notable player or content creator has called you washed?
All of them.
Give me 5 names of people that have actually typed out to you or said to you on the phone or to your face that you are washed.
Foxy Grandpa, Diddle, Sonic Fox. I mean, name it, man. And Foxy does it just in joke, and so does Diddle, But there are many people that take that's, they're gross, DR gross, washed, etc. You know, like I said, Foxy and Ditto, they're actually friends, so it's all in jokes, you know, but there are a few. It is, I think the FGC needs mentors. What the FGC doesn't have is how to set yourself up to success while you're playing fighting games. How can you play a fighting game, know when to get out, and when you get out, how can you set yourself up to be successful? You know, they say, "Oh, why are you leaving, putting real world in shit?" The FGC doesn't realize they think they're a bubble exempt from real life. You don't bring real life into fighting games, right? Real life brings itself into fighting games.
Oh, I thought you were gonna. I thought you were gonna. I thought you were still
No, I mean
talking.
it brings itself into fighting games. I mean, like you hear Scar talk about it now. Everyone that has gotten older has changed their tune. The way many of them talked in their 20s and teens is not how they talk in their 30s anymore.
Yeah. Well, with age comes wisdom, and I think with most things, like you realize things as you get older. I realized it a long time ago because I was fortunate enough to grow up in the arcade scene, but be much younger than a lot of the guys that were in the arcade scene. So I already saw what some of them were going through, and I kind of knew that this was just for fun. Fighting games weren't like League or World of Warcraft or whatever we had back then. Like, I think people were playing RuneScape or something. I can't remember what it was, but I always knew fighting games were just for fun. I think some of them are some people can be naive, and I do think people from your age didn't have the internet like we do now. We didn't have Twitter. You didn't have all the
Nope.
information that we have now. So I think most people nowadays know that you shouldn't put all of your eggs in this basket. I would like to
I
think
think the
anyway.
1% don't always. I think the 1%, the real 1% of super talented players, I think they still get caught up.
That's like the competitive edge, though, right? They just don't want to. They don't want to put it down because
Yeah,
they're
I
super
believe in
competitive.
myself. I know I could make it. Yes, I believe in you too. I believe you could be one of the best players in the world, but you're going to be starving. And
Well,
even in
let's.
Street Fighter, so they say, "Oh, and the next thing is, well, Street Fighter, you win $1 million." Well, we all know you really win somewhere around 600,000, 630,000, something like that, because
Hmm.
taxes, you know. So we all know that. Is that life-changing money? Sure. But what do people on the FGC do? Reinvest it into their fighting game career. 10 years later, that money's going to be gone,
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
right? Um, and is 600,000 enough? How old is Mena RD?
I think he's either in his late 20s or early 30s, right?
If
I
he
don't know.
doesn't know what to do with money or how money works, is 600,000 enough to make him last from 20 until death?
I mean, you can use your money to make money. So if he's smart with it, then yeah. But the
Is he
600K on its
buying is he
own,
buying land? Is he investing in a Roth or a Vanguard IRA? Does he even know what those are? Probably not. I'm not saying he doesn't, right? Also, a good thing that one video pointed out is, and I've always said this, the pay is so off. If you are the best player in the world, 364 days out of the year, you're a little above a McDonald's worker. If you are the best player in the world one day of the year, and it happens to be the finals day of the Pro Series, you made money. You have
hmm.
one shot, one day, one. You can only make money in fighting games one day a year. One. If you are the best any other day but that one day, it's a loss. The payout is so different. You go from $10,000 to $1 million. You can't win. You can't live like that. The
Hmm.
payouts are so different. And eventually, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Eventually, developers and Saudis and everyone else, they're going to say, I'm tired of giving millions of dollars and not making money off of it. Eventually, people are going to realize they don't have to put that money in.
Well, you
It's
think the
not
Saudi
going to
money is
last
going to dry
forever.
up?
It always does. The money always does. It's not going to last. Nobody operates at a loss forever.
Do you think if the Saudis pull out of the FGC, people will be clamoring for them to come back?
I think a few will, yes, but there'll always be somebody else, but eventually fighting games, why, if they're so good, why are there no TV deals? NRS games tried that. Horrible. They did horrible. I think one of their shows is one of the worst rated ever. Maybe an Injustice 2 on TBS. One of the worst. You see, again, the business model doesn't work. You see, a TV station looks at how much money the fighting game has sold and says, aha, money to be made here. See, the developer makes money by selling copies. They can put some money in because it's called reinvesting some of their profits. Television studio makes money off airtime. How much can I sell the airtime for, right? You can't sell the airtime for shit on an NRS game, right? You can't sell any fighting game airtime for shit. It's a loss. Fighting games have proven to be a losing commodity.
Do you think that there would be, because obviously Netflix has Warner Brothers library now, do you think that there's any way that Mortal Kombat's tournaments can be integrated into streaming on Netflix, like the way they were doing the TV shows?
They can, but nobody would care.
You don't think they'd be more successful on Netflix? I think Mortal Kombat could. It's a big enough name. If they restore some of the glory to it with a good game, and that Mortal Kombat 2 doesn't suck,
it's a big if.
They kind of have to at this point. This is like, people are kind of like dying for them to release something good.
Oh, hold on. I gotta answer this call. I don't know that MK will ever be back.
No, we can't give up hope. We can't give up on MK. Surely not. Let me see if I missed anything. Yeah, so cheers for the super chats, guys. Appreciate you all. I was trying to not interrupt Tom, so I was putting them on the screen. 25 tomorrow. What's the mo? Congratulations, bro. Happy birthday. Big level up day. Netflix can put out a tournament made in their studios. Yeah, they can. MK's not done. MK's not done. And this is coming from the guy that made an abundance of MK is shit right now videos. MK is not done, I promise you. There's a couple of things that need to go right. The Mortal Kombat 2 film, if it comes out in like general pop culture, Mortal Kombat will be somewhat restored, right? Because YouTubers are going to be making money videos on it, and if they put out good reviews, then that will restore. People will be like, okay, MK, it was good. And then at some point we'll get an announcement for another MK game. We're never not going to see MK again. I think what could benefit Mortal Kombat a lot, hear me out here, I think what could benefit them a lot is if some of their characters appear as guests in other games. So you know how Mortal Kombat is in Fortnite right now? I think that was probably a good move, especially because they used the classic costumes as well. I think if they have a guest character, like a Mortal Kombat guest character, in another fighting game, that could be pretty good. I think that might be a cool idea. Imagine a new Soul Calibur game and the guest character is Scorpion. Oh, that would be so sick. Scorpion for Tekken. Let's not be silly now. Scorpion has a sword. Let's put him in Soul Calibur, not Tekken. If we put him in Tekken, then we have to take away his sword. As long as he does hand to hand. Is Halo dead? I don't know. I don't follow Halo. I've never really been into Halo. I was more into Gears of War, up till 3 anyway. I'm not a big fan of 4 or 5. But I don't think MK is dead. Not by a long shot. Also, I just want to let you guys know. I wanted to say thank you yesterday for showing up for Shinblade, because I think he needed that. I think what he's gone through is pretty disastrous, and you guys don't even know everything yet. That's why when the stream started, I said to Shinblade, why don't you kind of direct the stream, because I don't want to say something that we can't talk about right now. And there's still that situation is not over by a long shot. But I appreciate you guys showing up for Shinblade, because he definitely needed that shit. It's a 10-hour stream if you haven't seen it, though. So if you've got a long day's work, you can pop it on in the background. I sold my copy of Tekken 8. Bims, why? Why? We're gonna do a mod beef set stream tomorrow. All the mods are gonna beef each other. We're gonna do like a beef set tournament stream. And you sold your copy. Buy it back, man. Buy it back. Also, I'm gonna do a giveaway soon. But one thing I'm gonna do on the giveaway is I'm gonna turn subscriber mode only on for the chat for the giveaways, because someone told me the other day, you know, that you could be doing a giveaway to someone that just hates your guts. And I was like, oh shit, you didn't even think about that. Like, you guys come here all the time, and if I give away a prize to somebody that hates all of us, we kind of look like a bunch of jokers. So I'll be doing a giveaway stream soon. I'll let you guys know what the giveaway is, and yeah, I'll turn subscriber mode only on. So it's definitely someone that's. I think I'll turn it on so they've been subscribed for like a week or so. I'm asked at Tekken, but let's go. Yeah, we're gonna do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. Also, has anyone seen Lexi? Has anyone heard from Lexi? I haven't. She hasn't been in any of the streams recently. I hope she's all right. Last I heard from her was around New Year's, or Jehooty for that matter. Do I feel cooked or well rested? I'm all right. Like, I got 3 hours sleep. I worked out a little bit. I went to work. Put out a video today. I halfway recorded another one. Then we're doing the stream now. I'm just trying to stay productive. I ain't got work tomorrow, so I can have a nice lay-in. So yeah, I'm all right. I'm okay. Like, I slept 3 hours. I can survive with 3 hours. We need Katana Prime. I messaged him. I'll keep you guys posted. I'll let you know if anything's going on. Can we postpone it? Not all of us are available. Yeah, okay. We can postpone it. You should sleep more. Yeah, I should, but Shinblade's situation had to be spoken about. So it's fine. Like, I'm all right. My diet's very, very clean right now, so I do feel very energetic. So you guys saw me drinking that vegetable drink on stream. It gives you a lot of energy. It's like steroids, basically. I'll sleep in tomorrow. After the stream, I'm gonna jump straight into bed. I won't put on bleach. I'll just jump in bed, have a good night's sleep. Oh, I watched the ending of Stranger Things, by the way. Oh my god, I don't know what those people were smoking when they wrote that script. I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it, but my god, no consistency whatsoever. No consistency. Like, I was talking to my sisters and my mum about it and my girlfriend, and I was just like, who wrote this? They were like, what's the problem? Why are you complaining? So I said to them, explain that, explain that, explain that. They just looked at me smiling. I was like, this was literally written by people that were drunk. Literally drunk. No consistency whatsoever. Now, did I enjoy it? Yeah, I halfway enjoyed it. The writing was shit, but I've watched it for 10 years. It wasn't Game of Thrones level bad, but it wasn't good either. It wasn't good. Like, there's just, and this isn't a spoiler because this has happened in all the seasons apart from season 1. Do you guys remember? Correct me if I'm wrong. When they went into the Upside Down, they wore hazmat suits, right? The first time they went in there, they're like, oh, you can't breathe in the Upside Down. You can't breathe in the Upside Down. They just walk into the Upside Down now. No hazmat suits. Did I miss something? Then the Demigorgons piss me off every season, because every season when you see a Demigorgon and there's an NPC, that NPC is getting their face ripped off. That NPC is getting their face ripped off. The Demigorgon don't blink. If it sees a military man, he's tearing their head off. But it's a main character. The Demigorgon's there like really menacingly. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Kill them. Kill someone. I can't be invested in a show that goes on for a very, very long time and they don't kill any of the main characters when there's a big group. Come on, man. What are we doing? At least Welcome to Derry had some balls. And they did some shit in that show where you're like, damn, didn't think they were going to do that. But It's always had balls, man. They ain't got no problem with offing anybody. Episode 9 tomorrow? Of what? Episode 9 of what? Stranger Things. Don't piss me off, bro. Don't piss me off. That episode was 2 hours. 2 hours. of nonsense. I couldn't believe it. Speaking of no stakes Dragon Ball, listen, don't invoke Dragon Ball's name. Am I planning on watching the spin-offs? No. If an ending of a mainline TV show does not satisfy me, I will not watch the spin-off. So like Game of Thrones, I thought the ending was shit. I invested so much time into that show, just like you guys. The ending was garbage. All of these, my brothers and my sisters and everyone was like, "Oh, watch House of Dragon. It's so good. It's so good." I said, "No, absolutely not. I'm not watching House of Dragon. No chance in hell. I don't care how good it is. You ain't gonna make me watch this show for X amount of years and then what? Now I gotta watch House of Dragon as well? No, fuck off. Absolutely not.
All right. You said you got PL's video, right?
Yeah, so I wanted you to watch PL's video because he has a very different take. So it's 5 minutes long. So I figured we just let the whole thing play. If you want to like take notes or take mental notes and then respond to whatever parts afterwards, yeah?
Sure.
All right, cool.
Before anything else, I want to be clear about where I'm speaking from. I'm not commenting on a scene I've left behind. I'm not observing from the sidelines. I'm still involved in the space in multiple ways, whether that's competing, organizing when necessary, creating content, teaching, mentoring, and writing. That involvement matters because what follows is nostalgia or theory. It's perspective shaped by continued participation across different eras and roles. There's a recurring issue I keep seeing, and it deserves a more honest framing. Fighting games were never a promise of stability or security at any point in their history, and what was offered was competition. Rules, events, and prize pools made available to anyone willing to participate. Nothing beyond that was guaranteed or implied. Choices like leaving jobs, ignoring the responsibilities, or tying personal stability to competitive outcomes were always individual decisions. No one was instructed to structure their life that way. When those decisions didn't lead to the outcome someone hoped for, responsibility often shifted outward. The narrative changed from choice to portrayal, even though the terms never change. That shift doesn't alter reality, it just reframes disappointment. The conversation becomes even less grounded when the past is selectively reinterpreted. Some of the loudest voices insisting that there was never money were once deeply invested themselves. They funded events, supported players, added prize pools, and spent freely. People don't commit time and resources to something they believe has no value. What changed wasn't the past itself, but how it started being described later. Another pattern appears when discomfort is repackaged as insight. Games get dismissed when familiar habits stop working. Systems are labeled broken when long-standing comfort zones shrink. Competition is called unhealthy when it no longer rewards the same approaches indefinitely. That isn't analysis, it's resistance to change. This is where clarity matters. Styles didn't stop working. Zoning, defense, control, and methodical play are still viable. What changes is the expectation placed on the player. Modern systems compress decisions and expose stagnation more quickly. Relying on a single layer is no longer enough. Defensive players need better transitions. Control-oriented players need sharper confirms. Reactive players need faster adaptation. The issue was never the style itself. The issue was staying static while the environment moved forward. Choosing to not engage with that evolution is a valid personal decision. Stepping away is allowed, but opting out doesn't invalidate the system, and leaving competition doesn't mean competition failed. Those are separate things. Another distinction that often gets blurred is the difference between proximity and participation. Talking about games, discussing theory, and critiquing design are all relatively easy, but performing under pressure is not. Being near competition isn't the same as being accountable to it. When active participation stops, but narrative authority remains, perspective naturally drifts. Over time, that drift affects how the scene is described and understood. There's also a modern content ecosystem built around visibility loops, recurring appearances, shared platforms, and constant reactions to others' takes. Content creation isn't the problem. Building an audience is real work. The issue shows up when commentary replaces accountability and comfort replaces challenge. At that point, personal outcomes get reframed as systemic failure, and newer players absorb a distorted picture of what's actually happening. What often gets lost in all this is simple truth. Loving fighting games never required destroying your life. Competing never required abandoning responsibility. Legitimacy was never tied to recklessness. People have always balanced competition with real-world obligations. The idea that instability was a prerequisite came later, usually as a justification after the fact. I've stayed involved by adapting, not by clinging to old habits, but by adjusting to new systems and taking responsibility for my choices. The goal was never stubbornness. It was completeness. That's the difference between commenting on competition and living inside it. The fighting game community never promised anyone a future. It offered competition. What each person built on top of that has always been shaped by their decisions, their balance, and their willingness to evolve.
So that's in like direct conflict with what you're saying. So what's your feelings on that? Oh, you're muted.
First of all, I want to compliment PL. That was very well thought out, and PL's got a lot of experience in the FGC, and just someone that I have so much love and respect for. He's like family, and you know, I agree with a lot of it, even though it seems like it's in contradiction to what I'm saying. I agree with a lot of it because, so for one, he's right. The FGC itself never promised you anything. It's your decision. You chose your own path. But while it doesn't promise it, it promotes it. And I guess it's easy to mistake a promotion for a promise. Promotes the opportunity to change your life. But you always have the choice, right? PL's like, he's right. You know, the choice is always yours. And you know this, Mike, I've always put responsibility on me for making that choice. You know, nobody forced me to do X, Y, Z. Nobody can make you do anything. You always have the choice in how you respond and your own decisions. That being said, it does promote those opportunities, obviously, because they want their events to be big. The FGC is a money-making machine. The problem is it's always the players not making the money. It's still built, the players are the consumers. You know what I'm saying? It's built to take money from players but not give it back. It's built on free labor. We all know Evo. Hey, players pay for everything. They come out to the stadium. We charge money to watch players. Players make nothing. We make everything. That's their business model. The FGC is built that way. But it is about love. You play the game for that reason and for that reason only, and no one promises you anything other than a chance to compete at the highest level. No one promises you a career. No one promises you money. No one promises you fame. Just a chance to compete at the highest level. That's the only promise that has ever been there. And PL is right. That is the only promise. However, let's not lie that there are people, sponsors, etc., and GM has talked about this over the years, that come to players behind the scenes and try to pour honey in their ear. Because if people feel like there's a player they can find a way to monetize for their own gain, they'll do so, right? We all know that. Or you have players that'll be like, oh, you know, make it. The movie star feel that you have within a small world can be intoxicating for players. And you know, I'm sure, Mike, you know players that love the ego boost they get from being a known player in the scene. You know, they're liked, they're accepted, they're known, they're somebody. Literally, I was just at work the other day finishing a project on the woman's home, and the Amazon driver came up and he goes, hold on, are you Tom Brady? Do you play Mortal Kombat? We've all had those moments in real life, right? We've all had them, you know, and the ones that have been big enough to be seen on stream and on YouTube. And it's that ego boost that makes it tough to walk away. And then when you love that ego boost, it's not hard to talk you into staying, you know, because ultimately, of course, I want to play. I want to compete. I want to play. I want to go to tournaments. I love fighting games. And I want to be able to do that for a living, but I can't. But because I want to, it's not hard for someone to convince me that maybe I can, right? Or to kind of give me a different outlook. But PL is right in that the FGC's only one true promise is to compete at the highest level. Now, where I disagree with him is on the evolution. Well, you know what? I don't even disagree. He's right on that as well. Fighting games change. The problem is the FGC has not grown up. There is nothing wrong with preference, but the FGC often demonizes it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm old. Modern fighting games, they're not my cup of tea anymore. They're not what I fell in love with. And there's nothing wrong with that. They were what I loved for over 25 years. But this, I don't like it. They throw out terms like, oh, can't compete anymore. Things like that are naturally, if you were ever a top player, is going to get your competitive goat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The FGC is unaccepting of the fact that things change. Preferences change. Fighting games, you have to love to be top. The minute you start playing for money and you lose the love, your career is over. You're not going to win anything. You have to love it. And I think when people stop loving it, they are demonized in the FGC, which makes them feel like I did, well, I can come back and still win anytime. Or you could win, and I don't love it anymore. And we talk about the real life implications. Well, if you were near Arslan Ash, you'd be making some money. Lie. They're not making any money. I mean, they're not making any money.
You don't think Austin Ash is making money?
No.
Oh, 1 second, Tom. Spank Monkey, can you chill, bro? Chill out.
I never spoke to Arslan Ash. I've always had a lot of respect for him. As a defensive player myself, I've always admired how his Tekken got more and more offensive. He still found a way to win with defense. And I've always looked up to that. And no, man. I think he does okay for the age he's at. But
isn't he sponsored by Red Bull? Isn't Red Bull's one of the bigger sponsors?
And that's saying a lot because he's probably not getting paid is Arslan Ash paid what he's worth?
I mean, how much is a Tekken player worth?
How much is a fighting game player worth? That's the problem.
Well, I think there's a big discrepancy. Like, there's a difference between a Street Fighter player and a Tekken player, right?
You can't merchandise anybody. How do you... Okay, if I were to say to anybody, what is the model to make money off a fighting game player?
Didn't they merchandise? Didn't they use Sonic Fox on merchandise?
And how much? What are the numbers?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
I want to look it up. I'm going to look it up right now. How much?
You could definitely market. I mean, look at Tokido and Daigo. Look, their channels are insane in Japan. Their Street Fighter channels are getting bigger numbers than Maximilian.
Limited. They had limited edition plushies too. Oh, I would say that it applies to Prairie and Interest and is probably not big enough to make big money off of. I just don't think. Now you can monetize Sonic Fox to a certain demographic, but that has nothing. I mean, that demographic loves him not because of his skill. They love him for other reasons.
But that does still make him marketable, though.
What is the business model to make money off a fighting game player? If I say, how do you make money off an NBA player? And somebody says, well, Michael Jordan. I didn't say, how do you make money off Michael Jordan? I said, how do you make money off an NBA player? How many of them are going to sell shoes like Michael Jordan? None of them. How do you monetize a fighting game player?
Wouldn't that put Sonic Fox, and I'm not saying he's in the same tier as Michael Jordan, but he's one of our outliers where Michael Jordan can sell shoes, but maybe the next player can't. Sonic Fox can sell, I don't know, jumpers or whatever Nike's doing, but the other player can't.
I don't think Sonic. I mean, I honestly don't think Sonic Fox is going to sell many Nikes. Honestly, here's my real thought. When Sonic Fox can no longer win and he's older and loses his power, we're really going to see, I think he's going to hurt into his 50s and 60s and 70s. I think, and when he loses his power and can no longer win and he can't just shut people down anymore, I think a lot of people are going to come from him. He's made a lot of enemies with his political takes. And when his power is gone, there was a line in a book called Playing to Win by David Serlin that said, be careful what you do when you have the power, because one day you will no longer have it. And how you talk and treat people, they will come for you and you won't have that power anymore. And we all, like, everyone has haters. I would say Sonic Fox has a lot of fans, but he probably has more enemies than anyone in FGC history.
Do you reckon?
And when he can no longer win,
you sure?
Bro, you don't go on and say, yeah, because
Arturo, like, I know Arturo's on
Sonic Fox has a bigger reach than Arturo.
Yeah, I suppose.
He has enemies even outside of the FGC.
Do you think Sonic Fox has more haters than LTG? Because he's kind of transcended the FGC. I would say more so than Sonic Fox.
I think Sonic Fox doesn't have haters. He has enemies. There's a big difference.
I think LTG's got enemies.
I think Sonic has enemies who he doesn't know exist right now. Who obviously there are those people that are just, I don't agree with how they are. I don't care how somebody lives their life. I believe you have, it's your life. You have to live it. Live however you see fit. I'm not one of those people that disagrees with that. However, there are those that do. There are those that disagree with his political takes. There are many people who behind the scenes have said to me, if somebody else, not in what they consider to be a protective community, were to go on a televised show and say, Republicans hate you, they would be buried and never see another opportunity as long as they live. So I believe a lot of people feel this way about Sonic, whether it's true or in their head, they believe it. He has a lot of enemies who are just waiting for his time to be up.
What do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to Twitter dogpile him?
I think when Sonic Fox is done winning, I hope he makes as much money as he does. I want to see Sonic. If someone like any fighting game player, I hope Sonic Fox makes Nike millions of dollars, because we just need one to prove it's possible and open the door for the rest. You know, once one breaks through and becomes profitable, there's always another. But Sonic has the best chance of opening the door. But I don't know how well that will go. I think he's made a lot of enemies. And when he can't win anymore, I think a lot of the opportunity will be gone.
Well, did you...
Maybe that's how it is for all fighting. I think for all fighting game players, that might be how it is. Fighting game players doesn't have a legacy position where fighting games also, the tournaments are... The amount of C4s in the world are few and far between that are outstanding commentators, knowledgeable, and can articulate themselves to the casual audience and help the casual audience understand what's going on so that they know what most people casually watching a tournament can't anticipate move to move, right? If they could, they'd be high-level players, right? I mean, so most people have a hard time following their favorite players' strengths, weaknesses, what to expect next, when they like to poke with what, when they like to jump, so a guy like C4 is an outstanding commentator because he builds that anticipation and allows the audience to get into the fight. Very few commentators do that. And the FGC knows that there's enough commentators who will do it for peanuts, that why did I have to pay the good ones? So I think the FGC is just, I don't think, and I look at sales. Tekken 4 sold 4 million copies. What is Tekken 8 sold?
About the same.
Mortal Kombat 11 is an outlier in fighting game sales. I think we can agree with that. 15 million, that doesn't happen.
So is MKX and Tekken 7.
MKX has 10 million. What was Tekken 7?
It's MKX 10 million. I thought it was 12. MKX is
Might be
12.
12.
Tekken,
I think it's 11. I think it's 11.
Tekken 7 was 10 million, I think.
10 million.
Or was it 12?
So, but they're kind of regressing now.
Yeah. Well, we're in a weird place with fighting games right now. Do you know what happened with fighting games? It felt like they hit this sweet spot and they tried to push it a little bit, and they pushed it a bit too far. We need to go back a little bit now.
Who are fighting games made for?
I think fighting games are made for, well, they were historically they were made for like hyper competitive people. I don't think they were made with casual players in mind, which I think hurt them back in the day.
Do you know why they weren't made with casual players in mind?
Because it destroys the competitive integrity.
Because the original fighting games were released where?
Japan.
In the arcade. Nobody's going to put, they all know casuals are not going to go to the mall or wherever and dump $100 every day into the machines, right? Who's going to do that? The hyper competitive players. So they made the games for those type of players. Those games were broken. What do high level players like? They like overpowered mechanics that they can abuse on each other, but casuals can't use on them because the mechanics are so powerful, they'll destroy them. A high level player doesn't mind a powerful mechanic that they can abuse on each other, as long as people below them can't abuse it on them because they abuse the person below them. That's what arcade games are built for. Those people who wanted to be rewarded for putting their money in the machine. If a person could play for a month and beat someone who's played for 2 years, what's the point of putting your money in the machine for 2 years?
Yeah, 100%.
So they were built differently. As the console era started, then it was like, well, now that people no longer have to pay for their games, now we have access to an audience we didn't have before on a day-to-day basis. Because back then, the game was out in the arcade for 1 or 2 years before it went to the console. And most console players weren't fighting game players. You know, this back in the era of Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog. So you didn't have online play. Even if you got into a fighting game, how many friends did you realistically have that were going to play and grind with you, right? The real truth is, I don't think developers know what to do with games. I think gaming has changed because of technology and how information spreads, and we are in an instant gratification era because of technology. And I don't think developers know what to do. You know, I still am friends with a lot of big time ARPG streamers. And I was in Discord with them one day a couple of weeks ago, and I heard them talking, and I said, you guys sound like high-level fighting game players do about new players. Whereas in the old days, say Diablo 2, I'm sure even you've heard of Diablo. One of the most popular games in the history of Earth, Diablo 2. Back in that era, when old people like myself were around, you loved a long grinding leveling process, a grinding loot hunt. Even though you could demolish the game without the best loot in the game, why would you grind for it? Because you wanted it. You didn't have Netflix and YouTube and all these things vying for your attention. One, so a game could have a longer loot hunt, a longer story, a longer leveling process because all you had was cable TV, right? You didn't have everything vying for your attention now. The world was not at your fingertips. Cell phones weren't even common. You know what I mean? You didn't have all the luxuries we have today. So you didn't have as much vying for your attention. However, and like say a new ARPG, a newer player might say, well, I want a good story, but I want to be able to skip parts of it so I can get right to leveling, to the end game. And then I want leveling to not be too long because I want to be able to skip to the end where I'm the highest level. Now I can really get into the end game stuff. And I want to get loot to get the best gear. I want to get the most godlike build in the game, but I want it to be a little bit of time, but not that much time. And they want to speed through so many things that used to make those games great that people used to love when they were longer. And then developers allow them to speed to the end. And then they say, oh, this is boring. Now, when's the next content coming out? Developers don't know what to do. Fighting games are very similar. People want to be able to get into a fighting game and pick it up. They want some learning curve, but not one too difficult. But the easier it is, you let it to get it. The only way to make fighting games easier is to make offense easier. How do I hit somebody? Overhead or low? Well, what if they can avoid it? Okay, now they can't back up. Now they're stuck standing there. Now they just have to guess a 50-50, right? But that allows you to speed to the end. You know what I mean? It significantly lowers the skill ceiling. What's the answer? Make the skill ceiling really high. Developers are going to feel the hurt in sales. Make the skill ceiling really low. The competitive scene is on fire.
I think developers need to. I think fighting games have gotten to the point where you can't decrease the ceiling too much, otherwise you hurt the fighting games at their core, and you can't increase it too much because it will turn people away because of the one-on-one nature. I think they've got I think 2xKO is doing something smart. I don't know if it's going to land with 2xKO, but team elements in games always help to push them. And I think having team elements in a fighting game might help. I don't know how they're going to go about it because I don't know how you successfully pull off a team game, because they tried it in Tag 2. And we had a tournament here in the UK where you had to have like an actual live body next to you so that you could tag in and tag out. And it was a lot of fun, but it didn't stick. I don't know how fighting games are going to evolve to get to the point where they're able to have a new element added to them without severely dumbing the game down. What's going on, C4?
Hey, C4, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm all good, bro. How's it going?
I'm going well, man.
Yeah, sorry, I tried lurking, so I've probably missed a lot.
No worries, all right, man. No worries, man. Always good to have you on, man. I told Mike, I was like, C4 is such a skilled debater, man. I always love when he's on.
Yeah, I've watched way too many debates. Way too many debates. I've tried to pick some stuff up. It's mostly for fighting games, though. Just when people talk about tier lists and who's the strongest character, I don't like doing it off the feels. I like stats and numbers and stuff. So yeah, debating's kind of something I'm into.
Tier list is such an interesting thing because obviously the strongest characters are not subjective. It's factual who the strongest characters are. But in what order they go should be based on data, right? It should be based on take all the matchups, add the scores, right? Sometimes people, when you look at a character's tools, sometimes you can overrate how powerful they may be in certain situations. When you do character by character, then you really see whose tools are more powerful across the board, I think. But matchups take a lot of time, and most people don't like getting into them in fighting games, which is why you see so many lopsided tier lists.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's funny you say that. This might come. I might be able to go back into the topic of making money. Mike, can I share you my screen?
You should be able to. There should be an option for you to do it down there.
Right. Let me show you.
Like, you don't think developers are a little confused though? Like, I think the era of instant gratification and so many things vying for our attention have made people want to rush to the end way too much. And I think developers don't know. They want to make it a little easier, but they don't know what to do. If I make it easier, these people don't like it, but these people keep the game going. And fighting games are not made for casuals. People always say, well, the casuals sell. The casuals are responsible for the sales, but a fighting game is not a casual game. So to appease the casuals, I feel like fighting games appeasing to the casuals say, let's allow fighting games to have a burst 3 to 6 month sales window. And then we'll do our best to fix it for the rest of the game's life for the players that stick around, the actual, real like competitive players. But sometimes the systems are so user friendly, there's only so much you can do, right? Once you have the systems in place, how many times can you overhaul them?
Yeah. I don't know if my fighting games are in a really, really strange place right now. I'm not where you are, where you've completely fallen out of love with fighting games and like where they are, but I could definitely like. It's especially painful with Tekken, like seeing the road Tekken is going down. And I haven't played Tekken now since we did the last Shambolic Showdown, which I think was like 3 weeks ago. It's weird for me to go a whole week not playing Tekken. And this is the first Tekken game ever since Tekken 1 where the game has come out. And unless I'm like on holiday or I've got a lot of work to do, if I have free time and I have to play, I'm going to play a game, it was always going to be Yakuza or Tekken. Those are my go-to games. And for the first time since Tekken's ever been out, I've looked at it and be like, I don't want to turn it on. And that it makes me wonder, like, what is season 3 going to become? Like, am I actually just going to shut down Tekken for good? I don't think I'm completely out of my love for fighting games, but it's not what it used to be. Like, I don't play Street Fighter anymore. I used to play Street Fighter 4 religiously. I don't play Soul Calibur anymore. I used to play Soul Calibur religiously. I don't play Tekken as much anymore. I don't play Mortal Kombat at all.
I still play games. Like I play Last Epoch quite a bit. I would stream for people, but I'm like, I know I have a very low entertainment value. So I'm like, why am I going to?
See, you hear this. He's saying that he's not entertaining.
My personal opinion, I feel like the data shows me I'm not. And I'm not so arrogant where I'm like, going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm not.
You can go by the numbers though.
Yeah, I go by the numbers.
You can stream a dead game and get more than 100 people watching.
But there are some times like I want to stream. I don't know that I can.
Tom, you literally streamed Dead the Alliance in training mode, and you had 400 people watching.
That was an anomaly.
I can stream current games and not get anywhere near that.
That was an anomaly. I honestly feel like, but again, I always look at the YouTube thing. Like, I look at those that are entertaining and those that are not. And when I see those that are entertaining, again, I can talk about the real history from a first-hand account and get 3,000 to 5,000. Other people just make shit up out of the air and they get 50 to 100,000. And I say those people are entertaining. That's entertainment. Those are that is real entertainment. I'm entertained by it. And I say I'm just not on their I'm just not on that level of as an entertainer.
I'm going to show you something to prove you wrong. Hold on.
You got some numbers?
Yeah, I do. Let's see if I can
look at my history of MK Daily Alliance video and look at Ketchup and Mustards. Look at that count. I mean,
but hold on. Let me just switch the screens out quickly.
I mean, come on, man.
This is like my channel is very small, right? I'm just shy of 25K. Whenever Tom appears on forget the videos. Like the videos do good as well. 7.1 is good. 11K. 11K. Almost 7 on this one when you and Dave were arguing.
Wow, 14,000 for
14,000 on a stream, pretty good. The tier list one we did not too long ago, 5.7 for my channel size. That's really good. 12K on this one. 13K, 10K. Like all of my videos that have anything to do with you have good numbers. Like if I needed to pay rent, Tom, I'd just be like, you know what? We're just gonna talk some shit on podcast. If I had to pay,
what did my video on go on GM's channel? What did that do? I haven't looked at it. I love talking. I love talking with GM. GM is, man. People as a player. Let me just say this: fighting GM is one of the greatest defensive players of all time. Like, I always catch his streams. I love GM. Like,
is it this one? The one 7 days ago. It's probably 7K because you can't see what the actual number is on here.
Yeah.
The back office. It's probably on 7K, 7.1, which is higher than all the other videos that have come out since. So this whole thing where you're not entertaining, people don't want to watch you, that is a lie. That's just not true. The numbers
go to my channel and look at my video with Jimmy. It was a long podcast. I get it was 2 hours, so I guess not that many people would watch.
Yeah, but your channel, unfortunately, we can't count your channel because you nuke your channel all the time. So your channel.
Well, they asked, did they complain about the videos that are out and say, Tom, shut up, stop talking about it? So I'm like, okay, I've heard you.
Look, you took down the video that I made a thumbnail for you because I can't see it because my thumbnails look different to you.
The Rio beef. Yeah, I just,
Look, you've taken down most of your videos.
I don't want the Rio beef up there. Look at this. How Mortal Kombat changed gaming forever. That's real history on how Mortal Kombat even led to the modern rating system. Nobody cares.
Yeah, but
that's you being informative. Informative and entertaining, they're different. You're entertaining normally when you're ranting, but informative stuff, really only the MK players are gonna tune in. But if that's just an MK audience that you got, you've spoken about how many people go to offline. So you're clearly going to pass just MK with those numbers about Mortal Kombat. You got to stop coping, Tom.
I mean, like, if you scroll down, look at my MK Daily Alliance videos where I talk about the history of the game or how it was played. I mean, like,
but
if I was
Deadly Alliance is from an era of Mortal Kombat that was so unpopular that it's no wonder that the views are not big on it.
But there are others that can do it for 50 to 100,000 views because they're entertaining.
You nuke your channel, though. That's the problem. I guarantee you, Tom, let's just do a social experiment. Don't delete anything for 1 year and upload consistently. I guarantee you, your channel will shoot past most people's.
But these very people on my channel...
No. You did MK Legacy Collection. You've got 26,000 subs. This video's got 37,000 views on a channel that I know the algorithm probably hates. The AI is actively working against you and you're still getting more views than most people.
But I mean, like, for example, when I talk about some of these things, these very people, most of these subscribers are the ones telling me to shut the fuck up. And they use these videos against me. Like, when I do things, let me give you a great example. When there are videos called the ice clone isn't functioning properly, like C4. So I realized a long time ago in MKX, informative videos have to be entertaining because YouTube is entertainment, right? Mm-hmm. They want to be entertained. So even when you inform, you've got to entertain.
Yep.
So I remember I was at a tournament and I realized the ice clone there was the EX ice clone bug. And I thought, how can I do this to where I can inform, but I can be entertaining, right? People will laugh at it, right? So I was in the elevator one time and there was elevator music on, like a piano. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a video to very calm piano music. And I'm going to be like, welcome to the ice clone is not functioning properly. I wanted to find something that was funny, right? And I did the video, and all the Mortal Kombat community did was make it seem like when you make videos like this, Tom, no wonder why nobody watches you. They demonized it. So then I took it down.
Don't listen to them.
I took it down, and they were like, oh my God, that was one of my favorite videos. I'm like, but you took one of your favorite videos and you painted a narrative to demonize me over it. I was just trolling. I know you were just trolling, but your trolling reached a broader audience, and it made me viewed in a certain light, not as an entertainer, as somebody who would watch this loser. Like, you know what I mean? My audience actively works against me.
Tom, you got to stop this because you're a numbers guy. You're here about maths. You hear about money. You're a numbers guy. If someone says that they didn't like the video, but your numbers are high, just like when we were talking about tier lists,
I don't know if
someone can tell you, I think Rayco's broken. You can go with the numbers. Go with the numbers. Ignore what they're saying.
I don't remember how many numbers that video had.
It's probably too high that you can't remember.
It wasn't viewed fondly for a long time. I know that.
Tom,
they said that, but the numbers say otherwise.
Yeah, Tom, I've just gone through this video. There are 2 comments on here that are being negative. And one of them can barely speak English.
I'm just, again, and like I said, as far as commentary goes, there is probably no commentator in Mortal Kombat more knowledgeable. In MLG, I commentated Tekken Tag 2, Mortal Kombat, and Virtua Fighter. And I could have done Soul Calibur, but I thought Bibulus did a great job. And I was like, hey, man, Bibulus will do a better job than me. You need someone who has. I understood Soul Calibur 4. 5, I'm like, it's not my bag, man. They changed it too much. But I could have commentated quite a few of them. I love doing the commentary with Rip. And that's one of my fondest commentary things, doing commentary with Rip and Tekken Tag 2. The Koreans also were staying at our house. So I got to see a lot of their teams and a lot of their counter picks. So I was able to provide some insight because I saw them playing each other. Like I knew, especially when they were playing each other, I'm like, watch for this team. I saw them playing it for weeks at a time. It was such a good experience. Do you know how delusional I have to be?
Why don't you transition into Virtua Fighter? It's a brand new fighting game coming out. It's going to be the only other 3D fighting game on the market.
Because I have to face the reality. This is not a boohoo moment, but sometimes your mistakes, my mistakes, have consequences that can no longer be undone. When you make a mistake, you only hold yourself responsible for your decision. When your punishment is decided, those who decided your punishment don't get to then cry and say, why is your punishment so harsh? You're responsible for your actions. They're responsible for your punishment. When your punishment results in it,
just say fuck that.
Because here's why. When the score got involved, it made the window so big it was no longer containable by the FGC. To the point that you have so many people. When Event Hubs did a thing on me, one of my videos, people were like, why are you giving this guy? Don't you know what he did? So they excommunicated from me after that. It's kind of like it got so big and so outside of the FGC that even if the whole FGC tomorrow said, bring Tom back, it's too big now. Too many people it's no longer containable. So
but look, no, wait, hold on,
I just have to accept the fact that it's over.
No, it's not though, because you're creating videos in the Mortal Kombat scene where the controversy was at its biggest, and you appear on this channel. You don't really get any flack here. You don't really get any flack on your video. So if you just concentrate to YouTube and you do Virtua Fighter content, why would you get flack from them?
I don't know that I would play Virtua Fighter. I haven't competed in Virtua Fighter since Virtua Fighter 3 TB. Shout out to my boy Kanjo Akira. And over the CF days, I have not played VF competitively since 3TB. I was a very good 3TB player. I'll never forget the day I walked into the arcade and there was a dollar bill validator on the arcade machine. And I was like, we're going to go broke playing fighting games. A dollar bill validator. And that wasn't even enough. It was $1.25 to play and the dollar to continue. The dollar itself still wasn't enough. And this was in like 96 or 97.
You should give it a try. At least if it's going to be so different, at least give it a try.
It's so hard to have time. I don't think most people.
You got time to be here though, Tom.
I do because I love it. That's why I love the FGC.
What if we did Virtua Fighter stuff over here?
I respect you guys very much. There are two guys that I respect very much who I enjoy conversation with. You get the Master CJs of the world on here, and it's like it's tough to have a conversation with because it's like they're so angry, and I'm like, do you think that really you're angry with your game and your studio, and you're just taking it out on me because I told the truth and I was right? And you're angry at the wrong person? It's very, the Mortal Kombat community is very angry about me. But they should be angry at NRS. They should be angry about themselves.
But you know what made them more angry? If you stuck around and made content and you got the ear of the people. And then they couldn't even do it. They can't do anything now. They're angry at you. But what's the worst that they say? Oh, you're washed. Who cares?
I remember when at the end of MK1, when they were like, why aren't you doing this? And I'm going to put a challenge out to the FGC right now. We're going to see what's harder. And I will provide the bank statements to my colleague for the most recent year. just so he has to prove. I was able to prove that I could be a tournament winner through multiple decades, and I am now in the 1% of all earners in the US, which you have to be over 420,000. I will return to fighting games to prove I can win a tournament when a fighting game player retires and makes over $420,000 a year. And we'll see which one is harder.
That's not fair.
That is definitely not fair. That is a.
We'll see which one is harder.
But most people can't make that much money. That's why you're in the top.
My
1%.
point is, what do you think takes more time? So if I have to, you show me one fighting player right now, I say, you got a choice. You're the best in the world at your fighting game, or every year you're going to make 400 to over $500,000. You show me a fighting game player that says, dog, I want to be top of Guilty Gear forever. I don't care. Nobody. So my point is that I just don't have the time. I have to really love it to have the time. Now, I love commentating, but of course we all know that I'm done from commentating. They'll never let me back on.
What about if you commentate on this channel? If a new Mortal Kombat game comes out and I want to run tournaments?
Yeah, I would commentate. Like, I would even commentate smaller channels. Like, I don't care. Like, I've always said, I don't want to be paid for commentary. Who the fuck? I mean, like, honestly, if you love fighting games, you want to see it grow. You know, I'm sure C4, before he actually had to travel for commentary, did commentary because he just loved the game and wanted to inform people on how the game was played. You know,
I done even this year. I done 3 gigs.
I mean, like, you know, we do it because we love fighting games, right? And we want to get people into fighting games. You know, we want some guy who, should I get into this game or not, to watch and be so entertained that they say, this is really fun, I'm going to get this game. But they have to have a level of understanding of what's happening to know that they want to get into it.
With C4, would you do 3 gigs, like really big ones, or just smaller ones, but the bigger ones are paid?
My rule is, if there's a face to the tournament, then they basically get mate rates, where I sometimes I'll do it for just traveling accommodation. If there's no face and it's the company, that's when I'll start negotiating. Yeah, but if I know the person,
because everybody else is getting paid, you know, you're not going to do it for free. 100%.
Like, I'm not going to ask for like £2,000 from Justin from Versus Fighting. I'll ask Sony though. I ain't got no problem asking Sony to do it, but I would never ask Justin for that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fair.
For me, I just look at it like this. I don't want to be ignorant. Imagine there's somebody else that I'm sitting to on the street that says they're great at doing XYZ, one of the best, but nobody wants them to do it. I would say, well, if you're actually good at it, people would want you to do it. It'd be like a girl that's like a 4 trying to say that she's more beautiful than Beyonce, more beautiful than the top paid supermodel in the world. And you'd say, well, if you were that beautiful, wouldn't you be able to be picked up by blah, blah? You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't want to be that person. That's delusional. If I was
is that how you see yourself?
Yeah, if I was great at it, people would want me to do it. They don't want me to do it because I'm not great at it.
That's not
it was just, it was a very humbling experience.
You could be great at something and people just dislike you.
Maybe I'm not good at it and they dislike me.
You can't prove that though. You can't prove that. It could be both. It could be both. We all know it's not. But if you want to delude yourself and thinking it's both,
I mean, I mean, it is what it is, you know.
But you know it's not the case, because you sit here and you say, I'm the most knowledgeable, I know this, I know that. So you already know.
I mean, I am, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, you know,
it does. It does, because it means you can do the job. I can't be a commentator because I can't commentate. I don't know frame data properly. I don't understand things like that. I can't break a game down. I just play games through feel. Whereas you remember how a character does a particular fatality in a niche version of Mortal Kombat that nobody's heard about. Like, you know everything about everything. I couldn't do that. So I
can fix Tekken right now. I wish fighting game companies would hire me as a consultant. I could fix Tekken easily without dumbing it down. It's an easy solution.
Why don't you make videos about Tekken then? Help us out. We're suffering over it.
One does not need to dumb down tech. The problem with Tekken, I remember I was sitting next to a casual who was watching Core play one time at MLG in Tekken 6. And To have me commentate better, I always like to sit near the least knowledgeable players so I could hear them talking, so I could see. I watch your Coach Kazama stuff. I don't just deviate for a second. And there's nothing wrong with being a coach if you are coaching properly. For example, Coach Kazama comes off as, even if you're good, elite, I'm here to make you more elite. That's impossible.
Mm.
A coach is there to take someone who doesn't know what they're doing, who doesn't have the time to invest, and says, I'm going to invest the time for you, and you will pay me, and I will teach you how to go from beginner to intermediate, where you can now teach yourself. That is how I wrote all my strategy guides. The reason why my guides were good is because I realized Rio, PL was a high level player. If I were to teach PL, what am I going to teach him? He can teach himself. I was able to help PL when he was a beginner and got him to a point where he understood and he grew on his own and became a great champion. Guides, coaching are there for the people who work full time, who don't have time to play, who can't invest in a fighting game, which is very hard to get into and scary to get into. And they say, I will invest the time for you and I will get you to a level to where you understand and can then grow on your own. That is coaching. Helping a high level player get more high level, that's impossible. That's on them.
I have
For
a
me,
question here for you, Tom, just before you
sure.
go on. GGBHTG, thank you for the $20. He said, with the notion that fighting games are the epitome of don't quit your day job, and they're also used as escapism, I never get to hear how mature fighting game players pay their bills. So, Tom, what jobs benefit people that like fighting games?
So jobs that benefit people that like fighting games, a lot of times are jobs that deal with analytics, probability, project management, profit margins, things like that. Things that fighting game players naturally understand. For example, for me in my job as a project manager, profit margin is huge in building homes, in repairing homes, be it retail roofs, siding, or through insurance. My job is to make sure that that not only is the crew, I manage the whole work crew, but I also make sure the contract is profitable within a 35 to 45% profit margin, right? And just because one job is profitable, they all have to be profitable because they all go to the total overhead and profit of everything of the business throughout the year. So fighting game players are great with these things. There are certain jobs that fighting game players work great in. They just don't know how to break into those fields. As a top fighting game player, think about what you manage as a fighting game player. My life, my meter. Am I cornered? Am I in open space? Think about the risk probability and profit margins, risk versus reward that we deal with in fighting games on a day-to-day basis. Those jobs that deal with that skill set are some of the most lucrative jobs in the world. But fighting game players would rather work at Walmart and go to a tournament. They don't understand how to apply their skill set.
I'm one of those people. Well, I don't work at Walmart. I agree with what Tom says. I went the other way where I was like, I want to do a job. So I think at the time I was working for the council. It was like a desk job, punching in numbers. And I was like, I can't do this, go home, sit down and play games. So I started doing outdoor jobs. So I started doing construction, delivery driver, stuff like that. And I'm still kind of doing that now, where I have to work outside because I feel guilty for sitting down for my job and my hobby. So I went the opposite way. But I agree with Tom. Like, Mike, if you can bring up that screen share again, I love numbers. Yeah. I love data. I am a super nerd. I did this thing, and I was going to use this for showing about how much money people get, and to show that Tom is actually a good commentator, because I have to do this to be good at commentary. I listed all the tournaments for Dragon Ball Z since 2018, all the top 8s that are World Tour or that had more than 5,000 pop bonus. And I use this data for my commentary. I had to list all the characters. If they change the characters, I had to put a new field in. I put the race of the characters. So in this database, shout out to the Fighting Dreamers, he helped me do this. I can, for example, when I'm commentating, I can say, oh, you know what? SSJ for GR has earned X amount of money since he's been out. I have to do that stuff to be good at commentary, where fucking Tom can just tap his noggin and he can just splurt it out.
This is mad though, bro. Like, how long did it take to put this all together? I assume it's over time, but like when you originally started piecing this all
It's
together,
very impressive. That's very
yeah,
impressive.
like,
I gotta say.
this doesn't work for me. I'm too stupid to sit here, and I don't like numbers. I'm not a numbers person.
Yeah, I'm a fair. That's fair.
I hate
must be on the
numbers.
spectrum somewhere. I'm a nerd. Like
Numbers
the
tell part of
VODs,
the story.
I put the patch note for the tournament. I'm so petty. It was the whole. This started from tier list conversations where people were like, "Oh, this character's better," and I'd be like, "I don't think so. I think that player is carrying that character." For example, like Fenrich and Cell. Cell. Everyone said Cell was broken. I was like, "Well, if only Fenrich is winning with Cell, maybe the problem's not Cell. Maybe it's everyone else." So I was like, okay, let me get all the data to prove my point. So I had to get the patch notes, I had to get the tournament VODs, I had to get the results. So this all stemmed from me saying Cell has earned this amount of money, and this player's earned this amount of money. So we can discern which is the strength in that combination.
Let me give you an example of why what C2 is also good, even to a casual level. If C2 were to say 65% of people within the top 16, when we get to here, pick this character. When someone picks that character, even a casual will go, I knew it. This casual, you give them data, which then has them anticipate and then feel like I knew they were going to pick that character. And now they remember who their favorite character likes to pick in the top 6. Well, they correlate top 16 competitions that it's heaviest. You're going to pick your best chance to win. I expect to see this character. You've now turned a casual into a more knowledgeable viewer, which puts them more engaged, which has them more likely to view in the future. So this is very important.
This is crazy. You two are opposite to me. Like, I'm not a numbers. My job's all included me dealing with people on a face-to-face basis. Like, one of the things that I did for a while is I worked at music festivals. So I was always in very loud environments where you had to be very chatty, which is weird for me because I'm a quiet person, but I have a lot of energy. Like I've gone like whole days with no sleep and then gone to work and then not slept and then gone to work. And I think I look tired. I look disheveled, but I have a lot of energy. So they would always employ me to do those jobs and talk to people. And I think that maybe helped me with YouTube. I don't think that helps you as a fighting game player. But numbers and that, every time I've ever seen numbers, I'm like, just put me out in the field. We'll go and raid somewhere or do a job somewhere or whatever. I don't want to sit behind the desk.
I love numbers.
I feel like there are a lot of high-paying jobs that work well for fighting game players.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't know it. They don't know how to apply their skill set that makes them great at fighting games into the real world. Me, I actually, God. So me, I was flat fucking broke, Mike. I was fighting games, broke, relying on YouTube money. Oh my God. I got one son and I have another son. What am I going to do? So, I got a degree actually, and I became got into forensic science actually. They don't pay that much unless it's computer forensic science. Then I wanted to be a lawyer at first. Got into fighting games, didn't finish school with that. Did forensics, got into biochemistry. And it was making okay. Still doing fighting games. Was flat broke because fighting games didn't work. Don't work. So I took it, when I was down on my luck, lost my job. After the government shut down and everything, and COVID in general, I decided I took another job, and I was just so desperate for anything. It was literally knocking on doors for roofing and siding, trying to get people to do it through insurance. But I'm like, hey, I got 2 kids. No job is above me. I got to, my job is to provide. And they depend on me. They're very young. So, of course, I'm this loser door to door. Yeah. But something happened. I learned the insurance side of. I'm good at numbers. I'm good at understanding. I learned how to get money from insurance companies.
Was that the worst job you've ever had?
It was the best job I've ever had because it springboarded me into this.
It's a good way to look.
As a fighting game player, high-level fighting game players, our problem is we don't know how to do something casually. If we
Very
get
true.
into it, we need to know everything about it. And I
Filthy casual. That's what you
Yep,
are, bro.
I am. I fell my way to the top.
and I learned the art of getting money for insurance companies due to wind, hail damage for roof and aluminum siding. And once I became an expert in that, I started making a lot of money, just knocking on doors. But then I had so many referrals coming in. And then from there, I was doing contracts, and my contracts were so profitable because I understood how the money worked. And I understood how to get every penny from the insurance company. Roof, siding, window wraps that were aluminum, gutters, downspouts, soffit, all that stuff. I mean, fascia, not soffit. I understood that. Then I'm a competitor. I went to this conference. You guys can look it up. It's called Top Rep. I was very new in the business, only 3 months. Top Rep is for the best of the best in roofing and siding sales. And the top 10, I believe, get what's called a black shirt, and you get to go back for free. I was only doing it for a couple of months. I was beating people that were selling 18 million. I placed in the top 8. Didn't know what I was doing. That mattered to me more than winning in a fighting game tournament. I was like, and in real life, bitch, I'm top 8. Like, it was just part of the fighting game competitive spirit, right? Here's what's so funny. What's so funny is when I was day one was about the pleasantries, not closing or knowing the business. How nice you are. Hey, how you doing? I scored it one of the worst because I guess I'm a New Yorker. I'm in Texas. That's when the tournament was at the time. It's a round table tournament where you're judged by other sales professionals. So you can't fool any of them. You're judged by your peers. They all want to win. Closing day, I think I scored number 2, finished in the top 8. And then it motivated me to keep going. Then I got better. I learned the insurance side of things, learned how to get money from insurance company, parlayed that into my own LLC when I said, well, as my own LLC, I solve a big problem that people have. Who's going to pay for this? I can get someone to pay for it. I can, as my own LLC, subcontract myself out to contractors that can build more if homeowners had the money, and I will get that money, and I will make the contract profitable. And I get a percentage of that. And then I started doing that. And then I parlayed that into a project manager of a major Class A general contractor in the country, to where I was going from state to state and doing this. And it started just from knocking on doors. I was so bad at it at first. I remember my 3rd day. I was so bad. It was raining out. I went out in August. It was with no raincoat. And I was so soaked. And I said, maybe people will feel sorry for me and invite them in their home, because I'm soaking wet. And then I have a bigger window to talk to them. And they still didn't want to. I'm in their house and they were like, no, I don't care. To start at the bottom and work your way up, but it was the skills as a fighting game player that separated me, because I was like, it doesn't really matter if I sell or not. If I can get the money from the insurance company, I have a more valuable skill, the ability to get money for those that don't have the money and can't afford financing, so I just became such an expert at it. And then got into the cost of things and profitability and profit margins. And if you're good at profitability and profit margins and managing things and managing a lot of moving parts, which is fighting game players, we're great at probability, we're great at odds. We guess for a fighting game player, we guess for a living. I mean, that's what we do. We're great at a great fighting game player plays the odds constantly. Most common response. What's most likely? We don't know. When you're in pools, that's when the wolves come for you. right? I'll never forget when MKX came out. I was the first time I realized this. I was in a pool, and this random Kenshi player at the first combo breaker, I had to fight for my life. Who the fuck is this guy? I'm fighting for my life. Even though I won my pool by the skin of my teeth, I beat this guy. And he goes, I watch all your stream. I studied everything about you. I have no idea who this guy is, right? This guy knew every habit. He's like, I know the order you like to mix. I know the order. He knew everything about me. I had no idea who this guy was. As fighting game players, we play probability. We play law of averages. We do, as fighting game players, so much data goes through our head in a microsecond. We're like Doctor Strange when he's going through time in Endgame, right? I went through a million. That's what we do every second. Fighting game players are like supercomputers. We go through a million scenarios. That real life application helped make me successful.
What if Tom, you're not an analytical fighting game player and you're kind of like me, where
I would say you're doing it subconsciously. You're doing the same thing, just subconsciously. You don't know. The same way when you're playing and you go, I knew you was going to do that.
You still play averages. You still play the averages all the time. You still do.
You know the numbers. You just don't know that you know them.
Yeah.
You can read habits. Habits are numbers.
You know people's most common
instincts.
You know your instinct, your most common responses are there. Like you already understand. You're playing some random whatever player plays this character. You already know the most common response people do in these scenarios is this. And you already know that. And you play the odds and you play your counters based on that.
Yeah. I guess.
It's funny. I remember when I started driving to like events, and I was like, I don't know if I could trust someone who drives that doesn't play fighting games. Because I feel like a lot of your like your vigilance, your awareness, again, like guessing what other people are going to do on the road. I was like, I might be a really good driver because I play fighting games. And I don't think I trust anyone else driving if they don't do something with numbers and play fighting games.
I agree.
Even though you don't know numbers,
I
know
agree.
you're a good driver.
I agree.
I'm a very good driver.
Fighting game players make some of the quickest decisions.
Just ask Jay. Found out the other day on Mario Kart.
I meant real driving, but yeah, same difference. Same difference.
No,
You've got to be aware of other people.
I'm a good driver. I took my car to Silverstone and I did pretty well in the race.
Like I want fighting games to get bigger, but fighting games just have too many. The formula for success isn't there yet in fighting games. Fighting games is still too amateurish. And there's no cheap way to do things right. And fighting games is still very much poverty. You need to put if you want an event or a league to be successful, before you get to the players, you've got to put the right pieces of the event in place, right? Not just the staff, the commentators. How many times do we hear horror stories? They want to hold a great event, but they want the staff to be volunteers. Bad news. That's why when Sonic Fox said, I got on him because I said, listen, how you handle being treated poorly, you can choose to not show up, and you're justified in that. But if a fighting game player tells me, man, you don't understand, the seating was messed up. Have you gone to a fighting game tournament? It's always messed up for eternity. The staff wasn't properly trained. They handled situations wrong. What do you think? Staff are full-time referees? These are volunteers. Of course they're not trained. Most of them don't even know how to run a bracket. Half of the tournament organizers don't even know how to run a tournament. I mean, of course they're not trained. The FGC wants to hold an event as poverty as humanly possible and then bring the players in. If the FGC actually invested money into an event, when I was doing MLG, what I was getting paid to commentate Mortal Kombat was good money. I shared a room one time with Golden Boy. I don't know if you know who Golden Boy is.
Yep.
I know the anime.
He's
in MLG
like
Anaheim,
commentator, isn't he?
Yeah, I shared a room with Golden Boy.
Big
and
YouTube he's massive.
Whenever I'm with someone on the level, I said, what a great opportunity to learn. You know what I mean? And learn, like, how can I be better? When I found out what Golden Boy was making,
What does he
Yeah.
commentate? I'm just getting videos of the anime. What is he commentating?
FPSs. I think he's ops. It's probably like Counter-Strike or Halo, something like that. I think.
Is he PUBG? Fortnite?
Probably. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a link. He looks a bit like the guy from Comics Explained, from what I remember.
Oh, yeah, never heard of him. I know. What was his name? James Bardoff.
Oh, the UK
Remember
guy,
him?
Arms House.
Yeah, Arms House. He used to do
Yeah.
the Soul Calibur tournaments for us, and then he moved over into another. I think he went to FPS as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he blew up, man. I think I spoke to him the other day, and I was like, damn, like he's a celebrity now.
Yeah, he's
yeah, Golden Boy. That was
He shouted at me actually. He turned around and shouted at me. There's a video somewhere on YouTube of James Bardoff turn around, and you can't hear him shout at me, but you can see he gets pissed off because there was a player. I won't say his name because we squashed the beef a long time ago, but there was a Soul Calibur player that I didn't get on with, and his boyfriend was playing in the match, and I started trolling both of them because he had annoyed me. And James turned around and said, "Get off the mic. Get off the mic, Mike."
Oh, is
Can't
it?
say that. Yeah, he was like, "Get off." I just said, "Fine." I was in a bad mood anyway. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $10. Casual has become a meaningless term. Who is this audience? Tekken 7 and Street Fighter 4 were not casually friendly, yet both were hits and sold more than the sequel that was more casually friendly. I think Street Fighter 4 was pretty casual friendly. Like, I think it was deep enough that once you got into it, it was very difficult to keep up with skilled players. But on the surface, Street Fighter 4 was pretty easy to play. So was Tekken 7.
Let me just say this: Street Fighter being the king of fighting games is also an illusion. It's manufactured. Let me tell you why. I've been around since the beginning. Like, I shit you not. Mike Hollow had an OG on Final Showdown. Remember this?
What, Clayton?
Yeah, remember when you had Clayton on?
Oh,
Yeah.
And in a picture, he showed I was in it, posing with him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so old, I'm like Dracula. I'm behind the scenes in every possible moment in FGC history. You know, I even the great Ryan Hart, I even was before him. The great
why Street Fighter not the king though?
It's not the king because it's manufactured. Here's what I mean. If you were around from the beginning, you know the truth about Street Fighter. In America, I used to always say people went to bed in scorpion sheets and Chun-Li pillows. There were two games, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, that were the king of all fighting games in the arcade. If you were on the West Coast, it was more Street Fighter. Outside of New York and even some areas of New York, but in more Soho, Chinatown area was Street Fighter. Other areas like Long Island, it was Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat was much bigger than Street Fighter in the arcade era. Mortal Kombat 2 destroyed it. What you don't know is that when Street Fighter came out with the original Super Street Fighter 2, didn't do well. And they took things that were working over here in the States, faster gameplay, combos, combo damage, and how many hits displayed on screen, super meter. They took things that were succeeding here and put it in Street Fighter. Street Fighter had a bumpy road, man. Third Strike, gutter. You would go to Third Strike tournaments and they'd be like, yeah. Back of the arcade, you know, Marvel 2. When Street Fighter 2 came out in the early era, it was big. Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 had a rocky start. Super Turbo brought back a lot of people. But the end of the 90s, fighting games were dead. Street Fighter. Third Strike was out at the end of the 90s. Alpha was big for a little bit, 2 and 3 especially. But by the end of the 90s, fighting games hadn't transitioned to the console era, and the arcades were dying. Fighting games were in limbo. And then comes the mother of the modern FGC, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It brought people into the arcades, but it allowed tournaments to go from the arcade and brought fighting games to the console era, where fighting games could now be held not in arcades, but in hotel conference rooms. And it birthed the modern format that we have now. When OGs talk about, we didn't have sound back in our day. Well, that's good, but you paid $10 to walk in the door. There was a time when they started charging us $100 and still didn't give us sound. And that's when people started to complain. Like, hey, the money is more, but these headphones don't work. Why are they here? PL was one of the first to bring that out. Like, hey, man, I'm not crying because I can't win. I'm complaining because you charged me this and you didn't give me what I paid for. I'll pay that money because you're providing setups and better quality and this and that. If you're giving me what was being sold to me in 2005, why am I paying $100? So, but the Marvel 2 powered the FGC. Third Strike was an afterthought. In fact, there was a big meeting when they flew some of the top Third Strike players in America over to Japan. This was a big learning lesson in sandbagging versus how the Japanese do it when they go full speed. Our top players thought we were going to sandbag, right? And even though they sandbagged the whole trip, they got annihilated in the actual competitive portion of it days later. The Japanese take was how stupid that was for Americans. They could have come here and played hard and learned the whole time and got better. Instead, they sandbagged, still lost, and learned nothing. You know, like it was such a crazy, like, that's what we did in America. Don't play your real characters before tournament, sandbag everybody. That's how we used to do it for a long time in the States, right? Until that, and we were like, yeah, that is stupid. Why wouldn't we just take this time to learn if we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, but
can I have a shot at that question real quick, Tom? Yeah. The question about the casual thing. It's gonna sound pretty corny, but after having this conversation for years and years and years, I think a game being casual is a state of mind. How we gauge someone a game being casual and earning money is how often can an average player jump online and win. That's all we care about when we talk about casual. Because like you said, Street Fighter 4 is a hard game to people that want to play fighting games. If you're a casual and you're winning enough, that feels good. So it doesn't matter if there's a difficulty level that you can't obtain. Your metric is how often do I win versus losing. That's all we really care about. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about casual games. Because any game, Marvel 2 is extremely hard. Everyone played it. Everyone could mash buttons. Everyone could do ABC launch, ABC knockdown. It's not because they couldn't do ROM loops. They went, I'm not going to play it. They just never played against Yipes. They didn't know. They didn't need to know about ROM loops. They could just play other people at their level, and they thought, I'm a casual and I can win. That's all that matters, in my opinion.
You know what a good example of this is? And maybe like some people might not agree, but I know because I played it for a long time. Then I was introduced to the next level. Is Budokai Tenkaichi 3. I always thought I was good at it.
I followed that game quite a bit.
Yeah, dude, that game is so like in depth. It's ridiculous. It's got so many layers to it that people are still finding tech today. I literally saw someone last week saying they messaged me that I came up with this new tech on Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and I was like, how? It's been out for like 20 something years now. And he showed me, and I was like, wow, I've never seen that. And I remember playing it with my friends, like very casually, but we thought we were sick. And then we went on YouTube, and people were like doing these dash cancels, and they were like flying up and doing these key blasts that I'd never seen before. They were like wave dashing, they were like sidestepping stuff in a way I'd never seen. And it never put us off because like my friends are not into fighting games, they just like Dragon Ball Z. We continued playing. We were like, we can't be these guys, we're just gonna play ourselves. But the game's skill ceiling was through the roof. It's got a higher skill ceiling than a lot of modern fighting games. So it doesn't have to be Street Fighter 4 had one frame links in that, but that didn't not make it a casual friendly
But see,
game.
people are they don't understand. It's like, can you imagine someone who was actually around when the Pyramid of Giza was made talking to us now? To be honest with you, we couldn't build that pyramid today. And they did it then. And if we did, we'd have to use cranes and steel cables. We're expected to believe they did it with papyrus ropes. You know, people who were around back then know the truth. If you came around in the FGC in 09, you're like, Street Fighter. It's almost 20 years now. Street Fighter has been the king. You weren't around when the king had no throne. Marvel 2 was the king. It created what we have. Street Fighter, Marvel 2 allowed. Marvel 2 allowed for tournaments to become what we have now. You know, it was in hotel conference rooms, venues nowhere near as big as they are now. But it started that. And it brought in so many players that you weren't losing money. You were at least breaking even to try to hold the tournament. So then you were off Marvel alone. You were able to say, well, because I'm not losing any money, if I hold other fighting games, I might make a little bit of profit now. It won't be much, but Marvel made me break even. Now I'll bring in this game, this game. Before this, tournaments were segregated. Outside of tournaments like Extravaganza, you'd have like tournaments where you would go for Tekken and other tournaments where you would go for Capcom games. They weren't all at the same time. Marvel 2 changed all of that. It brought everyone into the same room. And B3, B4, and B5 was huge. B5 was massive because it brought the showdown of Justin Wong and Duck Doe. And based off the success and the popularity of Marvel 2, then they could say, well, you know what? At B3, B4, B5, we can fly in Boss from Japan. We can fly in this guy, that guy. Daigo Imahara became more of a household name. You know, people didn't know Daigo Umehara outside of a few when he played Valle. I knew about it. I knew of Valle. I knew about, you know, people didn't know about that showdown. I remember that showdown. Unless you were in the high level circuit, you didn't know who these people were. You know, Killer Instinct, people didn't know Saber in Arizona unless you were on the end. You didn't know who these players were. Marvel 2 allowed the FGC to become bigger. And then you team that with someone like Team Spooky, who also changed fighting games, who said, now I'm going to broadcast it and put these players in your home. Marvel just, it opened up the door for then Evo. But Evo was powered by Marvel. The first like 6 Evos were powered by Marvel too. But what happened to Marvel? Like all things, it got old. And what do we call Street Fighter 4? The FGC Renaissance. While Marvel is the mother of all fighting games, Marvel 2, Street Fighter 4 is its father. When fighting games begin to die off again, here comes Street Fighter. You see, people, admittedly, held tournaments like Evo, and they were able to make a profit to where they could live all year long based off what they made off Evo and could do it full time. It was powered by Marvel 2. The minute another game came around to be its new battery, where was Marvel 2? Gone. Even when Marvel 3 came around, Street Fighter was still the battery. It still powered everything. I want you to ask yourself, there are plenty of people who can run the Evo series and some other events and make enough money to do it full time. If Street Fighter fails, they're out of money. And they're looking for jobs on the unemployment line. Street Fighter succeeds because it's promoted to succeed, because it must succeed, because the people who profit off the FGC profit because Street Fighter is its battery. The minute another game comes around that can replace Street Fighter as the new battery, miraculously, that game will have Street Fighter's numbers and Street Fighter will sink down to where Tekken is. Street Fighter is there.
I think
because
the timeline when Street Fighter dies is a bad timeline. I don't think even if you're not a fan of Street Fighter, you don't want Street Fighter to
right
fail.
now it can't because
exactly.
the FGC would go with it.
Yeah.
It is
100%
literally powering the FGC. Evo is the only profitable thing. You could look at Evo and say Evo is sold for a profit here, and it makes a profit. But Evo is built on the back of Street Fighter. You can change Tekken in and out. You can remove Mortal Kombat. Evo still keeps going. You remove Street Fighter.
I don't think it survives. Yeah.
It doesn't survive. So Street Fighter survives because it has to survive. And there is the conscious effort to make sure it survives because too much rides on it. The minute another game that will be more profitable, that is a better arc reactor, right, for the FGC, then you know what happens to Street Fighter? It becomes Tekken and Guilty Gear, and that game is put in Street Fighter spot, and it is propped up and marketed that way. That's why Street Fighter is bigger than Mortal Kombat, Guilty Gear, because it is the battery. Marvel was way bigger than Street Fighter because it was the battery. If it was really Street Fighter, then Street Fighter Third Strike would have slaughtered Marvel, but it didn't. It was never Street Fighter. Street Fighter is what it is now. It may not always be Street Fighter, but that's what it is now. There is a vested interest in keeping it as Street Fighter until maybe something never comes along that replaces it. But if something ever does that can, it will.
I think Street over the lifespan, it's had placeholders. I think it's had placeholders, Tom, where in Street Fighter 5, there was a time where Guilty Gear was getting more numbers than Street Fighter. And I think Tekken 7 was as well in the Street Fighter 5 era. But that wasn't for long.
At Evo?
The second, I can't remember what season it was.
There was an Evo. I don't know if they got more numbers in Street Fighter 5, but I remember the pop for Tekken 7 was huge.
But listen to Street Fighter 5, right? If any Mortal Kombat, which Mortal Kombat, truthfully, is the most popular fighting game in the world. No Street Fighter movie, nobody fucking cares. Mortal Kombat's the only one that could do movies, comics, music CDs, and people buy them. Right? Mortal Kombat is entertainment as a fighting game on a scale that maybe no game will reach. Right? And yet Street Fighter beats the brakes off of it in the FGC. Why? Because monetarily, that's how people are making their money who run the FGC.
You know what's funny? I love Street Fighter, but sometimes when I look at events and like when people are trying to get into commentary, they're like, oh, I want to commentate Street Fighter. I'm like, do you? I'm like, I feel Street Fighter is like an industry plant. It feels like a very industry plant game because the ecosystem doesn't work without it.
Tom, I wanted to show you this. And so
it doesn't work without it. It doesn't.
I wanted to show you this. The other day, for the first time, I opened up my factory sealed 1992 Mortal Kombat trading cards because I decided that I want to get them all graded. So I opened them up and I put them all in like these placeholders. These are like the original Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2.
Oh, sick. Trading
cards. Like this, they even spelled Raiden's name with a Y back then. Do you remember?
Yep.
Like I've got all the MK1, MK2 ones. So I'm gonna take them to PSA and get them all graded. But when I opened that, I was so shook when I opened that box because I was like, "This is from '92." Like it's
the thing about Mortal Kombat, what's so weird is the Mortal Kombat community. Again, they're idiots. Ed Boon, if you want to succeed long term, don't even hire me. I'll do it for free. I don't want $1. I'm not going to compete in tournaments. I'll do it for free. Mortal Kombat players, Ed, are fucking stupid. And they don't have the balls to give it to you straight. The truth is, Mortal Kombat's formula is not built for long-term success. If you look at the beginning of the Midway era and the beginning of the NRS era, their arcs are identical. Mortal Kombat 1, it was a hit. Got picked up by the news, right? Mortal Kombat 2, not like MK1. Different. But hey, this is kind of fucking cool. MK3. It's a little different, not quite. It's okay though. And by the fourth installment, MK4, what the fuck is this? And then they've lost everybody. And then they had a Dark Ages for 4 years. And then they had to come up with the 3D era. Here's the NRS era. MK9. This is fucking awesome. MKX. All right, it's different. It's pretty fucking cool. MK11. What's going on here?
Fell off the wagon.
MK1. What the fuck is this? And now it's over. In Ed Boon's formula of fresh start, by the time they get to the fourth game, they are so far removed from what got people into Mortal Kombat to begin with that they've lost everyone and they haven't gained back enough. Ed Boon's formula is a guaranteed cataclysmic crash by the fourth game and a restart into a new era. The Midway era, the NRS era, the Netflix era, right? It's a cataclysmic failure.
It's like
Ed
Triple H,
Boon's
isn't it?
formula.
Every week is a new era on Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, Ed Boon's formula is meant to do well for the first few games and then end in a meteor hitting the earth and resetting civilization. It works in the short term, but it doesn't work overall. Doesn't work. And the MK community, who has this history to go off of, they say, shut it, old man. No one plays your games. Well, bad news. If you're an MK1 player, nobody plays your game either anymore.
That reminds me. Did you watch King J's stream the other day?
I did not. I missed it.
So his punishment for losing to me on Mario Kart was to play them fighting herds, which he actually ended up enjoying. And then for another 6 hours, he had to play Mortal Kombat 1. And he was so upset that I was watching his stream. I felt so bad for him. His soul had left his body. And then when I said to him, it's okay, bro, you can turn it off. I've never seen Jay jump for joy so quickly. Yaya put the clip on Twitter. It's so damning for MK1 because he said, I would rather play My Little Pony, the fighting game, than play MK1. And he said MK1 is so bad, he'll never turn it on again.
He was earnest about it. He was being legit. Like, he really meant it. He looked so devastated when he was playing, was it Tanya Darius? Oh, Darius, sorry. Yeah, he was just like, I can't move. This is not fun. What am I doing here? Constant just despair in his art. And yeah, to say that you'd play them fighting herds only, and that was the first time he played it. The first 3 hours he played? 4 hours?
He played about 4 hours of it.
Yeah, and he'd rather go back to that.
Oh, he wants to hear my ideas. Oh,
he was 2 hours into MK1 and he said, I can't, I'm going insane. And he turned it off.
Yeah, I saw the super chat. Put it up, Mike. I'll address it now.
Yep. Well, there's two of them. 1 sec. So, Lemon Tea, thank you for the $4.99. Street Fighter EX would have more players than Tekken if it were released today with the same roster as EX3 with no additions. I'd die on that hill. You die on that hill.
That's a tough hill to die on, man.
Yeah, you'll die on that hill. I like EX, but you'll die. You'll perish on that hill.
Yeah, you'll perish on it.
And Dark Sora 79, thank you for the $4.99. We sped past it, but I want to hear Tom's ideas on fixing Tekken. And would you write a guide for players to understand Tekken from your perspective?
I actually have a very good understanding of Tekken. I told Fighting GM I regret that I didn't put more time into Tekken 6 because Tekken 6 is one of my top 2 favorite fighting games of all time. I love Tekken 6.
Tekken 6 is my second favorite Tekken game.
I love Tekken 6. But I played Tekken 7. I tried to poke and sidestep and I got hit. And I was like, I'm not playing it. I'm done. I waited, 10 years after Tekken 6 to play Tekken 7 to the end. But I remember I did Bob down 1, put you in force crouch, went to sidestep, and I got hit. I was like, oh, this sidestep is terrible. Because coming from 6 and tag 2, it is terrible. Yeah. Tekken's problem, so people don't realize you can simplify fighting games without making it easier to hit people. Let me give you a great example. Take Tekken 6. You got characters that have 100 plus moves, right? Tekken 6, most people would not consider a simple fighting game. It's Tekken Tag 2 with one character. It's complex. People's take Bob, for example. If you're a new player and you pick Bob, you're looking, I think Bob has like 67 moves. Fuck. What? You're looking at 67 moves. How am I supposed to learn to use this?
Bob's got 67. I think he's got more than that.
I think it's in the 60s, Bob.
I think the lowest character ever for a modern Tekken game is like 80.
Look it up. I think Bob in Tekken 6 is in the 60s. Maybe it's in the 80s. It's either 67 or 87, something like that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh no, people are saying 6-7 in the chat now.
Oh my god.
You've gotten them started.
How am I 6-7? Oh my god. I think it's in the 60s. If I remember correctly. Someone fact check me during the stream. I would love to know if my memory is right. Someone loaded up a stream. I'm sure somebody has it. But even if you say it's like 60 something, that's still a lot of moves for a casual player. Like you don't know what you're doing, and you're like, and that would be probably the shortest move list, right? Even the shortest move list, you'd be like, if you're a casual, like, what moves am I supposed to do? Somebody said, "Yep." Is that because is it in the 60s? Does anybody in the chat have the ability to check his move list? In T6. So, but even still, a short move list in Tekken standards is like brain surgery for someone trying to learn Tekken. You don't say, "Here's what I need to do." Make it so you can't move backwards, you can't move up or down, and make mix more prevalent. And if you get launched, it's a flight simulator. You know, you have to call air traffic control before you hit the ground. That is not how you fix Tekken. If I was a casual, I wouldn't say make it easier, because as I became casual to good, then I would complain about the next player who's beating me with less time put in. You're not fixing the problem. You're elevating people to a level of understanding. Then they have a problem with what helped them get good. And they say, well, now that I'm here, I don't want this guy fighting me, right? What you do is you fix the problem. Just help me understand what's good. Don't make it easier, but help me realize what's good. So if you're a casual and you're watching Core play Bob, and you're watching Hell Sweep, Headbutt, Crouch Dash 1, Down Forward 2, and Down 1, you're like, oh, I only have to use these 6 moves over and over and over again for the most part. Where in these 60 plus moves does it show me focus on these 6 or 7 moves 95% of the time?
Well, Tekken 8 does do that. Tekken 8 does that. In training mode, it has main techniques, and it has like, I think 10 moves that are like your go-tos.
But you don't need that. You can just simplify some of the move lists. You can just simplify it some. Characters don't need 108 moves. Right? I bought 94. Okay. You don't have to simplify. If people had to choose, would you want a more scaled down move list, omitting some of the moves that would almost never be used, or keep the move list, but make it easier for the average player to kill you in one hit? I promise you they're not going to choose the latter.
I don't want them to make the move list smaller, though, because I think one of the cool things about Tekken is that you see these moves so commonly, but every now and then someone throws out a move and everyone's like, oh, I didn't even know that was in the game.
But they don't throw out 94 moves.
Maybe not in one match, but that's where player expression comes in, right? Because I might be that one player that uses really obscure moves.
Sure, I got it. Bob, down forward 4, forward 4, down 3, 4. This is just Tekken 6, you know, down forward 1, down forward 1, 2, all these other moves you can use, true. But it does need 94 of them. You can find some or help the player understand the move list better.
Yeah.
You know, something, right? You don't have to make it easier, but I would find a way to condense the move list for the player. You could even take a page out of Mortal Kombat's book and have like a conquest mode, and your move list expands as you progress through the campaign. Right?
What, like sort of like Shujinko's
Like a
learning
Shujinko
new
thing.
moves?
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Right? Something so that not, I think Tekken is more complicated because people are overwhelmed by what they're saying. It's like an ARPG. You play Diablo, you open up the skill tree. It's not that big. In Diablo 4, open it up. It's not the PoE 1. You open up the skill tree. You're like, what am I? It scares away so many new players.
But isn't that the beauty of those games, though? Isn't that part of its charm?
No, PoE 1 resonated with a more hardcore audience. It was very scary to newer players. Tekken is PoE 1 of fighting games. You don't necessarily need to make it easier. You just need to give it to them in pieces, not all at once, right? And they need to find some way to do that. The issue of making a fighting game easier is, first of all, the FGC is in denial about a couple of things. They are in denial that skill sets are a huge part of fighting games. You can't just say, well, don't do what you do best. Do what Ninja Killer does best. Well, I don't do what Ninja Killer does best. So if I have to play Ninja Killer and I have to do what he does better than him, I'll pass because no one does that better than him. Why doesn't he do what he does best against what I do best? And whoever adapts their character and skill set to the situation wins. Well, because what you do best, the casuals may say, I don't like that in games. You want to run away? You want to trap me? You want to zone me? Get it out. So it's like, no, it's not fun. Skill sets are patched out of fighting games based on what people find annoying. It's just stupid. You don't have to patch things out of fighting games. You just have to. First of all, fighting games are not for a casual. I don't give a fuck how many times people say fighting games are made for casuals. Fighting games are made for casuals to buy for the first 3 months, but then made for competitive players to play for the next 3 years. So you are literally saying, fuck my target audience, my main hardcore audience for the next 3 years so that I can capitalize on the first 6 months. That's why there's a war between players and developers. That's the problem. Casuals don't play fighting games either. They buy fighting games for the first 3 months and then they leave. And it doesn't matter what you do, they don't come back because they don't fucking care. Then you're left with what's left. The competitive players who don't like it. And Tekken 8, you can't fix it. Heat, all those things, it's ingrained. You can tweak it all you fucking want. It's unfixable. Unfixable.
I would go a step further. I'll say Tekken is antithetical to competition. I think Tekken is the least competitive in terms of its makeup, because most competitive sports, what you try to do is strive for consistency. Giving characters 70 moves in a roster with 60 characters, you're adding RNG. You're adding elements to a player who's trying to get good by saying, you wasn't ready for that, now you lose. Why would you do that in a game? In a game that you want to be competitive? Also, why would you have so many variables? That doesn't make any sense.
Tekken adding armor. Let me tell you
adding variables. They just want anyone to win.
The more variables you have, the more it's harder for the high-level player to control the outcome.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's antithetical to competition because they're actively making a game that makes top players have a hard time beating bad players.
No, I gotta disagree with you guys. I'll tell you why I disagree.
If you disagree, just so you know, there's a trap here. Careful how you disagree, because you might be giving the thumbs up to Tekken 8. But go on.
Well, the reason that I think that Tekken has been able to do what it's been doing for so long, and the issues have come about in Tekken 8, is that they have homogenized things and made them very similar, and so they've successfully made it so that anyone can, not anyone, but more players can perform well, because there's more applications that allow people to circumnavigate the systems that once allowed a top player to be a top player. So you're right in saying that there's more moves in Tekken, so it's very difficult to stay on top of things. But the beauty in Tekken was in its movement and the ability to, like Tom was saying, he went from playing 6 and tag 2 to 7, and he was like, man, I'm getting hit by everything. And over time, they've nerfed movement over and over again. And in Tekken 8, they did give us a movement buff, but they also increased the tracking. The problem is not the size of the move list, because anyone that plays Tekken knows that there's a couple of avenues you take to beat specific moves. Like, obviously, linear attacks you can sidestep, and if you've been playing Tekken for any amount of time, you can get a feel for how a player is going to try to attack you. More intermediate to high level players are more likely to not follow a linear path, right? So those kinds of players, you know that you can beat them just by going left or right. You're going to end up killing them by left or right.
Let me give you an example of something I'm talking about here.
But I just want to say, with Tekken 8, Tekken 8 kind of took that away from you with like Heat, for example, because it trapped you in place. So it's not that the moves need to be brought down in Tekken, it's that they need to restore movement, and they need to bring down tracking. I think if a character had I think there's characters in the game that have like 150 moves, and it wasn't a problem. It's a problem now because now I'm trapped. I can't move now, and now you're throwing all sorts of shit at me, and there's chip damage. So now I have to deal with your bullshit. In older Tekken games, I didn't have to. I could just Korean backdash, and you couldn't do anything. No matter how many moves you've got, I've moved out of your range now. Your range is here, and suddenly all your moves have become useless. But now, because Tekken 8 has kept me here, now I have to deal with this plethora of bullshit.
That real quick, Tom, they both sound bad. If you have 127 moves and they all lose to one option, that is very bad. That is a poorly designed game.
No, but the one option is difficult to do. Like, it's difficult.
Let me give you an example of like
there's
armor.
One option that beats all those options. That's a bad game.
Let me give you an example of armor. Why I don't like it. I hate armor. I hated it. When I first played Tekken 8, I was like, this is stupid. I hated it. Here's why. Because to me, here's how I see armor. It's just another thing to do when people say, I made a mistake. I'm disadvantaged. I don't want to have to hold this. What's my option besides now I have to block? You know what your option should be?
I'm not a defender of armor. I don't like
your armor should be nothing. You have no option. Why don't I have an option? You made a mistake. You got hit. Now your option is you must defend. That's it.
Nobody's going to defend armor. But just quickly, C4 saying that's a bad design. The only way to understand, no worries, bro. The only way to truly understand Tekken is to play it. I think
I'm not talking about Tekken. Yeah. I said games. You know, this is what you did to me last time. You tried to drag me into this Tekken think tank. I'm talking about games. If any other game had, here you go, 127 moves or 127 options, but this one beats all of them, you'd go, that's bad.
Yeah, but then you're taking away the nuance of the conversation because you're just looking at games in general. But anyone that plays Tekken knows that Tekken is a very unique situation.
If you want to say Tekken's a special little snowflake, go ahead.
But it really is, though.
Okay, so is Street Fighter, so is Uni, so all the other games. Every other game's unique.
Then they're not that unique, though, are they? They have a lot of similarities. They have very small move lists. With Tekken, there's things that only exist in Tekken that don't exist anywhere else. And do you remember when we had Dale Walker on here, the game developer?
Yeah.
Even he said that like other game developers look at Tekken and they marvel at it because it shouldn't exist. It's a game that just should not exist.
It's a bad game design. That's what he secretly meant. He was like, you put all these moves in the game, and all you do is, yes, it's got a skill barrier in terms of Korean backdashing, but one option, beating 100 plus, is bad. That's just bad. No,
that's a mischaracter. He said that they
find another situation where that is fun, where you can have 120 plus options, and I can just do one, and I beat you.
Yeah, but the problem is, C4, is that, like, first of all, what Dell said was that people marvel at Tekken in the games industry. They don't look at it and go, this is just madness. They marvel at it that it works in the fashion that it did for so long. And I think that one thing that, and this is something that I always tell people when they're doing tier lists on Tekken as well. Doing a tier list on Tekken is a little bit different to doing it for other fighting games. There's Tekken on paper, which is what you're doing right now. Like, you're looking at Tekken on paper, you're looking at the numbers, you're breaking it down analytically, or you're comparing it to other games. And then there's Tekken in practice. Tekken on paper and Tekken in practice are wildly different. It's hard to explain if you don't play them.
You can't explain it. It's okay. I understand. I asked for, give me another game that's good, where one option beats 120. You explained to me that Tekken's a snowflake, and I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, I explained Tekken is an anomaly. Every fighting game that has ever existed, Tekken stands on its own.
I think Dev said it shouldn't have been made because it was so complex in terms of what they did to make the game.
No, he said it doesn't understand how it exists. That's different. Not that it shouldn't have been made.
I heard that.
It shouldn't have been made is very different to it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't have been made is more like, this is impressive that it works, because if you did this anywhere else, it wouldn't. So it doesn't make sense that it exists, because on paper what you're saying is true. How could one thing beat 127 things? But if he said it shouldn't have been made, that would be him saying it's shit.
That's fair. Okay, I'll take that back. There's a little difference, but it's big enough. Until anyone in chat can DM me, tell me one other competitive sport, game, whatever, where one option beats 120 and it's good. Let me know. Regardless of how hard it is to do that one option.
But if I give you that game, doesn't it take away from the fact that Tekken is the special snowflake?
I'll just call you Mike Woke from now on then.
Why?
Because the snowflake argument doesn't work with me. It might work with other people, but saying, oh, my thing is so different, you can't compare it to anything, I'll be like, cool, then you can never talk about Tekken outside of the vacuum. Then you can't have any criticism about Tekken. You can't say, oh, well, Tekken shouldn't charge for frame data because other games didn't. You can't say that anymore. You've got to say, of course
you can. That's a
so
different
now we
component.
can compare Tekken to other games.
Yes, because you can't compare Tekken mechanically, but if I say Tekken's charging £100 for a character,
it's Tekken. It can do what it wants. It's so special, bro.
No. You can't take the fact that there's 100 moves and then say, oh, Tekken's online doesn't work and Street Fighter's does, but you're Tekken, so don't complain. It's obviously not the same thing.
Tekken's too hard. You can't give normal rollback to Tekken because it's 3D and special. There you go. That's the argument. You can't compare it to Street Fighter. It's just 2D graphics. It's fine. It's sprites or whatever. Tekken's it's too much. It's too.
But we have other 3D fighting games to compare it to.
Do you want to compare them to 3D? Do you want to compare Tekken to other 3D fighting games?
Yeah, in terms of what you're talking about, the other components of it, like adding rollback or ranked or whatever.
Well, what about the options? Because Soul Calibur doesn't have that many options, right? It doesn't have 100 plus. It's got what? If you include like specials and stuff, it's got probably what, 50-ish?
Yeah, Soul Calibur is kind of like Tekken, but everything's cut in half.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, Soul Calibur is a much easier, much more streamlined game to play.
More competitive, would you say? Because you don't get jump scared by things you've never seen for like 2 years because no one did that move?
Is it more competitive? No, it's more dead.
Okay. When I meant competitive, I meant like the game that we're playing, but you're talking about competitive as in there's no people competing in it. Fair. All right. Well,
is it more competitive if it had the same amount of players as Tekken? I wouldn't say it's more or less. It's just a different kind of competition.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like Virtua Fighter is a very different 3D fighting game to them. But if it had the same amount of numbers, I would say it's not a more or less competitive game. It's just a different type of competition. It's an anomaly. It's difficult to explain, which is why initially when you came on here, like one of the first times you came on, we were talking about Tekken. You saw how outraged everybody was when you were saying things about Tekken.
Yeah.
Because Tekken does exist in its own bubble. It does. And that's why everybody that's been looking in at what's been happening with Tekken, I don't know if you saw the video I released today about like a comprehensive guide on why everybody's angry at Tekken 8.
I saw like the first 5 minutes, but I'll watch it.
The problems that exist in Tekken are kind of unique to Tekken. So when everybody's looking outside, they're like, yeah, but 50-50s have always existed. And you remember that whole conversation? Like when it came up, a lot of anime players were like, why are you guys complaining about this? All I can say to them is that if you don't know why we're complaining about it, we don't need to have you can't have the conversation because you don't play the game, so you don't understand. It's like going to another universe and experiencing time in like a different way. Like I can't really explain it to you properly. It exists in its own realm.
That's fine, but then you have to give up the ghost that you can't keep. At some point, Tekken's so different from fighting games, you have to stop calling it a fighting game.
What do we call it?
I don't. This is your snowflake. Call it whatever you want, but you can't keep saying you can't compare Tekken to fighting games, but call it a fighting game. At some point, you have to bridge the gap. No,
not at all. I think that there's multiple types of fighting games, right? Like people say Smash isn't a fighting game. It obviously is.
It's a platformer, yeah. But you're saying Tekken. So what's Tekken? Is it a fighting game or not a fighting game?
It's a 3D fighting game.
So can we compare it to other 3D games? Other 3D fighting games?
Certain elements you can. Certain elements definitely.
So what's the difference
most basic elements?
So what's the difference between if someone compares Street Fighter to Mortal Kombat, like a 2D Mortal Kombat? Would you say you can't do that because they're too different, or would you say they're the same?
No, there's some similarities, like very few now, but there's some similarities. I mean, they're both on a 2D playing field. You jump up, you move back. Like those are very basic comparisons. You can do the same with Tekken. You move on a 3D playing field.
Yeah.
You have a bigger moveset in 3D fighting games. You have high, low, mid, which in some 2D fighting games you don't. Like there's basic comparisons that you can make to all of them. You can make more comparisons to to Tekken and Soul Calibur because they're kind of like brother sister.
Yeah.
But the further you move away from like the Soul Calibur Tekken bubble, the harder it becomes. Like comparing Tekken to DOA is really difficult because the battle systems are so radically different. The only things that are really comparable is the fact that they're moving on a 3D playing field, but everything that they're doing and how they're interacting, there's no real comparison. So if we were to say, can you compare this to DOA? I wouldn't really be able to do it for you because they have PPKK in their game, and then they've got hold, throw. They even have a guard button. We don't have a guard button.
That's fair, but then I would say that about every other game, every other fighting game. You can't compare Street Fighter to MK because MK's got a block button. They're totally different games. You don't have proximity block. To me, that is a totally different game. But you said it's the 2D game, so it's kind of basically the same. But I would say it's nowhere near the same.
I think that there's more 2D games that you can compare with each other. Like anime fighters, I think are easier to compare with each other. Like you can see similarities. Like if I looked at BlazBlue and Guilty Gear, or
they're totally different. BlazBlue, they're totally different. They work,
but they've both got air dashes, right? Like I can look at them on a basic level and be like, these are those kind of games where you'll probably get locked in a corner and you'll have to deal with a bunch of bullshit. It's got air dashes. I know, like you understand the intricacies of them, but
now do you see what happens? See, this is with reverse roles. How I talk to you about Tekken, you're like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Now you're saying Blaz and Guilty Gear are similar. They're not.
I didn't say that. If I said they're similar, I misspoke. I said there's similarities with them.
No,
there's similarities with Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
There's
the most basic similarities.
What's the similarity then?
That they've got air dash characters in them. That they've both got very long combos.
Both anime games. That's about it, I think.
They've both got. I think it was Blaz, but it's got that character that shoots swords from different angles.
Oh, yeah. Izanami.
Yeah, and in Guilty Gear, you've got that character that shoots shit out of his book. And when I was watching Guilty Gear, what's his name? Asuka.
Deadman. Oh, sorry, yeah, Asuka. Yeah.
Yeah. So both of those characters, I saw them and I was like, you're just in block sum for like 10 years.
Totally different. Ribcage from Izanami is totally different to what Bedman's doing. There's RNG.
I'm not saying that what they're doing is different. I'm saying that the character's on the other side of the screen and he's just blocking. That's all I'm saying. That's a similarity. It's a basic one. I don't understand why he's blocking.
That character's block is a similarity.
I'm saying
not a reach.
There's no Tekken game where you've got a character that is like on the. Actually, let me stop there. I forgot John exists.
Your Tekken is hella anime, bro. You're shooting laser beams from full screen and I'm blocking.
So I'm talking about Tekken historically, but every time I talk, I remember Tekken 8 has got John and other characters. So
Tekken 8 ruins the legacy.
Yeah, I think that's why people
Okay.
are pretty pissed off, because Tekken 8 kind of deviated from what we were so used to.
You know what? Like, all jokes aside, I've been telling people that from when before I came on here, because I was explaining to them like I spoke to the Tekken guys, spoke to like Finn, you, because Tekken doesn't have a collection, they are kind of pushed into having to play the new game, where other franchises allow you to go back to the game you like. Like, I go back to Infinite. I like Infinite. That's the one I play out of all the Marvel games. Third Strike players still play Third Strike. ST players still play ST. Tekken 5 players, they have to like chop off an arm and a leg to play their game, let alone find someone to play with online. Like, it's
accessibility. They're not the older games. That's something that C4 hits on, because I see Maximilian say this all the time. He'll say, hey, if you don't like the newer ones, go back to the older ones.
Doesn't work with Tekken.
Can't play
I'll give you the snowflake argument there. That is fair for Tekken. You can't just go back to the older ones. You can't.
I did a reaction video to Max doing that, and I don't know if he responded to me directly, because he did a follow-up video, and a lot of the points he addressed were the ones that I brought up in my video, because I was basically saying that Max is wrong on this. Tekken is the only, actually Soul Calibur as well, kind of. Soul Calibur's in that bubble too, where we can't go back and play our old games. We have to, like you said, we have to jump through hoops. Yeah. Finn had to fucking sit here on my shit computer and figure out how to get Tag 2 working. And when we finally did, my PC almost died. As soon as he came off, I tried to run the stream. My PC literally on stream, there's a stream, I don't know which one it is on this channel, that cuts out because I turned on Tag 2, the whole stream died. Like, we shouldn't have to deal with that stuff. Now, obviously, that's partly my fault because my PC's 15 years old almost, but we shouldn't have to be going back and emulating our games, and we have to. And for Max to be like, just go and emulate them or go and play them, I'm like, bro, this is not a Capcom fighting game.
Yeah, I made the argument when I first jumped on, and I was wrong. I was definitely wrong. I had to hold that L. It's not that easy. I didn't realize how fucked up it was for Tekken.
It's bad for Soul Calibur as well, because Soul Calibur 5 is my favorite, and there's a stream on here. This is actually, do you know what? Let me find it just to prove to people how bad it is. This was the last time that I ever streamed Soul Calibur 5. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the stream was only 1 hour long because I turned it on and I couldn't get a match. It was just crickets. I turned it on. There was nothing for ages. I searched, bro. I'm telling you, I sat here and I searched for ages. I tried my best. Nothing. And Bandai Namco and people have the nerve to say, go back and play your old games. Yeah, I think in this whole stream, I got one match. And I think it's because I basically told somebody else who was also playing it, search for me in rank. Let's see if we can match up with each other.
Mm-hmm.
It was, yeah, it was very peak. I think I started playing against the computer. Yeah. I think I got one person. No, I didn't. I went up against the computer. There was no one to play. So all these people are like, yeah, go back and play your games. We can't. We literally can't.
Something of Mortal Kombat, like you can't go back and play them. They're not accessible. It's the same problem. You can't go back and play them.
Yeah. So all the bitching that Tekken players do about Tekken, it is kind of unique to Tekken.
I'll say some of it's warranted or valid. You're not going to sell me on the snowflake, because then every game's a snowflake. And what's the bar from is it from The Boys or Invincibles, where it's like if everyone's super, no one's super. If every fighting game's a snowflake, then no fighting game's a snowflake to me. So
yeah, only Tekken is not all the other ones. There's only one. There's only one king of Iron Fist.
When you can say that with a straight face, I'll believe it.
Well, I think that the reaction from the FGC kind of proves it, because whenever other communities are looking in at what we're complaining about, they're just like, oh, that's been in our game forever. And that already like tells you that we can't have a conversation with other communities in the FGC about Tekken if they don't play it, because to them it's just like, well, we always had whatever it is that we're bitching about. Well, I mean, you even came on here, you made the argument, oh, but anime fighters have this, so just deal with it. And I was like, yeah, but this is not an anime fight, this is Tekken.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I was like, when I've done the comparison, and you guys were saying, oh, you can't compare Tekken, and then I said, okay, cool. If you can't pick and choose. If you don't want to compare Tekken to anime games, you can't compare the practice of the Tekken to fighting games, because Tekken's its own little thing. Tekken,
but can't it be an outlier in a world that has like let's say fighting games follow a line of logic, but there's an outlier. It exist as an outlier, an anomaly.
Yeah, but an outlier is only one or two. Every comparison that I would make from Throw Tekken taking chip damage, which is common in other anime games, but you said, well, not in Tekken, it's not. I was like, okay, cool. But then you're basically abandoning a part of fighting games because you're saying we don't do that over here. It hasn't happened for all these alliterations up to 8. When I was saying there's nothing incorrect with this mechanic. You're just saying it's not normal, but it is normal outside of the Tekken bubble. Lots of games.
We don't do that over here. We don't do them things over here.
Because you're. I nearly said incels. I meant insular. You're insular with your Tekken thinking. You don't justify. Sorry, when I say you, I'm just generalizing. Some people do, and it's not every situation. But a lot of the justification for things that are in Tekken are because it wasn't in older Tekkens.
No. I can justify chip damage in Tekken, why it's bad being there. You spoke about how having 80 or 90 moves in Tekken is ridiculous because the player is basically forced to just be in a constant state of RNG. My argument is that we had things to deal with it, but if you couldn't get away from your opponent, you could also just block. Like if you were good enough to read your opponent and understand that, king players tend to follow this line of moves, then you would block them and they would deal no damage. Like they would not be rewarded in any sort of way. Now, if I guess correctly, I'm like, right, I've kind of got this player figured out. He likes going mid, high, low. Mm-hmm. I still get punished for that now. Now I'm getting punished for it. I guessed correctly in a game that has 100 moves, which is already hard enough. But now I'm being punished for guessing correctly. We watched Joker.
Yeah,
we watched Joker correctly guess continuously against Nino's Kuma, and he lost his health. He never got touched, and he lost his health.
But that was from strikes, right? That was like rage strike chip damage thing.
No. That's just Kuma slapping him. Kuma did so much chip damage that he was correctly. I'll pull up the footage. I'll show you right now.
That's when he got the fish in his hand.
That's
he was just correctly guessing right, but people were like, "Oh, hit him out of it here or there." But what he did was let it play like, "Hey, if I try to move or hit him out of something here, my life is gone."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you normally rely on your defense there, which is an instinct of a good defensive player. He did. He guessed right every single time, and he lost his whole health bar for it. Yeah. And a lot of people were like, "Well, if he's going to block all day, he should be penalized." And it's like, this is kind of like a mindset,
Yeah,
give me 2 seconds just to get my food.
Out. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
2 seconds, just go get my food. I'll be back.
Those people are dangerous. Those people are dangerous for Tekken because they're applying their fighting game logic that exists outside of the Tekken bubble. It is not good to punish a Tekken player for correctly guessing the entire match because we're guessing hundreds of attacks. That's the reward for putting time into Tekken. That you're throwing all of these moves at me, and just like a good martial arts film, I am basically parrying everything and blocking everything. You can't do shit to me. Now because they want to add chip damage, I can correctly guess and I'm still punished for it. How is that? That can't exist in Tekken. It's not Street Fighter.
That's why I say
Fighter has got mid, light, and heavy, and that's it.
That's why I say though, the interest of the developer and the interest of the player are not aligned.
My bad. Yeah. Sorry about that.
They're not aligned.
For this video.
So I know from what you and Tom are saying, it doesn't justify throws. You're talking about strikes. I'm talking about throws, chip damage and throws for Tekken. Because with a throw, correct me if I'm wrong, you can duck throws in Tekken, right?
You can duck throws, yeah, unless it's a low, and then it'll grab you.
Yes. A low throw.
Yeah, so some characters can because you're crouching, it's like a special throw where they'll grab like Jim Pachi at a
They'll
power
grab you
bomb,
like they'll grab you like they'll reach over and grab you like that.
like a power bomb. They'll pick you up and power bomb you.
Will that whiff on standing?
Yes.
Yeah. And then you can punish them.
So when people say I made the correct option in taking a throw, that's incorrect. Taking a throw in every fighting game is damage mitigation. You are correct against a throw when you avoid the throw. So in Street Fighter, it's jump. In MK, it's crouching the throw because you punish. Taking the throw isn't the correct thing because it's not punish. You've gone, oops, I was too late to avoid it, but I can damage mitigation. So that's
actually, I'm going to give you some history here on DOA, being one of the forefathers of the original DOA scene in the arcade. The low defensive hold that people just spam now because they don't know what to do, that was damage mitigation. The low defensive hold was there to say, I am surrendering the launcher. You're not going to get your counter throw. You're not going to be able to extend the stun with a high or a low. I am giving you the mid launcher, but I am not allowing you to take anything else. But when they nerfed DOA in 4 and made you play the stun system, that strategy went out the window. But it's a similar strategy. I'm damage mitigation. Taking the throw in every fighting game is damage mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
This is the least damage.
That video you showed, that was fucked. I'm not going to say that wasn't fucked. I just saw it. The Kuma was going ham. He blocked correctly. I'm not going to say he should have sidestepped all the attacks. That's stupid. But I'm just talking about the throws. I'm not talking about the strikes.
You're missing out a very key element of a throw in Tekken versus a throw in these 2D fighting games. In 2D fighting games, it's a one-button tech. Someone does a throw or whatever, it's a one-button tech unless it's a command grab. In Tekken, it's a 1 break or a 2 break, and it's depending on which arm, which is the dominant arm that is coming towards you. So we're already dealing with that. So how
many frames is it?
I don't know how many frames it is. Someone in the chat could. I know from seeing it. If I see something coming at me, I can. I'm a visual player, right?
I don't remember.
In anime games, you can't react. In Guilty Gear, throws a 1 frame.
I don't know why I said 10. I think it's DOA talk.
So we can do the snowflake argument. In Guilty Gear, in Marvel, they're 1 frame.
No, 14. You can react. You can react with the arms in Tekken. Rip used to have a really good throw break trainer. In Tekken 6 that he put out that was very good. You can train yourself with your hands.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you can't. Obviously, you can. That's what we've all had to train ourselves to do that. But you're training yourself to learn how to react to the left arm and the right arm. It's not. It's not the same. It's a completely different element. If you had
then just it's within throw or not throw is the mind game there. Where in Tekken, is it a 1+2 break, a 1 break, or a 2 break?
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't take away from the point that you can react.
Yeah, but
I'm just doing the snowflake argument. You're saying, oh, it's different here because you have to tech with 2 buttons. If you don't have a macro, in Street Fighter, you've got to tech with 2 buttons. It's light kick and light punch. If you don't have a macro, you've got to tech with 2 buttons.
No, but what I'm saying is that in Street Fighter, there's not a throw where it's like Ryu's going to throw his right arm or his left arm. And if you press 1, which is the right arm, or 2, which is the left arm, you're going to get thrown if you don't do that correctly. That's an extra element. You guys don't have that in a 2D fighting game.
You mean taking different types of throws?
Yeah, so in Feng Wei's got his 1+2 throw, his 1 throw, his 2 throw. I have to know what the opponent's going to do. I have to see that visually. They've made it easier now, but especially in older Tekken games, it was harder. But in 2D fighting games, you don't have that. It's just a throw. Unless it's a command grab, in which case you can't do anything. If they command grab you, you're fucked. But in 2D fighting games, if someone goes for a throw, that's it. Like you've teched it or you've been thrown. In Tekken, it's different. There's 1, there's 2, there's 1+2, and then there's all these other throws as well that King has got. These 3, 4 throws or whatever. I don't even know them, half of them. And then you got the throws that grab you when you're on the ground. There's a bunch of elements that we're already dealing with, so that for them to add damage to that, where we're like, the game's already super high pressure. Imagine there's 100 moves. I'm in the range of a throw now, and sometimes visually they can look like similar when you're looking out for things, but I've correctly guessed or I've seen it, and I'm being punished for that. You can't do that over in Tekken. You can do it over in other games, maybe.
You're getting punished for taking the throw.
I should be punished for taking the throw.
Taking the throw is not the correct answer. This is This is the universal part. Taking a throw is not the correct answer. Avoiding the throw is the correct answer.
Well,
The reason you've got a problem
No.
with taking damage from a throw when you take it is because you think taking is the correct thing to do. No, avoiding the throw and punishing is the correct thing to do. You can
You're
lie to yourself
forgetting.
and think, no, I'm not forgetting. I've
No,
already
you are.
established that
You
you
are.
can duck throws and you can stand some throws. So there is an escape. I'm not saying you should never
Yeah.
take throws and you should always escape it. But I'm telling you, taking a throw is not the thumbs up you think it is. Taking a throw is
You're
I
also
was too late to avoid it.
you're also forgetting that there's an element in 2D fighting games that exists that doesn't exist in ours, which is jumping. We don't jump in Tekken, right?
But
so
you can
in
jump,
2D,
right? You can jump. I don't care if you do, you can, right?
yeah, but it's not something that happens in
you
Tekken.
can do like
It's-
delayed jumps, things like that. Yeah.
You can, but no one's doing jumps to stave off a throw because the consequences of that could be dire, right? You get floated, now you're at the wall, now you're dead. In
you
2D
don't need
fighting
to.
games,
Right? You don't need to jump. You can stand or crouch. Unless there's a throw that catches you for standing and crouching. Does that exist?
a throw that catches you for standing and crouching.
Yeah.
No, it's one or the other.
Then you don't need to jump.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that we're dealing with a ton more elements, and 2D fighting games don't have the complexities that 3D fighting games do. It's on a much more simple playing field when it comes to those things. Like you understand that it's a strike throw, and although it's strike throw with us as well, we're dealing with hundreds of different strikes. You're dealing with light, medium, heavy.
Wait, can't you block in Tekken without holding back? Neutral's
Yeah,
block, right?
You can neutral block, but that doesn't change the situation.
I love how we need to move on, but I love how you're.
Well, tell me how that changes it.
What do you mean? You could not press a button and block.
Yeah, but
Hello?
how does that
can be-
change the
you
throwing
can-
situation?
You're talking about strikes. Was you not earlier with the example with Kuma? I'm saying you're talking about, oh, I have to do this and that. I'm like, you can literally let God take the wheel and you block.
Yeah, but you can't block lows
How
doing that.
unaccountable are you as a Tekken player to be like,
Yeah, but
you know what?
you can stand block, but you can't
Yeah.
low block. So if you take your hands off and say God take the wheel, God's gonna laugh at you because they're gonna sweep you.
okay. And from what I've been told, you don't get much damage from sweeps, right? Like lows are faster than mids because mids lead into big damage.
This is Tekken 8, bro. You get plenty of damage.
Oh my,
Yeah,
the
it's like
pivoting,
making-
bro.
You're
It's
going
Tekken
up,
8.
brother.
The pivot is insane. If you got a swivel chair to spin around.
No, in older Tekken games, probably not. Like if it was a low that was like a snake edge or something,
The
you'd still
damage
come
was
in the middle.
primarily mid. Yeah, the damage was primarily mid.
Yeah, but we're talking about Tekken 8.
You've literally got cross Tekken auto block gem in neutral.
Say that again.
You've got in cross Tekken, there was a gem that blocked for you, and it would drain some of your meter. As long as you wasn't like in a recovery from an attack or the start of attack. In Tekken, being in neutral blocks mids. And it's almost like Tekken brain rot. You think that's normal. That is not normal because no other game has that. In every other game, you either commit to a button or a direction.
That's why when we're talking about Tekken and other people from other scenes try to talk to us, we tell them just be quiet. You can't talk to Tekken players because you don't understand. I'm not talking to you specifically, but when they're on Twitter, talking, oh, but in our game, yeah, that's great. Your game's not Tekken.
That's not Tekken. No,
it's not Tekken.
Then never moan about your mechanics and go like, well, in this game they do it differently. Your special Tekken over there.
We don't do that.
Okay.
We try to distance ourselves from. We've tried to the core Tekken community has tried to distance themselves from 2D games. We don't want to be near you.
No. Any game. I'm talking about any game.
Any game.
Any game. Okay, cool.
Anytime there are elements from other fighting games that pop up in Tekken, everyone that's been playing Tekken for a long time looks sideways. I'm like, why are you here? It's like a hood and no one else is invited. We want to be left alone. We don't want 2D characters in our games. We don't want an abundance of fireballs and a laser that is a high here and there. Fine. They're easy to duck and launch. But we don't want all these 2D elements. We want you guys to stay over there, stay as far away as possible. Because now, unfortunately for us, we're in a situation like this where there are 2D elements in the game. And now we have to speak to 2D players. And they're like, well, this is already existing in fighting games. We're like, go away. You're ruining our Tekken.
Okay. I would just say that's all good, well and good. I would say when your devs are charging you for frame data and you're looking from that far away going, but they're not charging. I'll be like, oh no, stay over there. Keep your stinky social experiment ass over there. When you guys paid for frame data,
I didn't pay.
Don't look at all the other fighting games and say, well, they didn't pay for it. You're special.
But we don't do that. We're not looking at other fighting games going, those guys didn't pay for it. We're looking at our other Tekken games and going, we don't pay for these things. Like, we're not going to pay for this.
Yeah, but you couldn't, right? From like what 5 backwards, you couldn't pay for frame data because you didn't have the online thing to do that.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is that it was not acceptable, not because you guys had it, because we just knew it was not acceptable to be charged.
No, you didn't. There's no argument for it not being acceptable.
Of course there is.
What's the argument? Because they didn't do it before.
No, it's
that's not an argument.
You're in a game that has all of these attacks, and it's not a basic feature in the game. It didn't need to exist in other fighting games for us to be like something that you use to work out how your own moves work when you're developing the game. You're charging us for that data to learn about our characters. Right. We don't need to look at 2D fighters and their practices. We just know that over here, that's some bullshit. You have access to that data. We need that data to get better at the game. You're charging us for it. And they caught flack for that, not because we said Street Fighter's not doing it. They caught flack for it because we said this is a dumb thing to do, irrespective of what they're doing.
That doesn't work because you didn't mention it in 7.6, did you? Did you say where's our frame data?
We always did. There's always been a conversation around Tekken having extremely poor training options, no tutorials. Tekken had a very, very bad reputation amongst the Tekken community for not teaching people how to play the game. These guys can corroborate.
No, I'm thinking about when I was on here the first time and you was like,
that's me. Don't take me.
Okay,
that's me. I'm the elitist old bum that didn't want anyone to learn anything. But everybody else was like, this is a problem.
Because last time I was here and I was talking about, it's cool that you have the combo counter. And you was like, well, not just you. Other people were like, well, you should just know the game and then you'll know where the mix-up is in between the string or where the string reset. And I was like, so you don't want new players to play your game. But now you want the function. No. Okay.
I said that that was something that I said. And I also said to you that I understand that what I'm saying is not good for Tekken. I did say that. I said it's not good for Tekken the way I
self-sabotage.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I'm not a dev. But I did say that people have been complaining about a lack of training options in Tekken for a very, very long time. And Tekken 8 did address a lot of that. But that had been an ongoing conversation. And it wasn't because of 2D fighters. Because if you want me to be completely honest with you, Tekken players, even though we don't have the numbers of Street Fighter or whatever, as a game, if you really ask a Tekken player, your 2D players are looked down on by us. You're not on the Tekken level historically. So we're not looking over there. We're not looking over there and being like, we want to be like those guys. We want you to stay over there, well over there. We want to be left alone over here doing our own thing because we understand that on this block, we're superior. That's how we see it. If you want me to be real,
what yourselves? Superior to who? Oh, you think you're superior to 2D games?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That's actually true. That's how they feel.
Yeah, I know they think like that. I agree.
I'm not saying that for myself. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, actually, I am. But I'm saying that overall, if I actually, do you know what? I remember in Trocadero Arcade, you can ask some of the guys. Street Fighter 4 was put next to Tekken 6. And I remember the Tekken 6 guys would constantly shit on them. They'd be like, look at this bomb-ass game. Like you've got 4 moves in the game. You guys got no brain cells. We're over here dealing with 100 attacks. I remember those conversations. I didn't really say that because I was over there playing Bison as well. So I would have looked like an idiot. But if you asked me there, what game, what's the hardest game to play out of all the fighting games, all the major ones, because I'm sure there's some stupid, obscure Mugen game that's got dumb inputs, but I would say Tekken. I might entertain a conversation about KOF just because of its inputs, but Tekken's got too much in it for me to put another game.
I think the problem is with fighting games, there's such a weird balance where for them to be successful, they have to be watchable and accessible to a point, but not too accessible. If fighting games are in a very fragile area, it's tough to hit that sweet spot. Tekken 8 is over the top. When big damage combos happen every 2 seconds, it takes the crowd out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There are no
100%.
big moments. Every moment's a big moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's some of the most broken things in fighting games that people say are terrible for them are some of the most hype moments ever. Okay, the Vanilla Sagat. Okay, no one defends that, right?
Nope.
But man, when Vanilla Sagat had
I
bar,
did. I was using it.
when Vanilla Sagat had bar, and he traded with a roundhouse,
Oh yeah.
and even if you had like 70%, the match was over, right? And the whole crowd would be like, as he does a super, oh, the whole crowd got into it. Now, so even Tekken 6, someone launches you, hey, now you get launched, people are just like, it's too much. It's too
Yeah.
much. It's like windshield wiper. Combo all the way this way. Now he hits you, and now you're going this way. It's too much. It's too. The original level 3 Dark Phoenix. Man, nobody wanted to get hit by level 3 X Factor Dark Phoenix. The original level 3 X Factor. It was great for the crowd. It sucks to be you, right?
Didn't you die in like 2 hits?
Yeah, but people love to watch it. Iron Man, you get hit one time in Marvel 2, and if somebody has the execution, the crowd loves it. You know,
Yeah, actual execution, not Tekken execution.
skill-based move.
Oh no, hold on. Hold
So-
on now.
What do you mean? Hold on. You can't. Don't ever try and tell me that Tekken players have execution. I've already spoke to Finn. Ain't none of you doing a Marvel 2 combo infinite. No way.
Well, it depends.
We've
Tag
got
one players
different
had
execution.
Tag 1 players had a lot of execution, I would say.
Tag 1. Any Tag 1 players in chat?
Yeah, I was.
I'm just
Tag one
saying
player.
they had, you know.
All right, you do a combo. You do any infinite in Marvel 2.
No. Obviously, like the 2D fighting game execution wise, they definitely got us beat.
Yeah, so I'll just look down on you because you play baby games.
That's fine.
Okay, dialer combos, nice. And
Sorry,
you get
bro.
chances in neutral. Play a Marvel game, play a versus game where you've got one chance to play neutral. So
I
you
might
have
as
to
well
be on point.
might
None
as
of this
well play-
second chance I roll out and I get to play neutral again.
I might as well just play fantasy style Final Fantasy then.
Nope, you might as well get good. That's what versus games teach you. Get good. Get good with your movement because their throws are unreactable and you only get one chance to play neutral. But it's all right. Sometimes I'll come into one day, maybe I'll, put the rubber dinghies on, swim in the shallow bit of the pool with you Tekken players.
I mean, we're in the instant gratification era, but when you put instant gratification in a fighting game, it's a bad recipe. and the problem is developers, the bulk of fighting game sales happen within the first 3 to 6 months. So, and then you're kind of just left with what you got for the next 3 years. And unfortunately, like I said, the interest of the developer does not align with the interest of the player, period. That's ultimately, to get back to the main subject, that's why fighting games can never be bigger than they really are. I mean, it's a direct conflict between the developer / publisher and the player. They don't, the developer publisher, they don't give a fuck if it's a esport. They don't care. They don't care about that. They want to sell copies of the game. And fighting games just don't rate well as television programs. I mean, I'm interested to see what would happen if they put it on Netflix, like to Mike's point.
Which fighting game do you think would do well on Netflix out of all of them?
You'd have to try Street Fighter. Right? You'd have to try Street Fighter.
What was that, sorry?
Which fighting game do you think would do the best out of
I don't think any fighting game but Street Fighter has a chance. Mortal Kombat has no shot. I honest to God, if Vampire Savior has more entrants this year at Evo than MK1, Evo, I don't care. I'll put up the money for it. I'll put up $3,000 for them to add Karate Champ next year, and that will beat Mortal Kombat 1's best numbers at Evo. Just to prove that you can put any game in history at Evo, and it will beat MK1, cementing Mortal Kombat 1 as the worst fighting game to ever exist.
I mean, it almost drove King Jay insane. So I've never seen Jay act like that before.
Yeah.
He begged. He actually begged me to stop the bet. He said, "I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry for saying you ain't got endurance." Couldn't believe
I mean,
it.
what's so crazy is like, dude, Mortal Kombat, like everything was obvious. How can the game be headed for such a cliff? And every major content creator telling you how good it is. Like how? Like if you're Harada was probably like, I can't deal with this anymore. Half of the scene says it's bad, the other half says it's good. I'm done, right? He probably just couldn't. You can't please them anymore. Mortal Kombat was like, Ed Boon, this is the greatest game ever. Ed had to be like, how did this happen? The greatest game we've ever made. How did it happen? Like, dude, it's.
Are you not excited though, Tom, for the next cycle of Mortal Kombat? Because if it comes out, then you're gonna. No, it's not that. It's that we've already been through this whole ordeal with all the content creators lying about the game. Do you think after what happened with MK1, they're still gonna do it in the next MK game if it's bad?
Of course, and here's why. Do you know why they're gonna do it? Because fighting game players are broke. Do you know why I can say what I say? I'll say it right now. They're all shells. Ketchup and mustard. Max, I don't give a fuck, but they can't hurt me anymore. Ketchup and mustard, Mr. Aquaman, I respect them, but they're all shills. There's a lot more. They're all shills in some way. They have to toe the corporate line. They have to, because not because they don't want to be honest. Like even some testers that have gone to NetherRealm, they can't tell the truth. The big ones, the commentators, the big ones, they can't say. Big D, I'll put him out there. Big D, when he was commentating the Saudi tournament, what was it? We play? He's like, oh, I don't want to say anything. I'm not in this one. You're shilling. You're a goddamn shill. The game is complete shit, and you don't want to say anything. You don't want to say Stephanie Brownback, worst possible thing to ever happen in Mortal Kombat. Worst possible thing. Worst possible thing. The worst. The reason why I can tell the truth. Do you know why? Because as the Joker said to Batman in The Dark Knight, you have nothing to threaten me with. I make more than all of you combined. I don't need to suckle from the very teat of NetherRealm Studios and the FGC anymore. So what the FGC does is they make you reliant on them. And you have to toe the line. Otherwise, you can't pay your rent anymore. You don't get early access. You don't get propped up. You don't get commentary gigs. You don't. And I respect Ketchup and Mustard. I'm not trying to shit on them, right? Super in some ways. He doesn't call it out. He does, or he'll tiptoe on it. Maximilian will tiptoe. He'll tiptoe a little bit. No,
does Max tiptoe? I thought he called stuff out.
No, he tiptoes a little bit. Because people will say, you see, Max, first he'll say something good, and then he'll say something bad. It's not a 6-year-old where you got to compliment him and then, kind of give him the... No, it's shit. Nobody likes it. You don't like it. It's not fun. Just say what it is. Shroud, when they did their MK11 guest streamer thing, and the girl kept getting hit by the Shiva stomp. You know what Shroud said? This is the least fun game in history. Do you know why? Because Shroud don't give a fuck. The FGC has no power over him. There are Ketchup and Mustard, Aquaman, Big D when he was doing stuff, all of them to some extent. Honeybee's not a shill, but during MK1, he would talk about like, is the game saved? Is the game saved? There are a few of them. They don't tell the truth. Tweety's the only one I think is being. Tweety said something that makes a lot of sense to me. Tweety said in one video, he said, "Look, some people call me a shill. I'm going to be honest with you. The games I'm used to playing are so shit competitively. It's like eating out of the dumpster, and then you go to McDonald's." And you think McDonald's is a gourmet restaurant because next to the dumpster food it is, So I get what he's saying. Like next to some of the games he would play competitively, a game like MK1 doesn't seem all that bad. So I respect that. But a lot of them, they just, all the reaction videos. Oh, can you believe what I'm seeing? What are you talking about? The game is shit. It's dying. It's dying in front of your face, and now it's dead. I mean, literally, the leaker came out and said it's over, and people were like, oh, I don't know. The NRS community, the people, the powers that be, created an imaginary game of cloak and dagger to say, oh, Mike Hollow and Tom Brady, they're reporting this news, but they don't know the truth. We think that NetherRealm is leaking false information to bust who the leaker is. They created a fantasy game of cloak and dagger that didn't exist rather than admitting the truth. The FGC makes you rely. You go to NetherRealm, you can't tell them the truth. Why? You don't get brought back. If you're a
do you think some
creator,
people? Sorry, real quick. Do you think some of these people that you're talking about could be just blindly optimistic?
No. I have too much. I
Say
have
less. You got me.
I have too much. Let me tell you something. People like Ketchup and Mustard, Aquaman, I consider them highly intelligent. They know exactly what's happening, but they toe the corporate line. Aquaman, great commentator, love him, love what he's done for the scene. He toes the line. He tries to create hype. Hype? What hype? Your game is over. It's over.
I got told by 3 people in the UK. I won't say who it is. It's not Ketchup and Mustard, and it's not Foxy. But I got told by 3 people in the UK that they cannot, under any circumstances, tell NRS how they really feel about the game, and they can't make suggestions for things that they think are a little bit sideways of the game. They told me this in person. In person, they told me.
Yes.
And I looked at them and I was like,
I'm not surprised. Bloodcount publicly said it.
Yeah, Bloodcount said it.
And here's the ultimate thing. Here's the real truth. I'm not trying to call out guys like Ketchup and Mustard when you earn a living doing this, obviously it'd be foolish to put your livelihood at risk, to be honest. Because let's be honest here. These people, they're not going to pay your bills. The access you get, the accessibility you get hands-on, with the perks you get from Warner Brothers or Digital Eclipse or NetherRealm or now Netflix. And Ketchup and Mustard, in my opinion, they're 2 of the most knowledgeable and educated players in the history of Mortal Kombat. I have high respect for them. I also think they should probably fly Foxy to come in and give them the truth. I think Foxy, one of the smartest players I've ever had the pleasure of talking to.
True.
Aquaman as well, great for the scene. But they are shackled by NetherRealm. They are shackled, period. And then there's True Underdog, who isn't. When I talked to him, when we talked, I understood where he was coming from. At first, I thought this is just some, shill, right? He's towing the corporate line. But to him, it's different. It's like it's not that he's shilling, it's that there's a cloud of negativity where you can talk positive about the game, and no matter how bad the game is, if you keep saying it's great, people will never call you out for, dog, you know how wrong you are? But if you say anything critiquing the game, you're everything bad, negative, whiner, crybaby, complainer. Nobody wants to watch you, Tom. Nobody wants to watch Mike Hollow crying about the game. Well, now you don't get to watch anybody about Mortal Kombat 1 because nobody's playing it. Over Thanksgiving, it had less people watching it than Back for Blood. Are you high?
Oh, yeah,
there is no game more deader than MK1. The problem is when you are shackled by the developer and publisher and shackled by certain things in the FGC because you must suckle from the very teat of the developers to keep feeding you, you can't be honest. But when you say, hey, bitches, I make my own money. I don't give a fuck what you say. I do what I want when I want. Get fucked. You can tell the truth because they don't control your livelihood. These developers, one, they need to stop being so petty. Let their content creators. I mean, seriously, Who didn't see the fucking problem in MK1? Who? I mean, literally, the first MK1 video I ever did was in the beta, the very first hour of the beta, armored launchers. I said, I know what you new MK1 players are going to say. Oh, but it costs a bar of meter and 1 bar of resource. It's called blah, 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 the resources. I'm like, armored launchers were in MK9, they're in MKX. We didn't give a fuck that it cost bar. We didn't give a fuck if it was unsafe. It doesn't work. It's no good. Oh, what do you know, Tom? All they did was cry about armored launchers for 3/4 of the game. The players are Mortal Kombat players are too stupid to understand the history before them. MK players are just the worst of the worst.
Tom,
content creators.
Can I throw a spanner in the works? Can I throw a spanner in the works here? I want to try someone after you. Yeah, I want to say something to you just based off something that you just said.
Yeah, good.
And I'm saying this to you as a friend and because I respect you highly because I want you to stick around. You just said that they can't do nothing to you anymore. They can't hurt you anymore. You make too much money for them. You make more money than all of them combined, right?
Yeah.
Then you said that these people are these Mortal Kombat players are the stupidest players, the stupidest people in the fighting game community. If they can't control you and they can't hurt you and they're stupid, why would you take their videos down based on their criticisms
of the game? By Mortal Kombat.
Why do you take your videos down?
It's because my audience is my audience. My audience was the one that telling me that they didn't like the content.
But your audience is Mortal Kombat players, right?
Yeah, but they didn't like the content, so I said, okay, I'll put on the content that you want.
Yeah, but if they're stupid, then maybe they'll know what's good for them.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, it was obvious. Do I believe? Look, ketchup and mustard, for example, Legacy Collection. I didn't notice any lag.
Yeah, you froze for a bit.
No. Oh, how can you see me now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's all good now.
Okay. Legacy Collection. I didn't notice any lag. Come on, bro. Stop. I mean, it's obvious what happens. Like, do I believe that two people as intelligent as ketchup and mustard went to NetherRealm, played the game, and didn't notice the problem? You could play Mortal Kombat 1 in 30 seconds and say failure. Mike, I said this to you the very first time we talked. I said this in videos long before I ever talked to anyone. I said MK1 can't work because it is a tag game. However, it is missing the factors that make tag games allow fast gameplay, such as super jump, push block, air block, air dash, things like that, advancing guard. These are core mechanics that allow one character to be doing stuff while one assist is going off, that allow you on the defense to not be pinned down and can move around and navigate a minefield. When you remove those mechanics, you must then limit the assist to 2 to 3 assists that are good, and the rest of them don't get used. The only answer is make all the characters play like fully flushed out 1v1 characters, not make the assist the character's half and the assist is half. Make the assist a +1 and the character do 100% of their own heavy lifting. That was obvious from day one. I know other people that have gone in there, and yes, they wanted to tell NRS. They couldn't. They wanted to be brought back. K&M, way too smart. Way too fucking smart. Two of the smartest people, way too smart. Of course they knew that. Couldn't say it. And I shouldn't call them shills as much as that's my mistake. And I apologize to them in Aquaman. They're not shills. They're prisoners. They're prisoners of NRS. They can't tell the truth. NRS, you are so stupid that you pay people to come in to give you advice and then say the only advice you can give us is good job. You are retarded. You are stupid.
Not entertaining, by the way.
You are stupid. I mean, my God, you are stupid. I mean, it can't. Oh my God, man.
Tom, I wanted to say real quick. I mean, I don't even know if I believe this anymore. But I was gonna say, for a small minority of people, I feel that when you're saying that all retarded, there's gonna be a pocket of people where they genuinely do like the game. I agree with you with the tag mechanics. I was in your stream and I was asking, like, oh, can you do this? Blah blah blah. And he's like, nope. I was like, yeah. There's not enough defensive mechanics to alleviate the strength of assist. Like, not being able to jump and block, that alone is basically a reason not to have assists. Because the most prominent thing in any assist game or tag game, you'll watch it, people do empty jump forward and call an assist. Because that's what assists are for. Therefore, an insurance policy for approaching. And if you don't have the defensive options to combat that, you're just going to be taking a block string from full screen. But what I was going to say is, example, I'm here and I get hated all the time because I like the My Little Pony game. Now, Jay played it and Jay said it was good. Now, I'm obviously not getting paid by them.
Throwing Jay on the bus.
I clipped it. It's his own fault. He said it multiple times. But I think he genuinely liked it. I don't think he was doing it for the camera.
He did. He went, it's good, you know. This game's good, you know. I was cracking up.
So people could look at me and go, oh, I'm just a brony. They could say I'm a shill, but clearly I'm not getting paid by them. Same with like Net Impact. Do you maybe think like a minority people can look at a game and have like a really fringe fun factor in MK? Because I like watching MK1. I would never play it. I like watching it. I don't like playing it. Can you conceive? Remember, Doctor Strange. Can you conceive of a timeline of a genuine person liking the game to watch, at least? Maybe not to play, but to watch.
I truly believe that the purpose of MK1 was created as punishment for when you die and you go to hell and you're forced to play it. I truly believe that MK1 and MK11 were created for those purposes. And the crazy thing is, like, even MK11, as great as it sold year one, Evo didn't put it in. And it took it out. And it was like, hey, do you see the feedback right now, regardless of what the sales are saying? Harada spoke on this. He said, hey, even though the sales of Tekken 4 said one thing, the feedback I got was opposite than the sales number. And I had to consider that. And he made the right move in going with Tekken 5. Ed Boon was like, probably like, hey, man, this is the most successful fighting game in history. And it's the most entrants MK has ever had, competing with Street Fighter's numbers. And they took his head. Is something wrong with the game? Nah, haters, jealous. You high? You had 1,500 people at Evo. Yeah, they don't want those players' money. Fuck them. They'd rather take you out and put in something that's going to bring in less money. Are you high? No, they took you out because they're like, it's done. It's over. Nobody cares. After 1 year, it's over. You know?
Okay.
You never answered my question, though.
Yeah.
You never answered my question earlier.
Why do I care?
Yeah. Why'd you care?
Blink twice if you're a prisoner, Tom. Blink twice.
Yeah, I was a prisoner at one time. I was a prisoner at some point, but
because I think that you could do a lot of good, Tom, if you just doubled down and stuck to your guns. I think you could do a lot of good. I think you would be surprised if you put all of your videos back up, because they're not deleted, right? They're just unlisted. If you put them all up and start producing content, I think that you could have a real, genuine, positive impact on the next Mortal Kombat game. They might not call you in directly, but I think other people will look at your content and start echoing your ideas. And that might get to NRS. Because it might be filtered through people they like.
That is so true, because I think this is like a global thing. After the pandemic, there was very few people to pass down the torch of being a TO offline. Everyone wanted to be a commentator. The influx of commentators that happened because of COVID, because everyone was at home, everyone had a headset, and that's what the cool thing was to do, because you get a lot of clout, people laugh at your jokes. But before that, I remember there was people my age at the time that were like, you know what, one day I'm going to run like a Heart of Gaming, like you will know that, right? That I'm going to run an offline. I'm going to have house sessions. I have not heard of anyone younger than me that wants to do house sessions. No, there's no torch to pass down. They don't want to. You do it with your friends, like in a WhatsApp group, but no one wants to like open up a venue or a place to get games. No one's going to like Game Station and go, oh, you know, on Thursday nights can we play games like with just random people? That is gone. So we need someone like you. Even if you think you can't make a difference, the person you pass the torch down to might be able to.
Yeah. They're not going to let you back into the studio, Tom, but they might let somebody into the studio that likes what you're saying. It can be like a Hail Hydra moment.
Don't let me in. Don't let me in. Yeah. Don't. Do we let someone in who doesn't need us, that'll tell us the truth, that has a deep understanding of Mortal Kombat system, or let in someone that needs us to pay his bills, and then we'll threaten him and he'll tell us the truth? No. Are you fucking stupid? No. Because you know why? People will always say, I want to get brought back. I'm a content creator. I need the perks or I can't pay my bills. But
it's good to try though. Like if you have the ear of the community, they're gonna, especially because MK1's reputation really hurt the MK franchise's reputation. It's now that the community can really get their attention because they're down in the dumps. When you're selling 50 million,
who are they going to bring in?
We don't know. We don't know yet. This person is an unknown. It could be anyone. It could be Finn T. It could be C4. It could be Chad the Third. It could be anyone. If your message can be filtered through somebody else who is kind of playing a double agent, let's say, they won't know. Even if they're watching the stream right now, how could they know? They might bring someone in who Ed Boon just likes. So, you know, certain people take certain likings to people when they can't really explain it. That person might hold your ideas and he might be able to convey them to Ed Boon in a way where Ed Boon's like, oh, you know what, you're right. But if he heard you say it, you don't even want to hear it.
They could even be the next Sajam. And then their influence is so big that devs have to pay attention and put rollback in their games.
Yeah. And then they could become so influential that it could get to a point where the entire community is kind of listening to this one person. And in the back of this person's ear is Tom Brady. And you've won.
Nobody gives a shit what I have to say, man. Nobody cares.
Don't do that. You know that people they might
Nobody
not have the same
cares.
charisma as you to get the point across, but you can plant the seed in people's heads to at least look at things critically. That's what you got to do. Make people look critically at things, and your voice helps people do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no pushback.
I mean, I did it constantly in MK1, and the MK community was like, "Oh, Tom, you just too dumb. You just can't adapt." Yeah, you're right. I can't adapt. The list of people that were top in all three eras, arcade, 3D, and NRS, that list of people sits at one. Me. I can only adapt over 30 years. I don't know how to adapt. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to adjust. You know.
Yeah, but what you're saying is true. You have adapted through 3 eras, so why listen to them?
The Mortal Kombat community, in on the natural selection scale, the Mortal Kombat community is the lowest.
Teach
if
them,
a coronal mass ejection leaves the sun powerful enough to block, if Apophis hits the earth, the first people to go are the Mortal Kombat players. Okay.
Teach them. Okay. Don't let your people die, because they're your people. You can call them stupid and all that, but they're your people.
They're the first people to go.
They need a shepherd.
They do. Lead them to the promised land. Lead them to a good MK.
They don't want to be led.
But Tom,
sheep don't either. They get forced by the dog. So bark at them and make them go.
They don't care. They don't want to hear what I have to say.
Keep barking. That's what dogs do to sheep. They bark at them and make them move in that direction. If you go silent, the sheep are going to go everywhere.
It's a leap of faith, Tom. That's all it's ever been. All right, Tom. All right, let's make another bet. Let's make a long-term bet.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a rich man. Top 1%. Let's
Top
make a
1%.
Let's make a long-term bet.
Okay.
I bet you, and this is gonna be long-term, right? We're gonna record this on the channel today. Everyone's gonna hear it here first.
Okay. Okay.
I bet you that if you put all your videos back up, unlist all of them, and you start uploading at least one video a week, nothing beyond that. Guarantee you, not only will you go beyond 30K within that year, but the views on your videos would have shot right up, and there would be a much bigger audience coming here to watch you. And if I win that bet, then what I want you to do is I want you to C4. What have you always wanted, bro?
What have I always wanted?
What have you always wanted? Is there like a particular tournament you've always wanted to go to that they haven't flown you out to?
Oh, I've never been to Frosty or CEO, and I'd love to go to one of them too.
You gotta fly C4 out, first class CEO.
So what do I have to do now? Because I know it won't happen, so I got no problem with it.
You put all your videos, every single video you've done, back on your channel. Unlist, relist all of them.
Okay.
Start uploading content, whatever content you want. At least one video a week, just one. You can do more if you want. I guarantee you, by 6th of January 2027, you will have surpassed 30K because you said that your channel doesn't grow. You would have surpassed 30K, and if you do, then you can tell me whatever you want. If I win, if you don't get this, so you could choose whatever you want. If I win, you have to fly C4 out first class to CEO.
I'm happy to be a pawn in this bet, but on top of that, I will also put MKTB before my name, and I'll tell people I'm sponsored by Tom Brady when I commentate and enter tournaments if I go there.
Deal.
Right, you heard it here first. I'm gonna pin that to Twitter.
You know, so I used to always say, what do I have to do to get the real Tom Brady to sponsor me back in the day?
Well, it would be my pleasure.
There was a time.
Tom Brady.
There was a time when the Patriots went on like a 10, 12-year run when they weren't winning anything. And I was like, honestly, I'm the only one winning. He's not holding up his end of the name. I was like, I'm the only one.
So by tomorrow, we have to see all of your videos back on your channel. Every single one that is still active on your channel, you have to relist them. Because everyone in the chat right now is saying we want to see Tom's old shit.
Yeah, I can put them up.
And you got to keep them up no matter what Mr. Aquaman or Foxy or Sonic Fox or Ketchup and Mustard or Big D, whatever their names are, no matter what they say on Twitter, you have to keep them up. You have to keep them up at least until the 6th of January 2027, and we can review the bet. And if I lose, you can do what you want with your channel. Now your channel's prisoner to my channel.
I mean, dude, yeah, I'll do it.
Well, I'm gonna get some summer clothes because I'm definitely getting flown out. Tom underestimates his power. This is crazy.
I think I don't have the power. I don't have any power. That I know.
You have the power of the people. You just look at the haters too much.
I don't have any power.
And the haters feed you. Man. The haters feed you.
The people banished me to the Shadow Realm. It was my supporters that wanted a lifetime ban, not the haters.
We're your supporters.
Forget
them then. Forget them. We're your supporters now.
Yep. And the Marvel law is Dawn got banished as well, and now he is the Lord of the Realm that he got banished to. He's the strongest, and they have to keep him there because he's too strong.
Yeah, he just ripped Thanos into pieces.
Mm-hmm. That's Tom Brady. He's the mummy.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty sure. I won't get 30. What am I at right now?
There's Tom's channel in the chat, guys. There's 600 you watching.
What am I at right now?
You're on 26K. So you got 4K to get in 1 year.
Oh, I won't get that.
He's one.
I'm gonna make some Smurf accounts.
Nah,
A lot
not
of
much
Smurf
irony
accounts.
now.
And
Not much
remember,
irony.
you have to upload one video a week. This week, if you're busy, is fine. But starting next week,
One of
you have to upload.
What
at
am I gonna?
least
I don't know what to talk about. MK's dead.
You are not short of opinions, Tom. Let's keep it 100. You are not short of opinions.
Okay.
There's a lot of things you can talk about. And talk to
Man.
people. Talk to people.
And MK got hit with the Wizard of Oz, man.
Oh,
A little
look at
water
that!
on
You're
the Wicked Witch,
already.
and that was it.
Hold on. You're already up. You're on 26.1. I just refreshed it. You-
Like I said,
you-
I don't.
Hold on, no,
I'll
I'm
be
not even
very-
happy.
Remember, Tom, the numbers don't lie. We're number guys.
Look, 26.1. It went up just on the stream. Yeah, Tom, you're gonna be flat. C4, you better get your best sandals, get your best
Yeah.
shorts. That's getting
Yep.
flown out like an Instagram model.
We'll see. Oh my gosh.
Can't
We'll
wait.
see. Not like an Instagram model. Don't do that.
Yo, I will get some. I will get a top with Tom Brady on it. 100%. I'll do
Yeah,
it.
please get it and walk
do it
up to
properly.
Ed Boon. Walk up to Ed Boon and be like, Tom flew me out, by the way.
I'm here for you. You don't know me, but I'm here for you. I'll do that.
Ed, man, I'll do it for free, man. Bring me out. I'll fix it. I'll do it. I'll do it for free.
Your
See,
voice
I'll do
is.
it for free.
Oh, sorry, go on.
if you ever speak to Ed Boon, try to like butter him up. If you see him at a tournament and be like, listen, just talk to Tom. It'll save our game.
I'll try. I'll. I don't know what I would say. I mean, you might think I'm a shield because I'm like, I love tag games.
Yeah.
I'll say, Ed, you're using a formula that you created in 1992. Do you see the problem?
Must have
Yeah,
some
the
sort
Mortal
of voice
Kombat-
that people care about. Eris still quotes you to this day.
Damn.
Lord Eris. Yeah. Lord Eris.
If Eris don't even do fighting game stuff anymore, it's a variety streamer. So
Little
if
bit.
he's still quoting
I mean-
you, then you,
Yeah, you got to keep talking. At least if there's no good reason for you to keep doing this, dig deep. Because as competitive players, we're all petty. Just be petty. Use that as motivation. Always use the I am right and you're never going to shut me up.
yeah, just be like one of those evil Marvel villains that has loads of money. Just every time they say something to you, just throw money at the screen and say, "Shut up, I'm richer than you." What can they really say? I mean, that's gonna
money.
hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot if someone's just like failed to get into top 8 and they can't pay rent, and then they're insulting you on Twitter and you're just throwing money at the screen. What better comeback?
I just pictured that as well. Just do eyes closed, eyes closed, eyes closed.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Do you know? I'm looking forward to watching your old videos. I'm gonna go back and watch some old ones, and we'll be pinging it in the chat, guys. Guys, tell your friends, friends. Let them know MK
I'll have
Tom
most of
Brady's
them.
back
I'll
on
have
these
most tomorrow.
streets. Yeah, that's fine.
Like,
You can put them back up.
You've got to understand, I'm the anime guy, and there's way more people that don't play MK that know about you.
Yeah.
You're not just the MK guy. You're a fighting game guy.
Imagine you.
I'll believe it when I see it, man.
Together.
I just don't think you. I think you
I want it.
underestimate.
Imagine there was
want
there was MK2, and they were like, we want C4 and Tom Brady to do commentary at Combo Breaker or CEO. That would be sick.
I'm all over it. I'm all over it.
They would
I-
never allow you to a combo breaker.
Never say
Nah,
never.
Yeah. I don't know, like the inner workings between you and like Rick. I don't know. I think it's possible. I think there's just like you was talking about before. There's an image that people have of you, but I don't think the image can't be changed. I don't think the image can't be changed. It's just a case of you have to prove to them that you can talk about the game neutrally, because I think you have so much passion when you talk about the things you dislike. One of the things about commentary is it's on the lines of shilling. It's very close to shilling, where you can do this anyway. You can talk objectively about the players. You can talk about good players in shit games. Some commentators can't do that. Yeah, that's all you need to do. You don't have to, if you don't complain about MK1, that's not you shilling or lying. You can just say, okay, in your head, this game's shit, but what these players are doing is really good.
Yeah.
And that would change people's perspective. I think. That's my opinion.
People love listening to your history as well. Like, you could literally do videos about different stories that people have never heard of and just have some Deadly Alliance footage over it, or even just your face. Like, people will watch it. I'd watch that. I'm sure you've got so many stories you haven't told that people would want to hear.
Oh yeah, I got a billion stories, man.
Yeah, you could literally do story time for a year. I guarantee you'll probably get more subs than most people.
Well, we'll see. I have my doubts.
Well, you lost the last bit in fantastic fashion in like 5 minutes. As soon as you turned on the stream, there was like 400 people there.
This one, I don't think I'll lose.
But you have to stick to it. It's got to be one at least. You can do as many as you want, but it has to be at least one video per week.
I'm only doing one. I don't have that much to say. Not that much to say.
I guarantee you that though he's going to do one video, 500 subs are going to come and he's going to go, oh, do you know what? Maybe I do have it.
Bro, I can't wait.
Like I said, I'd be surprised.
Mike, get that Tom Brady PNG ready for the top I'm going to print it on.
Yeah.
We'll get good to go.
I'll go down to Camden Market and get them to print one.
Yeah. Make sure it's a jersey as well. I want to make it look proper professional esports.
Yeah, 100%. I know a place. I know a guy.
All right, well, I'm going to head out. Thanks for having me on, Mike, and I'll put those videos up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine, man. I think we'll wrap it up now. I've only slept 3 hours, so.
All right, take it easy, guys.
All right, bro.
In a bit, Tom.
Oh, his channel is now hostage. I don't even know why he's doubting himself. Of course he's going to do it.
I can't believe you're turning into, is it Kick, where they always do bets? You're just a betting streamer now.
Yeah, but I take bets that I know I'm going to win.
Hey, this is easy. This is actually so easy.
This is light work. And when you get out to CEO, I want you to send us a postcard. Just specifically send it to Tom. Send it with address to Tom Brady, and like take it next to Ed Boon smiling. Like put your arm around Ed Boon and take a picture and put your thumbs up.
You know what? I will actually do it. I'll vlog. How about that? I'll vlog it.
Yeah, that would be sick.
I'll vlog it. I'll be walking around looking for Ed Boon. You guys tell me what to say. Because like I said, I like tag games. So you got to give me the criticism you have of MK1. And I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, do you know what I'm gonna use Tom for now? Because he doubts himself so much, and it's so obvious that he has so much to offer. Every time he doubts himself, I'm gonna make a ridiculous bet. And because he doesn't think he'll win, he'll just take it, and then I'll just reap the benefits. Like, I'll say to him, send everybody in chat £100, Tom, and he'll agree. And everyone that was here at the time will be like, cool, give me your names.
It's crazy because obviously he's smart, but he just doubled. It's like he has to double down on his wrong take.
It's because he knows I'm right. He already lost the other bet. Like, I was watching him. I saw him go live, and he went live, and it was like 30 seconds in, and there was no one in there yet. And then the number just shot up, and I was like, "You've lost already. Like, you lost in 5 minutes."
It's crazy because there's certain people that can literally. It reminds me of like I'm Still the Daddy, where Tom can literally boot up on console with a shitty mic, and people will still flood in. And you have the home screen on for half of the stream, and people will still be there. They won't leave. They'll still be there.
Bro, I watched this Deadly Alliance stream, and all he did was talk about why this move with Sonya was really good, the roundhouse. Didn't fight anyone for like 3 hours. And I sat there watching it. And I was just listening to him break down Deadly Alliance and why this particular move was good. And I was looking at the viewer count, and I was like, this shit's not going down. If I did that, I'd refresh my page, and there'd be crickets. Only Tom can get away with doing some shit like that.
That guy, low key, I'm glad he doesn't commentate my games, bro. If he could commentate paint drying, and people would watch and be entertained. Like, he doesn't. I think he has the confidence because obviously he talks about how much he does know, and no one's better than him in these aspects. Maybe it's a confidence thing. Maybe he thinks he can't apply his knowledge. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it is. Do you know what I wanted to do? Is this first upload. You see this thumbnail here? Yeah, this one where he's just looking to the camera. I want him to upload a video that just says "fuck you, I'm back." I guarantee you 10K views immediately. I would click on that so quickly and just go scorched earth in the video.
He would get so many fucking like reaction streams as well, bro.
Yeah,
it's just a snowball effect. He is like at the top of the mountain. He's causing all the fucking domino effects. Like if he starts talking on his stream like he does on this stream, like he does in his YouTube channel, he's gonna send such a massive ripple effect. Because from my perspective, he's the only one who's kind of like saying this vocally and has the credentials to like back up what he's saying.
Yeah,
and I think people can't ignore him. That's why they troll him. Because if it was anyone else who didn't know what they're talking about or no one cared, you would just ignore them. But you can't ignore Tom because he comes with the facts and numbers, blah, blah, blah. And he's been around. So they have to try and belittle him. So I just think he should just, dig your heels in and just bark louder.
I don't know why he doesn't. I mean, he's done well for himself. He lives in a 3-story house. He's got a girl that loves him. He's got kids. He's got a stable job. He's got friends. And he's got us over here that support him. If people don't like you, and you've got what, penguin money. Just say, fuck you guys. I'm gonna do whatever I want. My people are over here. I got money. I don't need you. These people that go on Twitter and troll him, that have these weird profile pictures, that they say these unhinged things. I don't know why he doesn't just troll them back.
Yeah,
you know what? His response should just be every time they say something to him, just say, "I'm Tom Brady. Goodbye."
That would be
just leave it at that. That will fucking wind everybody up. I'm Tom Brady. Bye. I did it to my friends. When my friends piss me off in my group chats, and I don't want to argue with them, I just say to them, "Yeah, but I'm Mike Hollow, bro." And they just go, "You're nothing, bro." But I'm just like, "I'm Mike Hollow, bro." They get really pissed off at me.
That's a pretty good response. He should do that because he gets emotional and people. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for the rants, the slightly unhinged, that's what they're looking for. And Tom gives it to them too much. He needs to do what you say.
Yeah, because I know he's a humble guy. Like we're all humble people, but if people are gonna come at you like that, like Twitter's one of those places where you can't be like, oh, I'm gonna be the bigger person. No, you gotta fight fire with fire on that app. They're gonna talk to you like an idiot, and let them have whatever perception they have. You gotta protect your peace on that app because some people do some really gnarly shit.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. I've been seeing some mad stuff. Yeah.
Grok is out of control. So thanks to Elon, it's mad. I can't open Twitter in public now. Yeah,
Grok is on some fucking Aladdin genie shit, just granting crazy wishes, taking certain garments off of people, and it's
mad. Like I was looking, and I was like, because on my feed, like I could sit on Twitter, and obviously you don't scroll the timeline when you're on live stream because you never know. But I was okay. Like I could sit next to my girl and be like, oh, I'll just scroll through Twitter. Now I'm just like,
nope.
I'm not doing this. I'm literally like responding to somebody in Dragon Ball Fighters. I'll scroll a little further down. It's like someone's typed, "Oh, Grok, remove Android 18's whatever, put her in a bra." And I'm just like, but we're literally talking about fighting games, and there's no moderation at all.
Yeah, he's running rampant. It's infinite wishes to anyone and everyone. Luckily, I'm so glad the Marvel trailers are out because that's clogging a lot of it up. The Marvel trailers is clogging it up. But as soon as that passes, I don't know, man. It's looking sticky out there. That is definitely a hobby that you need to do on your own in a dark room.
Yeah, I'm glad other people are experiencing it because I thought to myself, I clicked on something because when you click on something, the algorithm just cooks you. So I was like, I look at One Piece cards on Twitter or I look at what's going on in the FGC. My feed is normally One Piece or FGC or anime shit. People arguing like who's the strongest anime character. So I thought that I clicked on something. And I was embarrassed to ask people. I was like, "Yo, bro, are you seeing all these bikini pictures on Twitter?" And then luckily someone was like, "Yeah, Grok is out of control." And I was just like, "Thank God." And I saw this really fucked up one. I didn't see what Grok did because I think the account got suspended. But Grok, it's unfiltered, so you can ask him to do it to anyone. And one of the girls in Stranger Things, obviously they're little girls. People were saying, "Hey, Grok, can you put so and so in a bikini?" And people were saying that, "Oh, Elon needs to get in trouble for this because it's actually out of control." So you could be scrolling your timeline, and because Stranger Things is really big right now, you see something crazy, and you're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's not safe. If I'm not at it, the app's not getting opened.
Yeah, I can't scroll it anymore. I was about to go on Twitter just now to show you guys something, but then I was like, maybe not.
Yeah, avoid that landmine. That's it's not safe out there. Everyone in chat, be careful. Tread carefully, please.
Tread very carefully. People have already taken pictures of me and done some really.
Really?
I just looked and I was like, I'm not even going to get upset about this because you can't avoid this. Like AI's gotten to the point where everyone's using it now, like it's unavoidable. So I saw it and I was like, okay. And it was pretty foul.
It was about okay. It wasn't like an urban boy funny thing. It wasn't one of those ones.
It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. It didn't upset me because I was like, it is what it is. But we have gotten to that point now where everyone's going to be making AI pictures of each other, and some of them are going to look like very, very suspect. And I just saw it. I was like, what cut? It's over. Piss off the wrong person who's got a lot of time on their hands, and they're just going to sit there making crazy images of you.
Bro, I did see there was some I think maybe it was someone news replying to, and they've got like 11 followers, and they were talking about they're asking you to do some crazy streams about other political stuff. And that person, they had a picture of one of the twins with a turban on in a cave. They asked Grok to do it.
That guy's so weird. Like he keeps on making like weird references about me, like homoerotic ones. And I kept on reading them and I was like, why are you talking about me like that? Like I'm obviously not gay. Like it's weird for another grown man that I don't know to be saying that on the internet. And he interacts a lot with mine and Tom Brady's posts. And I'm just like, every time I see him, I'm just like, oh wait, man. Please just go. I know you're an older man. I know because you know the older guys in the MK scene. Just go away. Like I don't want to talk. And he's there like, oh, we would really like to hear you talk about what happened in Venezuela with Trump and the Somalian whatever's going on, the daycare centers.
Oh yeah, I know about that. I don't actually know about that. That's crazy.
And I was like, why the fuck would I be talking about Somalian fraud and fucking Trump bombing Venezuela? So we're in Britain, mate. Like, unless there was is the president of Venezuela a Street Fighter player? Because I might be like, someone in the FGC got attacked by Trump. Then I could connect it to my channel. But other than that, I'm not going to be talking about it for.
It was just like, oh, I want to hear Tom Brady's opinion on this. I was like, what? Why?
Yeah, why?
I feel like that's so not in like Tom Brady's wheelhouse to ever talk about politics or anything. All right.
No, he's not interested. I'm sure everyone talks about politics in private, but
yeah,
I don't want to make this a political channel. Sometimes we end up talking about politics, like if a player from China gets banned because the Tekken World Tour won't let people from the CCP or play or whatever. Like we might mention it in passing, but I'm not doing a whole stream about Trump's press conference, which I watched this press conference. I was like some anime shit.
Oh, really?
The fucking Secretary of War said, "Fuck around and find out," and I was like,
"No way,
damn, bro, I'm not joking." He said F around and find out. And then the other one, his chief of staff or something, said, if you didn't know, now you know. And I was like, did he just quote? Is that not a Biggie song?
That's a Biggie song.
I was like, damn, man, that's crazy. But Trump said something actually. No, I'm not gonna turn it into a political thing, but he said something that really scared me.
Oh,
he said that they went into Venezuela and they have the capabilities to just shut everything down. Like they just turned all the lights off. They just shut Venezuela down. And he was like, oh, we have like special means to go in there and do that. And I was like, wait, you can just shut down the country? I was like, did no one pay attention to what this man just said? He literally just said, we have the capacity to shut down your country. And I was sitting there like that.
Yeah, that's fucked. Like that sounds like some EMP bomb, like he's gonna drop in them or something. But
yeah, but the thing is, an EMP is not what he was explaining. That was not what he said, because I watched some other people covering that and they were like, that's not like what he was referring to was not like an EMP. He was referring to something else. Because
like,
I saw
to shut down is very specific. Right.
Yeah. We can shut you down, as in like your country, we could just turn you off like a switch. I was listening to it and I went to Instagram, because you know when you watch one video on one app, the algorithm just knows and it picks up on other apps. And I saw these crazy conspiracies and I was like, I'm not gonna mention this on stream because some of this sounds mad. It sounds like 2026 could be a very scary year. Like the play for Venezuela was not all that. Anyway, there's no point getting into that. It was like I went down a rabbit hole and I was like, this sounds very worrying. Maybe I should enjoy myself this year.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I downloaded Marvel Midnight Suns, but I'll look at this Trump thing first and then go play that. Cleanse my brain.
Speaking of Marvel, actually, before we go off, what did you think of the X-Men trailer?
Sick. I think Magneto's looking a bit.
It's looking a bit disheveled.
Yeah, it's looking. Oof. Yeah, he's not looking powerful. I don't know. No. He wasn't looking. It wasn't looking like Magneto, but I get it. He's the actor's old. What's the name of the actor again? Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Damn, what's his name? He was in Lord of the Rings, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was Gandalf.
Yeah. What's his name? Ian McKellen. That's it.
Ian McKellen. Yeah, he's looking. Yeah, in the trailer, maybe the trailer's just exaggerating how old Magneto is, but yeah, the hair wasn't slick. Like he was not looking his best.
I think that Michael Fassbender is going to be in the film.
Was he the younger version?
Yeah, I think the younger variants will be in the film.
Okay, that would be cool. I like that. I like him as Magneto.
Yeah,
I think he did it really well. And finally, Cyclops is getting his glow up.
Finally, man, Cyclops has been getting. You know what? The Cyclops propaganda was so bad they almost had me believing that he was a bitch. They almost had me. If I didn't have comics and if I wasn't privy to the Cyclops lore, you would really believe that Cyclops was actually Wolverine's bitch. And it doesn't help the fact that Wolverine in the comics is obviously he's not a tall guy. Like he's Wolverine, right? He's quite short. Yeah. I know over time they've changed the character and whatever, but historically he wasn't like a big guy. But in the movies, it was like it's Hugh Jackman. So
yeah,
you're kind of taking an L anyway, and then they're making your character out like a simp. They need to restore my guy Cyclops.
Yep. The thing is, it's the comic thing. If you read any comics, you'll see that he's just not like a simpy Boy Scout. Like he pulls up.
Yeah.
He pulls up. Like
he's the captain.
Bro, there was a bar. I can't remember what comic he said it in, but I always remember this. I think he's talking to like, it might be Emma Frost. I can't remember. Or Psylocke or something like that. And Psylocke's going, okay, should we go to plan B? And he says, we don't do plan Bs. That implies we've only got 26 plans. Fucking bars, bro. What a guy. I want him as my leader, bro.
Yeah, no, Cyclops is top tier. He's the way they did him in the films was so disappointing. It was so disappointing. It was like taking Steve Rogers and turning him into like it was like taking Steve Rogers as he was after he had taken the super serum and then just reverting it and turning him back into skinny. That's what it was like. It was like watching that. So when I saw the trailer and he took off his visor and he shot into the air and I could see the Sentinels moving in the background, I was like, we're in business.
We're back. X-Men, we're back. I've got faith. I've got faith that they won't fuck it up.
I'm still worried because Marvel has been on shaky ground for about two or 3 years. But I think they know. I think it's gotten to the point now where all of the stuff that they were doing, all of the nonsense they were bringing into the movies and the the TV shows, I think they know now that the audience they were trying to pander to are just very loud online. That's not their core audience. Their core audience is us. Like we're the ones that show up to watch their films, and those other people will follow. Like my cousin who dyes her hair pink and thinks that what's his name, Falcon should be Captain America. She's just moaning on Twitter. She don't know anything about Falcon. And she don't know anything about
Okay.
Steve Rogers.
Right.
Steve Rogers is Captain America. Okay, he's Captain. This is not a racial thing, obviously. Steve Rogers is my Captain America.
He's also Hail Hydra.
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
We don't talk
Cool.
about that. We all know that was a mistake. But he was tricking them, wasn't he?
Was it a double bluff? I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure it turned out he was a double bluff.
I'll go back and find the comic. I don't think it was.
I think it was a double bluff. I think it was.
You hope it was. I mean, I like Steve Rogers. I think Falcon's fine. I don't think Steve needs, because he's got the super soldier serum. He doesn't have the I'm getting old thing. They could prolong that for ages with super soldier serum. He doesn't need to pass the mantle over.
Although what I will say is that Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I know it got a lot of hate, and other than the ending, I actually thought it wasn't bad. I thought Agent was pretty good in it.
Yeah. I haven't seen all the TV shows. I think I watched She-Hulk, and I actually thought She-Hulk was good at the end.
Bro,
the last episode.
She-Hulk was a fucking disaster.
Yeah, there was a lot of the thing is, She-Hulk was breaking the fourth wall before Deadpool. That's why I like the end. But she's constantly she was like begging it. She was like a beg friend, like looking at the camera for no reason. I get it, you're a full breaking character, but you do it when it's not funny.
That's the problem. It didn't land.
She would look at the camera when it's like she forgot her lines. And it was like, no, that's not the time you look. But yeah, Loki was really sick. The Loki trailer for Doomsday's sick.
Yeah. Well, no, my favorite trailer out of all of them is Thor, because they turned Thor into a fucking joke for like the past 5 years. And Love and Thunder is one of the worst Marvel films I've ever seen. Thor's my favorite Avenger. Thor's my favorite.
I haven't seen that one. Is it that bad?
Bro, I'm telling you. Unless you want to be like pleasantly surprised when you watched Doomsday, you're like, oh, okay, they brought him back. Then don't watch it. It's awful. Like Taika Waititi turned him into an actual stupid character. He does so many dumb things in the movie. He doesn't make any sense a lot of times. The movie itself is quite bad. Jane is just irritating in it. What was the Godslayer character called again?
Gore, the God Butcher. Gore.
He's a big fucking deal in the comics. He's not the guy you want to like cross. He's not a one movie guy.
No, he's literally the God Butcher. He literally kills gods from all the pantheons. Yeah, he's no joke.
Didn't he butcher multiple Thors from different timelines?
Yes.
So when I watched the film,
and Odin's.
Yeah.
Odin's. Yeah.
So when I watched the film, I was like, well, I mean, this guy's probably going to be in Marvel now for a pretty long. This is probably going to set up him attacking loads of people. Bro, it's just tragic. It's so tragic what they did. If you want to get pissed off, watch Love and Thunder.
Okay, I won't watch it. I hate when they do crazy strong villains dirty. Like Thunderbolts just about got away with it with Sentry. They just about got away with it.
Thunderbolts was good though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, the film's good, but the whole time I'm going, ain't no way this team is good enough to beat Sentry. Ain't no way. They're gonna have to pull some crazy rug pull. But it was believable for like a comic.
They sold it. The ending was sold to me, because when I saw Sentry, I was like, how are you gonna beat him? Like, he's basically Marvel Superman. He's just gonna fold everyone. And then when he became the Void and like everyone was just like collapsing into the ground, I was like, you guys are cooked.
Yeah,
so when they did the power of friendship thing, I was like, okay, it's an anime, it's fine.
It worked. See, it was a 9-1 matchup. It was 9-1 with Sentry. When the Void came in, it was don't even boot up the game. Like, you lose that character select screen, it was long gone. But they tapped into the brony power, bro, and it worked. See?
Yeah. Do you know what else I really liked about the film? When they killed Black Widow, I was very reluctant to see someone step up and take that spot. And Yelena, I actually prefer her to Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow.
I don't think that might be a hot take outside of here. I agree with you. I actually agree with you.
Yeah. I think Florence, is her name Florence Pugh?
Yeah. I think it is.
She did a solid job. I have a lot of respect for her, because she also did her own stunts in that film. So that when she's sitting on the building and like running down it, she did it all herself. So I was like, You gotta
I
respect
saw
that.
that. Yeah, I saw there was like something on Twitter where I remember them showing her doing the stunt, and I was like, "That's mad! I wouldn't do that. Ain't no zeros you can put at the end of that number to make me run down a building."
Do you know what? If you cast me in a superhero film, and they said, do you want to do one of your own stunts? I would do it. That's a once in a lifetime opportunity, bro. To play a superhero and then do something superhero like. Yeah, you might fall to your death, 100%. But like,
And then they
what
won't
better
even use.
moment?
I mean, they probably wouldn't use the footage, so it's
Yeah,
pretty pointless.
but your family will get paid up, so
True.
everyone wins, right?
I mean, there are some stunts I would want to do, but running down a building probably not in there. Like,
What's
I don't know.
your opinion of Robert Downey Jr. being Doctor Doom?
I'm not happy, but it's because I think Kang is one of the best. I like Doom. I think Kang is such a sick villain, and I'm mad that they've had to go this Doom route. I don't get why they did Robbie Downey Jr. My headcanon is someone made a mistake on the contract and it was longer than it was meant to be, and they're like, well, Iron Man's dead. We need him to play someone, and we can't just make him like a filler role. We have to give him a main part because Iron Man kind of started off the MCU.
Do you think that he's going to be connected to Iron Man in the story, though? He must be. There's no way they can't.
There is one comic where they swap.
I know about that comic. I know what you're talking about. But,
yeah,
and Doom and Iron Man have always been like, they've done stories with them before, because I remember they went to Hell together as well.
Yep. Yeah. He's done that with Strange as well. Was that the one to save his mum?
Yeah, he went to save his mum, but he left Tony there. He tried to kill him and leave him in hell.
What an arsehole.
Yeah, Doom's a prick.
Yeah, he's an arsehole.
We love Doom though, but he's a prick.
Yeah, fuck Victor. But
isn't his armor made out of his wife?
I thought it was. Yeah, it's got like his wife's essence in it or something. Yeah. I have heard that when he became like the Sorcerer Supreme, he embedded his wife in his costume, and it explains why he talks to himself.
Yeah,
I
don't know how they're gonna do, because is this leading up to Secret Wars?
I don't know, because Thanos. I mean, they could swap Doom for Thanos and do Secret Wars. They could. It would be weird to do Secret Wars after you kind of got rid of Thanos, though.
Yeah, but the multiverse will just bring another Thanos.
True. Yeah, I mean, then anything's on the table, isn't it?
Do you think they'll do that scene? Or do you think they'll do the scene where Thanos tries to step to Doom and he just rips his spine out?
I forgot about that. I mean, they could do it because Cyclops is in that, but he gets done pretty dirty.
Yeah. That's it. Secret Wars is fucked. I've got the graphic novel up there.
If no one's read that or seen that comic, Secret Wars, it's sick.
Yeah, it's very good. Did you read the battle comics that because there was loads of Secret Wars that they weren't spin-offs, but there were other stories that were happening at the same time, and they had the Ghost Rider one, like the battle bikes.
Oh, I didn't see the Ghost Rider one. Is it good?
Did you read? Yeah, it was really good. I think there was also just before there was Fear Itself. Did you read Fear Itself?
Fear Itself was sick.
It was brilliant. I loved Fear Itself.
That should be a film. Yeah. That should be a film, bro. The whole Hulk and Iron Man thing. I was like, it was most of the things in that were good retcons. There was a bunch of good retcons in there.
Whoever did the retcons in Fear Itself, they were cooking. They need to get them on Mortal Kombat. If you want to retcon a game, that's how you do it.
Yeah. That was the first time I saw the retcon and I was like, you know what? That's just as good as the original. Or maybe better. I think the Iron Man Hulk one was better. I actually think that was better than the original story. It made way more sense. Way more sense. And then there was like the 4-1. I can't remember the other ones.
There was Alejandra when she became Ghost Rider. Do you remember that? But she had like a tragic ending.
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, she became so her I believe her father or like a priest that was close to her was like the antagonist in it, but she ended up becoming Ghost Rider. My memory's hazy, but I've got it up there. But I just remember at the end, her body couldn't take it anymore, and she like turned to dust. Like I think another Ghost Rider
Oh,
came and basically took away her power, or Mephisto or someone. And when the power left her, she just turned to dust. And I was like, damn, they just ended it like that.
yikes. Yeah,
Yeah, it was peak.
that's rough. It's
Yeah, do
funny
you
because
think that one? Oh, go on.
I was about to say it's funny because I just started Midnight Suns and there's both the Ghost Riders in it at the beginning.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Blaze is
I
literally the first character you see.
Yeah, I'm pissed that Blaze is not the Ghost Rider in Marvel Tokon. I like what's his name? Robbie, but
Robbie Reyes, yeah.
I like Johnny Ketch and Blaze.
I prefer Blaze, but I prefer Robbie's car to the bike.
Robbie's
I think the
got
car's sick.
it's Danny Ketch, isn't it? It's not Robbie. Yeah, it's Danny Ketch, isn't it? Danny Ketch is the second Ghost Rider, right?
Yeah. He
Yeah.
also has a motorbike, right?
Yeah, he's a bit more like I think he's a bit more muscular than the other ones. What was this? Mr. Mars, thank you for the $10. To this day, I still believe Netflix Daredevil was the best thing to come out of the MCU. I haven't watched Reborn yet. I don't know if it's any good. I haven't watched Reborn myself either, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
I kind of tuned out. I was like, I'm going to restart a Doomsday. There's just been too much shit. They'll acknowledge Tony. They have to. They have to acknowledge him. There's no way they can't. Do you think they'll bring the Maker in?
If they don't, it could be a generational fumble. They have to, bro. If they're not going to do Kang, they have to do the Maker. Yeah. I don't want to spoil it for people because Maker's not very like well known, but
he's peak.
It's so in order. Like in some people would argue it would go Thanos, Doom. Other people would say it goes Doom, Thanos. It doesn't matter because Maker is above both of them too.
Yeah, Maker's diabolical. Like
yeah.
I won't ruin the end of Secret Wars because I'm assuming they're gonna turn it into a film, but we know how it ended, right? With but
long day.
Yeah, the inverse of that is Maker, bro. It's just that is the worst. If they do that, they can't do it over one film. He has to be like a massive build-up sort of thing, or they have to be dealing with him for a long time because he's far too intelligent for them to just take down.
Yeah, people saying no. I would say Maker's over no. No's a bad man, but Maker, I don't want to spoil it. I think everyone knows about No, but not enough people know about the Maker. They know that who he is, but they don't know what he got up to, bro. they don't know what he got up to.
Bro, Maker is about as fucked up as you get. Like he's actually like I like the character because it's like he's a like holy shit kind of character, but I hate him as well. Like everything he's done, he's written so well that he's not one of those villains where you're like, oh yeah, I'll ride with that guy. If you're like a Maker fan outside of like obviously the creation, then there's something wrong with you. That character is the epitome of evil.
Yeah, he makes Doom look like a good guy by comparison.
Yeah, well, Doom's got a conscience. Like Maker's just unhinged.
Yeah, Doom's trying to save his mumsy. He's trying to rise up like Varia. He does he's like a petty criminal compared to fucking the Maker. He is straight unacceptable individual, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll beat him, but it'll be he should definitely be the next. Like, because they're gonna do probably like what 3 Avengers films or 2 or 3 Avengers films, and then they're probably gonna restart again because a lot of these actors are probably not gonna stick around forever. And then I guess Maker would then be the next. What they need to do is scale back the TV shows. They can't release that many TV shows, man. That's too much lore to keep up with. I think they should do big theatrical releases, like 1 or 2 a year. Is make it an event that we're excited to go to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to December, bro. And that's crazy to think. Like, I'm looking forward to December. It's a whole year away. Why is it even in my head? Like, but I saw December 18th, and I was like, say less.
I was excited as soon as I saw Thor, and he looked more serious, and I was like, we're back in business.
For they did kind of. him and Hulk, they did pretty dirty.
Oh, Hulk, bro.
Yeah,
That
they
wasn't
did
Hulk. I don't know
dirty.
who that is. That's Chump. That ain't Hulk. I don't know. After Thanos fucked him up, it's just went downhill. It's like they took Hulk and they took Amadeus Cho. Like they saw Amadeus Cho and they were like, we're gonna try and do like some sort of weird blend here, and it just didn't work.
Nah, it's the whole like, what's it? Kevin Feige? He made those characters. I think it was Kevin Feige who did like Ironheart, Amadeus Cho, Jane Foster's. It feels like they're trying to force those characters in, and I'm like, you don't have to do it, man.
Please kill them. Ironheart, especially. No one likes her in the comics either.
Yeah, no one likes that one. No one likes that one.
Ironheart is just not a good. It's not a good character. They confirmed they'll reboot after Secret Wars. That makes sense because they reboot in the comic after Secret Wars as well.
Yeah, that's cool. I was gonna say, why would you even put Ironheart in after doing Shuri?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's the same fucking character.
It's respectfully for any like Shuri or there's no Ironheart fans. For any Shuri fans, that's just the same character. One's from Wakanda, one's from New York or something. Like that's literally the only difference.
Yeah, and no, I don't think I saw one positive review of Ironheart. I tried to watch it. I tried.
Did you?
Like I did because I was like, I need to be fair here, and I already knew I was like, I'm wasting my time, and I can't remember what I got to, but I just thought I can't do this. It's fine if this is like required reading, then I'm just gonna be lost when I watch the film. I can't watch this. And apparently Mephisto's in it, and which sucks because I'm a Ghost Rider fan. So when I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, I was like, wow, they're trying to like really drag me in here. But I was like, do you know what? Fuck you guys. This is the same as Mia Rizzo. Like putting one of my favorite characters on her. You're just trying to sucker me in. I'm not gonna take the bait anymore. Yeah,
don't take. Oh, bro, I actually kind of want to watch it for Mephisto. It's the guy who did Ali G's doing it, isn't it? Sasha. Huh?
You can't cast Sacha Baron Cohen. He's fucking Ali G. That's all you can see. So when I saw the trailer, I was like, first Nicolas Cage, who I like, but come on, man, he's not Ghost Rider. And now you're doing Ali G as Mephisto. You're just literally specifically taking the piss out of my favorite characters.
It was a good troll. I'm gonna watch it now. I have to actually watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Fuck it.
I don't think it's worth it. If you watch it, just give me the cliff notes because I don't want to sit through that.
All right, fair. I mean, I'm gonna have it on in the background. I probably will listen to it. I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, I was so upset when I saw him. I was like, why is Mephisto in this show? For what reason? Yeah, Borat as Mephisto. Imagine. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, if you're gonna get someone to play the fucking devil, please don't get someone that we associate with making stupid noises in his Cadillac.
West Side is the best.
Couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Shit. Yeah, I got some stuff to watch. Drop Blade film.
Haven't they recast him? Has he not been recast yet?
It's the internet. I didn't know if it was true or not, but I did see someone.
I saw that as well, and I didn't repost it because I was like, they're just doing it for engagement or something.
Yeah, it's actually just too hard to take anything serious. Bar the trailer. The trailer was clearly legit, but they've cast this person. I was like, let me see them in the trailer first, then I'll believe it.
Yeah, we'll see in it. We might need to get a big party together and get people to go to get the whole Marvel scene to go watch Marvel in central London.
I'm guessing it's going to come out near Tokon, so I'll be down.
Yeah, that'll be sick. That'll be very sick. All right, bro. Well, I need to get to. I've only had 3 hours sleep, so I'm gonna get to bed. But
my bad.
No, it's all good. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I've got a stream idea for next week, but I'll hit you up about it on Discord.
All right, cool. I need to catch up on your VODs. I haven't seen anything since 2025. Anything this year I've not seen, so I need to catch up on your VODs.
We did the Shinblade. We did the Shinblade podcast yesterday, which was pretty crazy. I think that's the only one that you missed out on because you were in the Mario Kart one.
Oh, I meant like the videos, not just the live streams. I haven't seen any of your videos since then as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I released a video today. It's just me breaking down why people have been so angry at Tekken 8, but I think that's it.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll catch up. And yeah, catch me there. Just let me know whenever, and I'll normally be down.
Oh, do you know what we should do? That's it. We should do a Marvel tier list for the movies.
When do you want to do that? Because I need to watch some of them. Some of them I didn't watch.
The only one I haven't seen is I haven't seen Thor: The Dark World. I've seen it, but I've fallen asleep like 10 times in it, so it's like all blurry. And I haven't seen I've seen Eternals, regretfully. I think that was it. It's just Thor.
Okay. You've seen way more than me. There's a couple. I didn't see Guardians of the Galaxy, the one with Ronan in it. I think that was the first one.
Okay, yeah, I've seen all the Guardians.
I watched Eternals. I thought Eternals was all right.
Are you being for real, bro? Do you know what was good in it? When the I can't remember what the character's name is, but the one with super speed, when they did that scene, I was like, that's pretty cool. But outside of the fight scenes, the film was lacking, bro. That film was hard watch.
Oh, yeah, the fight scenes hard carried. Hard carried, yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna lie. I saw Craven Hunter. I thought that was all right as well.
I didn't see Craven, but Craven's a Sony film, right? It's not in the MCU.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not got MCU characters.
Yeah,
it's a good film, though.
I heard it was shit. Didn't it bomb at the box office?
Was it even that? I watched it on the plane.
Oh, there you go.
I watched it on the plane.
Go. There's your answer.
Same with, like, I think it bombed like Morbius, I think. I don't think I've seen any of the 4 films because I was mad upset that they didn't do Planet Hulk. I saw the trailer with Hulk.
They teased
and
it.
I saw the armor, and I was like, they're not going to do it properly, are they?
No, they didn't do it.
Yeah.
They half-assed it. They kind of dangled it in our face, and then they were like, we're going to go a different route.
Yeah, nah. So out of sheer disappointment, I didn't watch any of the 4 films. So I was like, if you haven't got Hulk and Silver Surfer fighting, I just don't care.
Oh, that's it. That's the other Marvel film. I haven't seen Fantastic Four.
I haven't either. I want to, but I also don't. But I probably will.
I want to see it. I heard it was decent, and I haven't seen the Captain America of Red Hulk.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's actually, I don't think you'll like it.
I'll watch it tomorrow. They're on Disney Plus now, aren't they?
Yeah, that was Disney Plus. There's a lot of Mirandarin. That's how you say it. I can't remember. Anyway, the beginning part's very.
It's just a lot of
yappy. Yeah, super. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll just get on my cross channel tomorrow and watch a bunch of Marvel films. We can do it on any day next week.
All right, cool.
Next week.
Yeah, I'm off this week from work, so I've got time to binge watch.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right, cool. We'll figure out a day then next week.
All right, man. All good. All
right, bro. What was this? One more super chat, I think. Eternals was supposed to same lives, only to save lives. Same lives? Yeah, it bombed anyway. It was garbage. Chicken Senpai, thank for the 199. All right, Mike and everyone, have a good one. Take care, bro. All right, C4. I'll message you tomorrow.
Cool. All right, in a bit, Mike. Peace, chat.
Take care, bro. All right, guys. Well, thank you. I meant save lives. You think what you mean is I meant save lives, Mr. Jamie. Have you been sipping the good stuff? I think you might need to go to bed as well, sir. But I appreciate the donation. But all right, cool. So tomorrow, you guys said you don't want to do the mod beef set stream tomorrow, so I'll message you guys in the Discord, I think, and we'll figure out a day where all the mods can play. But tomorrow, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. Maybe we'll just do a Shambolic Showdown. We haven't done one in like 3 or 4 weeks. Thursday, I don't know yet. Friday will be the beef set stream with Shinblade and King J. That's going to be 1st to 10 on Soul Calibur 6. I think Soul Calibur 6. 1st to 10 on Fatal Fury. 1st to 10 on Street Fighter 6. 1st to 10 on Tekken 8. And 1st to 10 on Guilty Gear. So we're going to do a 5 stages of hell. But that'll be on Friday. I'll keep you guys more posted about that. Other than that, guys, thank you all again for the donations. Thanks for spending 15 hours with me basically over 2 days. I always appreciate your time. And I'm going to try and get more channel videos on the channel, because I know I've been focusing on live streams a lot, but I'll try and get more videos out. I've got a video coming out tomorrow as well. So I'll catch you guys very soon. Take care of yourselves, and peace.